Chapter 463. P.S. Thanks to 123-40987 for the tip. Fine patient extraction jutsu. After carrying Tion to the emergency room, Seito began to treat her. At this moment, another match had finally begun. The two sides were Otogeki's Kanto and Konoha's Shikamaru Nara. Although Kanto had the upper hand at the beginning of the game because of the characteristics of Nara clan Shadow Secret Jutsu, Nara Shikamaru's high IQ and careful grasp of the surrounding environment allowed him to easily win in the end. After the two of them, Konoha's Kiba and Uzumaki Naruto fought. Although Uzumaki Naruto is the last among their graduating genin, there's an old saying, a scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. So the two of them fell into a fierce battle as soon as they fought. What surprised everyone was that with the clever combination of transformation jutsu and shadow clone jutsu, as well as Uzumaki Naruto's frequent unexpected tactical use, he miraculously forced Kiba into a disadvantageous position. Although Kiba barely gained a little advantage by relying on the effect of the military food pill, he was then smelled by Uzumaki Naruto's smelly fart and lost to Uzumaki Naruto's self-created Naruto barrage. After Yamada, Aoshi, and Iwai Yuta carried Kiba out of the hall on a stretcher, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji, who were the next players, walked to the field. Hyuga Hinata, the daughter of the Hyuga clan's patriarch, the successor of the main clan, cowardly and afraid of fighting. She is not suitable to be a ninja. And her opponent, Hyuga Niji, although only a member of the Hyuga branch family, has the title of the Hyuga clan's #1 genius. Whether it is the mastery of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist or the development of the Byakugan, he is far beyond his peers in the Hyuga clan, and not worse than some older people. So from the beginning of this battle, the result of the game was doomed. But even so, the degree of the battle is far more tragic than all the previous games. If it goes on like this, the little girl will die. In the treatment room, Ishiki Kami looked at the game on the electronic screen and frowned. It seems that it's time to stop it, Seito said softly, then turned and walked to the hall. While telling Ishiki Kami and the other two behind him, Kami, you stay in the treatment room to take care of Tion, and in Nudo, take the stretcher and go out with me. Yes, the three quickly responded. Then, Yamada, Aoshi, and Iwata Yuta, who was holding a stretcher, followed Ito-sei to the hall. Just as the three of them arrived at the entrance of the special passage next to the hall, they saw Hyuga Niji roaring madly and rushing towards Hinata, who was no longer able to resist. Seeing this, Sei frowned. And seeing, the moment he lifted his foot, he disappeared from the entrance of the special passage, and then suddenly appeared between Hyuga, Hinata, and Hyuga Niji. Before the other 4 jonin, such as Hei, Gecko, Kakashi, Mackay, and Kurenai arrived, he used the hearing method to block Niji's attack. At the same time, he raised his leg and bent his knee to Niji's chest and abdomen. Wow, Niji spat out a large mouthful of liquid from his mouth and splashed on the ground. At the same time, his body fell back uncontrollably because of the knee strike, but he was immediately caught by Mackay, who rushed to the scene. Niji, are you okay? Mackay, who caught Niji, asked aloud. So fast. As for Kakashi, Hei, Gecko, and Kurenai, this thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Why is it not only the other jonin, but also the medical ninja stopping me? Is this a special treatment for the main family? Hyuga Niji, who was stopped by Michael, stared at Ito-sei and said angrily. But before the others could answer, Hyuga Hinata suddenly knelt on the ground and coughed violently. Hinata. Seeing Hinata's situation, Kurenai quickly ran to Hyuga Hinata's side and called out with concern. Let me do it. Seito walked behind Hyuga Hinata and squatted down, saying to Kurenai, who was full of worry, I'm counting on you. Seito. Kurenai pleaded. Yes. Seito smiled and nodded to Kurenai, then reached out to support Hyuga Hinata's upper body, and suddenly his right palm slapped Hyuga Hinata's back. Wow, a large mouthful of blood instantly spat out from Hyuga Hinata's mouth and splashed on the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto ran over and shouted at Sei Ito angrily. Although the other jonins didn't know why Sei Ito did this. But they knew that Sei Ito was a medical expert, so they didn't say anything and quietly watched Sei Ito treat Hinata. Sei Ito didn't pay attention to Uzumaki Naruto's shouting and just let go of Hyuga Hinata's back and put her flat on ground. Then he continuously slapped Hyuga Hinata's body and arms with both palms. With a strange burst of energy, Hyuga Hinata's chakra, which was sealed by Niji during the battle, started flowing again. Slowly, he started to adjust her body. Chakra is flowing again. Several jonins and Niji who discovered the change in Hyuga Hinata's chakra were all shocked. It's okay. The rest are minor injuries. You can recover as long as you rest. Sei Ito, who treated Hyuga Hinata, looked up and said to Kurenai with a smile, "Thank you, Sei Ito." Kurenai breathed a long sigh of relief and said with a relaxed tone. Sei Ito knew that this wasn't the place to flirt, so he just smiled and didn't say anything. Then he turned to Yamada, Suru, and Yuta, standing on the side, and said, "Suru, Yuta, carry her to the back." "Yes." The two quickly responded and ran to Hyuga Hinata, who was gradually falling asleep, put her on a stretcher, and carried her to the emergency room. Unrelated personnel, please leave. The competition will continue. After Sei Ito and the medical team left, Hei Gecko said to Hyuga Niji, Uzumaki Naruto, and Lee, who were still confronting each other in the field. Immediately, everyone except Lee and Hei Gecko returned to the stands to watch the battle between Lee and his opponent, Gaara. However, among all the people who paid attention to this game, except for Sei Ito, Orochimaru, and a few sand ninjas, no one could have thought that Lee's final result would be so miserable. If it weren't for the timely rescue of his instructor, Lee might have died directly in the hands of Gaara. Sorry, Lee's injury is too serious. At my current level, I can only maintain it to this extent. If you want him to recover completely, I'm afraid only that person can do it. In the treatment room, Sei Ito, who treated Lee with a fine patient extraction technique, said regretfully to McKay, "This is not a lie. If Lee's injury is just a normal bone and meridian damage, Sei Ito can repair it with only medical ninjutsu. But the key is that Lee's injury also has a lumbar vertebra fracture caused by using Hashime Tanku. This is something that Sei Ito, who only knows a little about the nervous system, can't treat at all." "Who is that person?" At this time, McKay, who was worried about Lee's injury and didn't think about it, asked directly. "One of the legendary Sannin, Princess Steelhand," Sei Ito said quietly. Hearing this, McKay was silent directly, looking at Lee, who fainted on the hospital bed with a distressed face. At this time, in the hall of the preliminary duel, the last duel officially began. The two sides were Ninja Dose of Otoge Cure and Konoha's Choji Akimichi. Although Akimichi Choji had his mentor Sarutobi Asuma's barbecue encouragement and Shikamaru Nara's strategic analysis, it was an indisputable fact that his combat experience was not as good as Otoge Cure's. So, it didn't take long for him to be defeated by Otoge Cure's Dosu and fainted on the field. At this point, all the preliminaries before the third official exam were over. The final qualifiers were Konoha's Sasuke Uchiha, Uzumaki Naruto, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Niji, and Shikamaru Nara, Sans Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, and Otoge Cure's Dose, a total of 9 genin. Subsequently, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, told the 9 people who passed the preliminaries about the third exam and told them that they had a month to prepare. It's finally over. It was really thrilling. After all the genin who were treated in the treatment room were taken back by their respective mentors, Ishikaki Kami sighed while moving her shoulders. "Okay, you can also disperse," Sei Ito announced to Ishikaki Kami, Yamada Aoshi, and Iwata Yuta. "Yeah, that's great." Ishikaki Kami shouted happily, and then invited Sei Ito, Yamada Aoshi, and Iwata Yuta. "Class leader, Aoshi, Yuta, do you want to have a drink?" "Forget it. I'm going to take a bath to relieve my fatigue." Yamada Aoshi refused with a smile. "Sorry, I have to go back to accompany Meika." Iwata Yuta said with a gentle face. I'm sorry, Kami. I have something to do. I can't accompany you. Seito said with a helpless face. That's fine. Ishikaki Kami saw that Seito and the others didn't accompany her, so she was disappointed and dissatisfied. Then Seito and the others sealed the medical equipment in the treatment room with seal scrolls. Then they left the central tower one after another and went to Konoha through another safer passage. About 20 minutes later, they left the range of the Forest of Death and set foot on the bustling streets of Konoha. See you later. After entering the village, Seito waved goodbye to Ishikaki Kami and the others, then turned and walked toward Kurenai's house. However, before Ito Sei could reach Kurenai's house, he bumped into Kurenai's gloomy face. Kurenai. Seito walked toward Kurenai and raised his hand to greet her. Chapter 464. It's you, Seito. Kurenai, who was awakened from her contemplation, sighed after seeing Seito. What's wrong? Seito walked to Kurenai's side, reached out, grabbed her hand, and asked with concern. I just sent Hinata back to the Hyuga clan. Kurenai replied with a slight sigh. What's wrong? Did that old guy Hyuga, Hayashi, make things difficult for you? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. What are you talking about? Hearing Seito's disrespect to the Hyuga clan leader, Kurenai quickly stopped and scolded him. At the same time, she looked around carefully to see if anyone heard Seito's words or behaved abnormally. Fortunately, they were already very close to Kurenai's house at this time, and there was basically no one around except for the alleys. After confirming that no one was paying attention, Kurenai exhaled slightly, then looked up at Seito and said seriously, Seito, it's better not to say such disrespectful words in the future. Who knows when it will bring disaster to you? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seito turned around and gently pushed the hair on Kurenai's face with his free left hand and said softly, If you really know what you're doing, you shouldn't have said those words just now. Kurenai rolled her eyes at Seito and said, Well, I'll pay attention to it in the future. Seito laughed. Then the two moved again and walked toward Kurenai's house, not far away. Go on. Seito held Kurenai's hand and gently stroked the back of her hand with his thumb. Hey, Hyuga clan leader's attitude toward Hinata really makes me a little worried. After suffering such a serious injury, he didn't even say a word of concern. He just said that he knows, really. Kurenai sighed softly and said with a dissatisfied expression, That's really cold. Seito curled his lips and said. At this time, the two had already walked to the front of Kurenai's house and saw Kurenai taking a bunch of keys from a dark corner. She found a key, inserted it into the door lock, and gently twisted the door open. Then Kurenai and Seito walked into the house one after another. I'm going to change my clothes. After entering the room, Kurenai casually placed the door on the cabinet by the door and said as she walked into the room, Then I'll go to the kitchen. Come, Seito said. No need. You've been tired already today. Kurenai turned her head, and said, Say, my Hong is still the best. She knows how to be considerate. Ito-sei smiled and said, In that case, I won't be polite. When have you ever been polite? Kurenai, who had walked into the inner room, said before closing the door. Oh, Seito sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. He watched it absent-mindedly. Sasuke is currently guarded by Kakashi and Umbu. Blood and skin samples can't be obtained for the time being. As for other things, it's not the right time to get them. Seito, who was watching the TV, thought. It seems that everything can only be obtained in Konoha's collapse plan a month later. Finished thinking, Seito put away his thoughts and completely relaxed, watching the very funny show on TV with a leisurely attitude. At this time, he heard a soft sound, and Kurenai, who had changed her clothes, walked out of the inner room and then went straight to the kitchen in a beige dress with a printed pattern on the surface. After a while, a noisy sound came from the kitchen. Kurenai, what are you going to do for the next month? Seito turned his head slightly, still with his back facing Kurenai. Nothing. What's wrong? Kurenai, who was cutting vegetables, replied without raising her head. Don't you need to guide the students? Sei Ito asked in confusion. No, compared to my guidance, the guidance of the elders and their respective families is more useful. Kurenai said helplessly. That's true. After all, they're all descendants of big families, so they must have a lot of secret techniques. Seito said. Then, he changed the topic. In that case, you have time for the next month, right? Yes. Kurenai confirmed. Oh, that's good. Seito laughed. Hearing Seito's laughter, Kurenai understood Seito's plan. Zhu's face was slightly red, and he continued to make dinner silently. Then, Seito took the initiative to chat with Kurenai, and Kurenai passively replied to him. After half an hour, the dinner finally ended. Then, Seito got up from the sofa, walked into the kitchen, and brought the food to the table with Kurenai. Then, they sat down and enjoyed the food together. I'm so full. After a while, Seito, who had finished dinner, patted his stomach and said. Then he turned around, put one hand on the back of the chair he was sitting on, and looked at Kurenai, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. Kurenai, let's go for a walk. Okay. Kurenai agreed. After a while, Kurenai, who had washed the dishes, walked out of the kitchen, and Seito, who stood up from his seat, walked to the entrance, put on his shoes, and walked out of the house. They strolled on the street under the dusk. Kurenai, leaving the commercial street, Seito suddenly called out as they passed through an empty alley. After hearing the sound, she turned her head and nodded slightly to Seito, and then used the body flicker technique with Seito and disappeared from the alley. Hyuga clan. When they appeared here, on a roof not far from the previous alley, Seito frowned and said while holding a kunai at the throat of a young male ninja with white pupils and a Konoha headband. Tell me, why are you following us? Although he found that the other party was from the Hyuga clan, Seito still didn't let go of the kunai in his hand, but once again forced the kunai to the throat of the other party and asked in a deep voice. Patriarch wants to see you. The Hyuga ninja, who was a little breathless by the kunai, said in a difficult tone, Since you want to see me, why don't you just invite us directly? Why are you following us? Seito and Kurenai, who was standing behind the Hyuga ninja, looked at each other and asked again. Because Patriarch said to inform you secretly. The Hyuga ninja replied. Let's go and see them. Hearing this, Kurenai, who was looking at Seito again, said, Okay. Seito nodded and withdrew his kunai from the Hyuga ninja's throat and agreed. Please come with me. The Hyuga ninja said to Seito, then directly used the body flicker technique and quickly walked to the Hyuga clan. Behind him, Seito and Kurenai also used the body flicker technique one after another and followed him to the Hyuga clan. After a while, the three of them arrived outside the Hyuga clan and then, led by the Hyuga ninja, walked into the heavily guarded Hyuga clan and walked to a luxurious building in the clan. Patriarch, the people are here, but also the young lady's instructor, Jonin Kurenai. When they walked to the building, the Hyuga ninja reported respectfully. Let them in. Inside the house, a very majestic voice sounded. Yes. The ninja agreed, walked to the door with small steps, reached out and opened the door and bowed to Seito and Kurenai and said, Please. Seeing this, Seito and Kurenai didn't hesitate and stepped into the house. They saw the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, and the little girl, Hyuga Hanabi, kneeling beside him. Hayashi-sama. Kurenai, who walked into the house, saluted Hyuga Hayashi. Greetings, Patriarch Hyuga. Seito also followed behind Kurenai and saluted. Sit. Hyuga Hayashi said to the two with a blank expression. Seito and Kurenai knelt on the two dark red square cushions directly opposite Hyuga Hayashi, and then looked at Hyuga Hayashi on the opposite side without speaking. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi likes to take the initiative, so he didn't immediately ask. Instead, he used the advantage of his identity to exert psychological pressure on Seito in order to gain more advantages in the following inquiries. As for Seito, if you don't ask, I won't say. No matter what, no pressure can affect him anyway. As for Kurenai, she didn't understand the situation at all, so she couldn't speak. She accompanied Sei Ito and Hyuga Hayashi in silence. All three of them were ninjas, so they were very patient. The direct result of this was more than an hour of silence. It wasn't until Hyuga Hinata, who had just woken up and heard Kurenai's arrival, came to greet them. "I heard that my daughter's injury was treated by you." After Hyuga Hinata and Kurenai finished talking, Hyuga Hayashi said to Sei Ito, "Yes." Sei Ito admitted. "Then the pressure point technique that my daughter suffered was also removed by you?" Hyuga Hayashi asked again. At this time, both Sei Ito and Kurenai understood why Sei Ito was summoned by Hyuga Hayashi, so Sei Ito had nothing to hide and admitted directly. "Yes." After a moment of silence, Hayashi asked again in a deep voice, "Is that unsealing method something that everyone can learn?" "Yes," Sei Ito simply admitted. Hearing Sei Ito's admission without hesitation, the room fell into silence again. After more than 5 minutes, it was broken by Hyuga Hayashi, who said in a deep voice, "Tell me your conditions. To be honest, your Hyuga clan really has nothing worthy of my attention." Sei Ito heard this, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled as he said lightly. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Hyuga Hayashi frowned slightly and stared at him blankly. After a while, he suddenly shouted to the door, "Come, see the guest out." Chapter 465. P.S. Thanks to Malice Section Blade, Demon Commander, Legendary Soldier, Fantasy Dragon, Fall is a Blessing, Passerby Under the Moonlight, T-Jar, and Boring Saint for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Xiao Mofeng and Nickfany for their rewards, and Wind Don't Be Stupid for his evaluation vote. The wooden sliding door was open from the outside, and a ninja of the Hyuga clan appeared outside the door, leaning forward, waiting for the people in the house to come out with a respectful look. "Goodbye." Seeing this, Sei Ito and Kurenai bowed slightly to Hyuga Hayashi, then stood up from the cushion one after another, turned around, walked to the door of the house, and left the Hyuga clan under the leadership of the ninja. "You shouldn't have said that." After leaving the Hyuga clan for some distance, Kurenai sighed slightly and said softly, "But that's the truth." Sei Ito shrugged and said, "There's really nothing in the Hyuga clan that I like. Even if it's the truth, you shouldn't have said that. It will bring you trouble." Kurenai frowned slightly. "It's okay." Sei Ito reached out and grabbed Kurenai's hand, held it in his hand, and gently stroked it with a confident smile on his face. "If they intend to trouble me, I will definitely make them regret it." "Huh?" Hearing Sei Ito's confident words, Kurenai turned her head and looked at Sei Ito in surprise and said softly, "It's good that you know what you're doing." After that, the two of them chatted casually as they slowly walked back to Kurenai Red's house. But this time, Sei Ito didn't watch Kurenai enter the house as usual, but followed behind her and walked into the house together. Seeing this, Kurenai probably guessed Sei Ito's plan, and her cheeks turned slightly red, and walked into the house with Sei Ito. Seeing that Kurenai didn't say anything to stop him, Sei Ito smiled slightly, and his hand that had been holding Kurenai's hand suddenly pulled her into his arms. Before the latter could react, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Kurenai, who put her hands on Sei Ito's chest, closed her eyes and responded after the initial surprise. "I'm going to take a shower first." After a while, Kurenai, who separated from Sei Ito's lips, looked at Sei Ito with her unique red eyes and whispered, "Let's go together." Sei Ito, who was hugging Kurenai's waist, said with a smile. Hearing this, Kurenai rolled her eyes at Sei Ito, then reached out to push Sei Ito away and walked straight into the bathroom. Sei Ito chuckled. He walked to the sofa and sat down. He took the remote control and turned on the TV. About 5 minutes later, he suddenly stood up from the sofa with a smirk on his face, quietly walked to the bathroom door, and quickly took off all his clothes. He opened the bathroom door with a special technique and rushed in. In an instant, Kurenai's white and tender skin was completely exposed to the air. Her hair was naturally scattered as she stood under the shower with her eyes closed, and her head, raised to flush the water, appeared in Ito-sei's eyes. Then, Seito didn't make a sound. Seito quietly went behind Kurenai and reached out to hug her. However, just as his hand were about to touch her tender waist, Kurenai, who had been flushing with her eyes closed, suddenly raised her left hand and hit Seito's abdomen with her elbow. Seito, who noticed Kurenai's attack, immediately moved to the side and at the same time retracted his left hand to block Kurenai's elbow attack. A crisp sound was heard when the palm and elbow collided. Humph! Seeing that her sudden attack was blocked, Kurenai snorted coldly and stopped resisting, letting Seito hold her in his arms. Let's take a closer look. Kurenai, your body is really great. Seito looked down at Kurenai's chest and her flat abdomen, and the slight bulge covered by black grass, and praised. Humph! Hearing Seito's praise, Kurenai felt very comfortable, but on the surface, she still looked disdainful. Now let's bathe together. Seito's hand that was on Kurenai's abdomen slowly moved up her skin and said with a smile. Then, Seito's hand landed on Kurenai's chest and gently rubbed it. How am I supposed to bathe like this? Kurenai opened her mouth slightly and said angrily. Of course, I'll help you bathe. Seito lowered his head and bit Kurenai's shoulder as he said with a smile. Then, the other hand that was on Kurenai's abdomen began to move slowly. His hand gently moved on Kurenai's body. Seeing this, Kurenai didn't resist and closed her eyes slightly. She enjoyed Seito's service, and during this period, the scenery was naturally indispensable. After a while, Kurenai, who was leaning on Seito's chest, suddenly let out a comfortable groan. Her face flushed, and she leaned weakly on Seito's body. Her lips were slightly open, and she looked like she was enjoying the aftertaste. Okay, let's go soak. Seito took his left hand out of Kurenai's lower body and turned off the shower while chuckling. Then he pushed Kurenai to the side of the bathtub, stepped into the bathtub, and slowly sat down while holding Kurenai, who was still enjoying the aftertaste. Wah! As the two of them sat down, the warm water that had accumulated in the bathtub immediately overflowed from the edge of the bathtub and fell onto the white porcelain floor, making a noisy sound. Kurenai, what do you think will happen if we apply to the Hokage-sama for retirement? After quietly enjoying the aftertaste for a while, Seito said softly to Kurenai, who was gradually recovering from the aftertaste. There is no such thing as retirement for a ninja. Kurenai, who was leaning on Seito's arms, said lightly. That's not right. What's the matter with the elders of the major families? Ito-sei asked in confusion. You also said that they are from the major clans. Have you ever seen an elder ninja in an ordinary family? Kurenai replied. TSK, the treatment of the major clans is really special. Seito raised his hand and gently pinched Kurenai's chest, then continued to ask, Is there no other way? There is. Kurenai answered very simply. Then she continued without waiting for Seito to ask. That is to train a descendant to take over my position. Then I can retire, but I still have to take some positions in the village. Being a ninja is really a lifelong profession. Seito sighed slightly, then sighed. It seems that if I want to live a stable life with you, I have to think of another way. Hearing Seito's words, Kurenai's expression was slightly stunned. Then her eyes flashed with a touched look. She raised her hand and held Seito's right hand that was still messing around on her chest, and said softly, Thank you, Seito. Seito didn't pretend to be polite to Kurenai, but he chuckled and kissed Kurenai's neck again, to express his feelings. Let's go back to the bedroom. Kurenai said, Okay. Seito agreed. Then the two got up from the bathtub together, took the towel hanging on the wall, and wiped themselves. After a while, the two of them dried their bodies and walked out of the bathroom hand in hand. They went straight into the bedroom and stood by the bed. Then Seito stepped forward and hugged Kurenai, lowered his head and kissed her lips, entangling with Kurenai's tender tongue. While the two were entangled, Ito slowly leaned over and let Kurenai sit on the bed. He gently pushed her down and knelt on top of Kurenai's body. At the same time, his right hand once again invaded Kurenai's chest, covering the soft flesh on her chest and gently playing with it. After a while, Ito looked up and separated from Kurenai, smiled at her slightly, and used his legs to separate Kurenai's legs and slowly leaned down. Okay. The moment Ito's waist and abdomen were completely pressed together, Kurenai's abdomen. Kurenai's hands suddenly hugged Ito. At the same time, her eyes closed, her head slightly back, and her back gently floated in the air. Her throat made a long moan full of satisfaction. Then Ito stopped what he was doing. After Kurenai got used to it and opened her unique red eyes again, he gently moved again, following which a soft humming sound and the faint scent of a woman's perfume appeared in the bedroom. Okay. After a while, Kurenai let out a long moan as she sat on top of Ito, who was lying on the bed, lying weakly on Ito's chest. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her face was flushed as she panted quickly. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her slightly flushed skin. Phew! At this moment, Ito, who also had a satisfied expression on his face, slightly exhaled. His left hand hugged Kurenai's waist, and his right hand gently slid down her back, enjoying the warmth after the pleasure. After a while, Ito slightly turned his body, allowing Kurenai to lie on her side in his arms. At the same time, his left hand pulled over the thin blanket piled on the side, covering both of them. Feeling the thin quilt covering her body, Kurenai, who closed her eyes to enjoy the aftertaste, opened her eyes slightly. After glancing at the single quilt on her body, she leaned her body closer to Ito Seiji, trying to cover both of them with the thin quilt. Go to sleep. Ito raised his hand and gently brushed away the scattered hair on Kurenai's face as he said gently, "Good night." Kurenai obediently closed her eyes and softly said, "Good night." Ito hugged Kurenai tightly, kissed her forehead, and said softly. Then, she closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. The next day, late in the morning, Ito and Kurenai both woke up. "Lie on the bed, I'll go get something to eat." Ito smiled at Kurenai, who was quietly looking at him. "Okay." Kurenai slightly nodded in response. Then, Ito got up from the bed and walked into the bathroom naked. After a simple shower, he put on the clothes on the floor in front of the bathroom door and slowly walked to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. While he was preparing breakfast, Kurenai, who had been lying on the bed for a while, also got up from the bed and walked into the bathroom to wash up. After a while, Ito, who had prepared the food, said loudly, "Red, the food is ready. Come out and eat." "Okay, I'll be right there." Kurenai, who was in the bathroom, replied. Then the sound of water in the bathroom gradually stopped. Soon after, Kurenai, who was only wearing a white shirt that covered her thighs, walked out of the bathroom. Her breasts were slightly protruding, and her hair was still a little wet. "Red, you look really attractive now," Ito praised when he saw Kurenai dressed up. Kurenai smiled slightly and accepted Ito's compliment without hesitation. Then, she pulled a stool at the table and sat down. After that, the two chatted while enjoying the food. "Then, I'll go first." After enjoying the food together, Ito, who had accompanied Kurenai for a while, bent down to put on his shoes and said to Kurenai, who was standing beside him, to send him off. "Okay," Kurenai replied. After putting on his shoes, Ito got up and kissed Kurenai, who was standing beside him, for a while, then turned and walked out of the door. After leaving Kurenai's house, he went to the medical department. After arriving at the medical department and confirming that there was nothing wrong, Ito left the medical department and strolled around Konoha. However, compared with the past, where he only strolled around the commercial street and the bustling area, this time, the route he took was obviously targeted. Although he still walked along the bustling area, he passed through all the big clans that he had never passed before. When no one was paying attention, he left a special kunai of the flying thunder god jutsu in a hidden corner. It's finally done. Now I just need to wait for the plan to collapse Konoha in a month. Sei Ito, who had returned to the commercial street, thought to himself. Later, Sei Ito, who had nothing to do, returned to Kurenai's house again and accompanied her. It's just that from the next day, Kurenai, who thought that the students would not come to her for guidance, became busy again. Together with Kiba, she carried out a special training for Shino, who passed the preliminaries. The content was mainly about adapting to the situation in the battle. Thank you, Seito-san. On the edge of the training ground, Hyuga Hinata looked shyly at Sei-Ito, who accompanied Kurenai and was sitting and watching the battle. It's nothing, I'm just doing my duty as a doctor. Sei-Ito waved his hand and smiled indifferently, then asked Hyuga Hinata, how do you feel these days? Do you feel uncomfortable? No. Hyuga Hinata shook her head. That's good. If you feel uncomfortable, come to me. Seito smiled. Okay. Hyuga Hinata whispered. Well, sure enough, I still can't adapt to the scene of insects all over the sky. Seito sighed, slightly after watching the battle for a while. Huh? Hyuga Hinata looked at Seito strangely, not knowing what he meant. Forget it, I'll go first. Seito jumped down from the stone he was sitting on, reached out and gently rubbed Hyuga Hinata's head, and said, If your Kurenai sensei asks me what I'm doing, tell her that I'm home. Okay. For the first time, a man other than her father stroked her head. Hyuga Hinata blushed and whispered. Then Seito retracted his hand, turned and left the training ground with a smile on his face. Chapter 466. It seems that you are very comfortable. On the extended balcony of a double-decker building, Seito suddenly appeared and chuckled to the blonde girl who was leaning on the protective railing with her hands and back, looking up with her eyes closed and enjoying the sun. It's you. The blonde girl who recovered from the sound turned her head and looked at Seito, who was squatting on the protective railing. Oh, do you know me? Seito looked at the blonde girl with interest. It's hard not to remember a medical ninja who is faster than a jonin and has good skills. The blonde girl replied, and then asked with a serious face, I don't know why you suddenly appeared here. There is no purpose, just on the way home. I suddenly saw you so comfortable and couldn't help but come up and say hello. Seito chuckled. Is it? Then you're really strange. The blonde girl looked at Seito seriously for a moment and relaxed. Your two teammates. Seito jumped from the protective railing into the balcony and sat next to the blonde girl and asked, Are you going to inquire about information? The blonde girl turned her head and looked at Seito with a smile on her face. I'm not an exam ninja. I am not interested in information. Seito shrugged his shoulders and said, That's not necessarily true, the blonde girl said. Don't worry. I don't pay attention to anything except for the beauty. Seito turned to look at the blonde girl and said with a smile, You are a bold person. You actually came to Sand Ninja's temporary residence to flirt with me. Aren't you afraid of being killed? Hearing Seito's words, the blonde girl was slightly stunned and then squinted her eyes and said, If you're not afraid of causing disputes between the two countries, Seito said without care, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the blonde girl's bare foot in his hand and said while playing with it, I remember your name is Temari, right? Yes. Seeing that her foot was suddenly grabbed, the blonde girl Temari struggled a few times to no avail. She gave up the meaningless struggle, turned her head with a blush on her cheeks, and said while looking down at the streets of Konoha, I didn't expect your skin to be so delicate. This is a miracle for someone who has been staying in Sand Village for a long time. Seito gently stroked Temari's foot with his right finger. Are all the men in Konoha like you? Do you like to touch strange women? At this moment, Temari, who had recovered, resisted the itchiness from the soles of her feet and looked at Seito. Of course not. I'm just special. Seito played with the toes of his hand. He said with a thick-skinned smile, The thickness of your skin and the degree of shamelessness are indeed quite special. Temari said through gritted teeth. Ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Seito laughed shamelessly. Then he let go of Temari's foot, which had been red by the skin. When the latter quickly retracted, he turned his hand and made a porcelain bottle and threw it to Temari. This is my special whitening skincare product. It has no smell and insect repellent effect. It's for you." Temari, who was still a little alert, immediately reached out and took the porcelain bottle that was thrown after hearing Seito's words and opened the lid to observe. "If you're still afraid of poison, you could try it on an animal before you try it." Seeing Temari's action, Seito said, Temari snorted and closed the lid of the porcelain bottle. She put it in her arms and put it away. "Well, I should go. See you later, beautiful girl." Seito turned his head and looked at the street not far away. He got up and said, then without waiting for Temari's answer, he launched the body flicker technique and disappeared on the spot. Just a few seconds after Seito left, Kankuro, dressed in black and wrapped in white bandages, returned to the temporary sand ninja's place. After a while, Seito, in addition to going to work in the medical department and accompanying Kurenai every day, he occasionally flirted with the young girl Temari to improve the relationship between the two. In this way, the time was leisurely, laughing, and joking, and it was the day of the official exam. There are so many people here. If you throw a goddess of love here, the whole continent will be in turmoil for more than 10 years. Ito-sei, who arrived at the competition venue with the 18th medical class, who was responsible for the on-site treatment, leaned on the guardrail at the back of the stand and looked down at the spectators below. After a while, all the contestants except Uchiha Sasuke arrived at the venue. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, walked to the front of the main stand and said, "Distinguished guests, today I would like to thank everyone for gathering here to participate in the Chunin selection exam of Konoha. Now, the official exam of the 8 contestants who passed the preliminaries will begin. Please enjoy." As the words of the third Hokage fell, the audience at the scene once again made a loud noise to express their expectations for the competition. 8. One, the sound ninja is missing. I remember that guy should have been killed by Gara the Knight after the preliminaries. Hearing the number of contestants, Seito's mind turned slightly, and he knew who was missing, and the other party was not present for the competition. Then, as the referee of this competition, Gunma Tsukasa showed the new battle list to everyone to determine each other's opponents. After all the questions were answered clearly, and there were no objections, the other players except for the first battle were allowed to leave the arena. The first match was between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji, who had a conflict with each other because of Hyuga Hinata. After a deep confrontation that lasted for a minute and a half, Uzumaki Naruto threw 3 kunai at Neji, and then without waiting for the kunai to work, he immediately rushed toward Neji, and then when he arrived in front of Neji, he used taijutsu to fight with him. It's just that when it comes to taijutsu, Uzumaki Naruto's half-baked taijutsu is not the opponent of Neji, who has mastered Gentle Fist. Even if Uzumaki Naruto used his beast-like fighting instinct and shadow clone technique to avoid Gentle Fist as much as possible, he was still hit by Neji, who used Gentle Fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, blocking his chakra flow. In the process, Hyuga Neji, who has always despised Uzumaki Naruto, used the Gentle Fist technique that only the people of the Hyuga main family can master, to show the fact that he is a genius. Just when Neji thought that he was going to win, an ominous red chakra with an ominous aura suddenly emerged from Uzumaki Naruto's body, and the powerful chakra flow caused the gravel on the ground to rise one after another in defiance of gravity, suspending around Uzumaki Naruto. Afterward, Uzumaki Naruto, who regained his powerful strength, took the lead to attack Neji. This time, because of the support of Kyuubi's chakra, Uzumaki Naruto's speed suddenly became much faster, and he was also protected by chakra coat. He was no longer afraid of Neji's chakra, and he fought Neji head-on. Then he continued to win with his amazing performance in the end. "You can go down." Seeing Neji fall to the ground, Seito whispered to Ishikaki Kami, Yamada Aoshi, and Iwata Yuta standing behind him. "Yes." The 3 of them immediately responded loudly. Immediately, Yamada Aoi and Iwata Yuta ran into the venue with a stretcher. They moved Neji, who was lying on the ground, onto the stretcher, and worked together to send him to the emergency room in the venue, where he was treated by Kamui Ishigaki, who was already prepared there. Behind Uzumaki Naruto and Niji, the two people who turned to compete were Kankuro of Sand Ninja and Shino of Konoha. But for some reason, Kankuro of Sand Ninja unexpectedly gave up the game, letting Shino win without a fight. After the two of them, it was the turn of the blonde girl Tamari of Sand Ninja and the lazy boy Nara Shikamaru of Konoha. Originally, Nara Shikamaru also wanted to learn from Kankuro and give up, but then he was suddenly kicked out of the venue by Uzumaki Naruto, who ran behind him, and he had to fight Tamari. Although it can be said that Nara Shikamaru has always been an unmotivated guy, and everything is troublesome, but it doesn't mean that he is not strong. With his high IQ beyond ordinary people and his meticulous grasp of the surrounding environment, he only needed a few simple fights to come up with an overall battle strategy, and then he won step by step. However, just when the referee, Gunma, was about to announce his victory, Nara Shikamaru unexpectedly raised his hand and admitted defeat, giving the victory to Tamari. With this kind of battle wisdom, it is estimated that only Senior Colonel Chu can win. Even Little Red Donkey may not be able to fight. Seito looked at Nara Shikamaru, who raised his hand and admitted defeat. With the end of the battle between Nara Shikamaru and Tamari, 3 of the 4 exams of the original 8 candidates have been conducted. Only the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Sand Ninja Gaara has not yet been carried out. Although the audience was impatient because of Uchiha Sasuke's long lateness, they reluctantly endured it because they were full of expectations for the performance of the last known descendant of the famous Uchiha family. After waiting for 15 minutes, just when the third was about to announce Uchiha Sasuke's disqualification, a breeze suddenly appeared in the field, and then Konoha Jonin Hatake Kakashi and Konoha Sasuke appeared back to back. "Sorry, we are late," Kakashi said softly without any sincerity. "Name?" Gama looked at Uchiha Sasuke and asked, "Uchiha Sasuke." Uchiha Sasuke turned his head to look at Genma and said with a gloomy face. As Uchiha Sasuke's words fell, the mood of the audience, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately changed, and they shouted with excitement and expectation. Chapter 467. Is that the Sand Ninja's Bijou Shikaku? Seito, who saw Gaara's transformation, whispered to himself, "How do you know?" Tamari, who had been in Seito's arms, immediately looked at Seito in shock after hearing his words, and asked in surprise, "It's like this, what else don't I know?" Seito chuckled, then looked at Gaara, who was fighting fiercely with Uchiha Sasuke, and said, "That kind of tyrannical chakra is really unscrupulous." While Seito and Tamari were talking, Uchiha Sasuke finally used Chidori to fight with Gaara. Gaara's right arm was immediately penetrated by lightning and turned into a pile of sand, sliding to the branch where Gaara was standing. Subsequently, because of the continuous battle, Uchiha Sasuke, who had used too much chakra, fell weakly on the branch he was standing on. "Stay here obediently. I'll be back soon." Seeing this, Seito bowed his head and said to Tamari in his arms. Then, without waiting for her to speak, he let go of the arm around her waist and launched the body flicker jutsu towards Uchiha Sasuke, who was lying on the tree, unable to move. At the same time, Gaara, who had retransformed his left arm into Shikaku, also shouted and rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke. But just as he was about to catch Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto arrived in time and kicked Gaara's face, sending him flying. After that, Haruno Sakura, wearing a red jumpsuit with a slit to the waist and black sports tight shorts, fell beside Uchiha Sasuke with Kakashi's ninja beast tracking dog Parker, and Seito, who was wearing a dog mask. "It's you." Seeing Seito fall beside Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura immediately exclaimed, "Who is he?" Parker looked at Seito, and then looked at the shocked Haruno Sakura and asked, "If you don't want me to kill you, just watch." Seito didn't pay attention to Haruno Sakura. Instead, he took out a syringe and stabbed it into Uchiha Sasuke's left body, which was covered with curses. At the same time, he released his murderous aura to intimidate Haruno, Sakura, and Parker. Bastard. Looking at the murderous Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, who couldn't move at all, cursed. Very good. Ito chuckled and praised Haruno Sakura as he put away the syringe. Then he used the body flicker technique to return to where Temari was standing and hugged her without any explanation. He continued to watch the battle. So that's your goal? Although she was hugged by Ito again, Temari didn't resist or feel uncomfortable as if she was used to it. She only asked Ito curiously. Ah yes, Ito simply admitted. Hearing this, Temari didn't ask anything. She quietly stayed in Ito's arms, watching the battle that resumed not far away. Hey, Temari, I remember you just said that you will be at my disposal afterwards, right? After a while, Ito, who was watching the battle between Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto, suddenly said to Temari in his arms. Yes, Temari replied. That's good. Ito nodded slightly. Then Ito stepped in front of Temari and opened his mask in front of her confused eyes. He tilted his head and kissed Temari's lips. Temari, who was ambushed and kissed for the first time, was not used to passively accepting Ito-sei's teasing. While her eyes widened in shock, she subconsciously made a sound of hum. Remember, you belong to me. A moment later, Yi Zichen said. After a while, Ito let go of Temari, raised his hand and stroked her cheeks and lips, and announced softly and affirmatively with a smile on his face. You're too overbearing. Temari stared at Ito and muttered in a low voice. See you next time, Ito said with a chuckle. After that, he raised his hand and pulled down his mask, launched the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and disappeared in front of Temari, and then appeared in the territory of the family, in Konoha. Thank you for your hard work. Ito reached out and took the large scroll and special kunai handed over by the shadow clone. You and I don't need to be polite, the shadow clone said, then burst into a pile of smoke and disappeared. Akimichi's secret jutsu. Ito, who received the memories from the shadow clone, muttered to himself. It's a ninjutsu suitable for foodies. Not long after they obtained the first batch, the second and third batch followed closely behind. After obtaining the secret jutsu of Akimichi, Ito successively obtained the secret jutsu of Yamanaka family and the secret jutsu of Nara family. The secret jutsu of these two families are more useful to me, especially the mind-reading jutsu, mind connection jutsu, and mind confusion jutsu of Yamanaka family. Ito, who turned his hand and put away the two scrolls, said with satisfaction. Now I only need the insect jutsu of Aburame family and the beast jutsu of Inazuka family. Ito turned his head and looked at the ninjas of Konoha who had launched a full-scale counterattack. Fortunately, Ito didn't have to wait for too long. When the Four Flames formation above the main hall of the examination venue disappeared, the insect jutsu scroll belonging to the Aburame family and the beast jutsu scroll belonging to the Inazuka family also fell into the hands of Ito. These two scrolls, I'll give them to my subordinates in the future. Ito, who achieved all the expected goals, sighed softly and said to himself. Then he took off the dog mask on his face and put away. He turned into a Konoha ninja and joined the wave of Konoha's full-scale counterattack. He killed the remaining ninjas of Sand and Odogekure. At this time, Ito naturally will not use other attributes of ninjutsu. Instead, he simply used taijutsu combined with chakra scalpel and medical ninjutsu to fight. Even the monster fist was useless. But even so, with Ito's super inspiration, he still exerted amazing combat power and completed killing again and again until the sand released the retreat signal. After that, Konoha entered the post-war stage of reorganization. At the same time, Ito, who was in charge of the 18th medical class, returned to the medical department and began to treat the injured ninjas who were sent to the hospital. He was busy all the way until the wee hours of the next day. Song, why are you the only one here? What about Kemui and Yuta? Ito, who had dealt with all the wounded in his hands, returned to the Team 18 lounge and asked Yamada Aoshi, who didn't know when he returned to the lounge. At this time, he was sitting on a chair with his hands on his head, exuding a gloomy atmosphere. Class leader. Hearing Seito's inquiry, Yamada Aoshi raised his head slightly and looked sadly at Seito. Kimui is dead, and Yuta is disabled. He can't be a ninja anymore. After that, Yamada Aoshi seemed to have found a vent and cried in a low voice. Is it? Seito frowned and said with a gloomy face. Then he gently closed the door of the lounge, walked slowly to the side of the chair and sat down, closed his eyes and recalled. She recalled the joy that Ishikaki Yoshimi had brought to her and the simple and honest Buddha. Ding, 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 ding. Just when the room was silent, a burst of rapid footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and then a man dressed as a medical ninja pushed open the door and said in a hurry, Captain Ito-chung, there's a seriously injured person in room 23. Please go there. I know, Seito said in a deep voice. Then he stood up from his seat, walked to Yamada Aoshi's side and patted his shoulder, then turned and left the lounge, followed the medical ninja who was waiting at the door and hurried to room 23. One day later, in the early morning, Seito, wearing a black suit, walked slowly out of the house, followed the crowd on the street, and walked toward the funeral of the third Hokage, Sir Toby, and the ninjas who died in Konoha's collapse plan. After a while, Seito came to the funeral venue, glanced at the crowd several times, and after finding Kurenai standing in the front row, he slowly walked toward her. Kurenai, Seito whispered to Kurenai. You are here. Kurenai whispered back. Yes, Seito responded. After that, the two didn't talk and stood quietly in the line, waiting for the funeral to begin. The funeral of the third Hokage and the victims who died in this war will now begin. After a while, with the sudden rain falling from the sky, one of Konoha's advisors, Mito Kato Hamura, stood in front of the table with the photos of the third Hokage and the ninjas who died in the war. Then, starting from the left to the first row, the people who came to participate in the funeral walked one by one to the low table with the photos, put the white chrysanthemums in their hands on the stone platform in front of the low table, and then left the low table from the other side and returned to the line, silently mourning. After a long while, after everyone offered the white chrysanthemums, the funeral was over, and at the same time, the rain that had been falling also stopped, and the dark clouds dispersed, revealing the clear blue sky, as if to announce the end of the sadness. A few days after the funeral, Hey, Seito, I want to eat meatballs. This morning, Mitarashi Anko, who was with Kurenai, said to Seito, the only man among the three of them. You want to eat meatballs at this time? Aren't you afraid of getting heaty? Seito looked at Mitarashi Anko, speechless. Patrolling is too boring. If I don't eat meatballs, I won't have any motivation. Mitarashi Anko said with a smile. Okay then. Hearing this, Seito had nothing to say and sighed helplessly. Thank you, Seito. Mitarashi Anko smiled happily. Kurenai, let's go. Seito reached out and held Kurenai's hand and said, Okay. Kurenai agreed with a smile, and then followed Seito to the meatball shop in the distance. Hey, Kurenai, do you have the heart to leave me alone? Mitarashi Anko shouted at Kurenai's back, but Kurenai just turned her head and smiled at her, then turned around and followed Seito to the distance. Chapter 468. P.S. Thanks to KX, Ma, Reflective Thoughts, and Shirley for their precious monthly votes, and thanks to Xiao Mofeng and Nickfany for their tips. Without these women and children, I want to see how the Hyuga clan can pass down their legacy. Standing in the empty Hyuga clan private shelter, Seito sneered, then shook his head slightly regretfully and whispered to himself, It's a pity that they are all branch family members. I didn't catch any of the main family members. But forget it. Let's see if I can find the scroll of Gentle Fist first. Then Ito-sei put away his thoughts, stepped out of the fallout shelter, and began to search the Hyuga clan's land that had become empty. After a while, Sei Ito, who went through most of the empty houses, found a large number of kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags among them. Only the scrolls of Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms, and 8 trigrams 64 palms. As for the more advanced 8 trigrams 12 palms and revolving heaven records, he didn't find any. Forget it. Since even Hyuga Niji could deduce it by himself, the other Hyuga clansmen must know the principle. Not to mention that there is an explanation in the anime. If they really need it, I can help them to deduce it. Ito Sei, who put away the things, thought secretly. Next place, where the scroll of seals is kept. After thinking, Sei Ito launched the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and instantly appeared near the Hokage office building. Then Sei Ito raised his hand and put away the special kunai nailed in the shadow, turned his head to check, and soon found a small independent building similar to the Earth God's altar not far from the Hokage office building. It's there, Sei Ito secretly thought, then released his perception and closed his eyes to feel. 1, 2, 3, for a total of 8 umbu, 2 of which are Jonin level. It seems that because of the attack of the Sand Village, the guards of the Scroll of Seals changed from the original open and secret defense to waiting in the dark. Sei Ito, who opened his eyes again, thought, "It seems that I can only attack." After thinking about it, Ito Sei rushed out from the corner and came to the front of the independent small building. At the same time, when the Umbu found him, he mobilized his spiritual force and released the famous Jinjutsu used by Second Hokage, Dark Walk. In an instant, a large darkness shrouded the independent building within a radius of 10 meters and wrapped the 8 Umbu who had just jumped out of hiding. Then, seeing the success of the Jinjutsu, Sei Ito instantly rushed into the darkness, moving like a ghost and slaughtering the Umbu who could only passively defend and have no power to counterattack. 8 continuous screams sounded in the darkness. Later, Sei Ito, who cleaned up the guards, came to the independent building in the darkness. There is a barrier protecting it. How did Uzumaki Naruto, who didn't know anything, steal the Scroll of Seals? Sure enough, Sandame did it on purpose. Sei Ito put his palm in front of the transparent barrier that appeared because of his touch. Although the barrier in Naruto's world is somewhat mutated because of the relationship between chakra and Fuinjutsu, it is not out of the range of Yin-Yang Jutsu. "Let me break it for you now," Sei Ito said, and the palm on the surface of the barrier was clenched, and the energy in his body that had been converted into spiritual force was transferred to his index finger. A silver-white energy like stars immediately appeared at the tip of his index finger, moving with Sei Ito's finger. After a while, Sei Ito's arm stopped moving, and a strange Sanskrit symbol exuding a silver-white light appeared on the surface of the barrier, flashing slightly. Then Sei Ito made a hand seal with both hands and shouted to the barrier in front of him, "Release." As soon as his voice fell, the strange Sanskrit that was emitting a silver-white light suddenly emitted a piercing light. Then, with the light as the center, cracks quickly spread on the surface of the enchantment. Then, with a series of crackling sounds, the enchantment began to crack. It burst into dozens of glass-like fragments and drifted to the ground. Scroll of Seals obtained. Sei Ito reached out and grabbed the scroll stored in the temple, took it out, and sent it to the Rubik's Cube world. "It's so slow. Could it be that the guards and the family haven't withdrawn yet?" Sei Ito looked into the distance and whispered, "In that case, let's go to Temari and get Uchiha's blood and skin samples on the way." After thinking, Sei Ito once again launched the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and suddenly disappeared from Konoha. "It seems that your situation is very bad." Sei Ito suddenly appeared on the ground. Temari, who was struggling to get up, chuckled. "Who are you?" Temari looked at the dog mask that suddenly appeared beside her with an ugly expression. The guy who looked down at her asked in a low voice, Sorry, I forgot I was wearing a mask." Sei Ito frivolously apologized and raised his hand to put the dog mask on his forehead so that his face was exposed. "It's you." Temari's expression changed slightly, and she shouted, "Of course it's me." Sei Ito squatted beside Temari, looking at Temari, who seemed to have given up resistance, and chuckled. Do it. Temari looked up at the blue sky and said softly. Then I won't be polite. Say Ito heard this, and his expression immediately changed and said with a cold face. Seeing Sei Ito's change, Temari closed her eyes and waited for Sei Ito's final blow. I lied to you. At this time, Temari, who felt her cheek being gently stroked, heard Sei Ito's teasing voice again. You didn't come to kill me. Temari opened her eyes and looked at Sei Ito and asked, Of course, you are so cute. How can I be willing to kill you? Sei Ito said, and at the same time, his palm glowed with the green light of medical ninjutsu and began to treat Temari. Your current behavior is colluding with the enemy. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Temari's cheeks turned slightly red, and she looked at the trees on the side and said lightly, It doesn't matter, Sei Ito said indifferently. Strange guy, Temari whispered softly. Then her expression changed, and she struggled to sit up from the ground and said anxiously, By the way, I am Gaara. Look at you. You have reached your limit now. Even if you catch up, what can you do? Sei Ito said while using palm technique to treat Temari's injury. It's none of your business. Temari slapped away Sei Ito's palm and stood up from the ground with difficulty. She gasped and said in a low voice, How can it be none of my business? You know, you're mine now. Sei Ito stood up, reached out and covered Temari's cheek, and said with a smile while gently stroking with his thumb, What nonsense are you talking about? Temari's heart was beating wildly, but she still said with an angry look on her face, Just now, what will happen if I kill you? Sei Ito looked at Temari and said softly, I will die, Temari said in a low voice after a moment of silence. Understood, Sei Ito said while looking at Temari with a smile on his face. Even so, I still have to catch up. As for me, speaking until here, Temari paused slightly and said, You can deal with me after this. After saying that, she immediately burst out her chakra, jumped on the branch, and chased in the direction of Kankuro. Cute little girl. No, it should be called cute woman. Sei Ito looked at Temari and laughed. Then, with a leap, he also jumped onto a tree branch and followed behind Temple. Are you still going to stop me? Temari's hand tightened the handle of the big iron fan behind her, looked at Sei Ito, and asked with a frown. Why would I? Sei Ito said in surprise. Then why are you still following me? Temari's heart relaxed slightly and asked again. You know, you belong to me now. I don't want you to have any problems later, so of course I have to follow you. Sei Ito said as if it was a matter of course, but Temari clearly understood the other meaning in his words, and her cheeks blushed again. Looking ahead, he continued on his way without making a sound. We're almost there. After a while, Sei Ito raised his hand and pulled the mask on his face, covering his face again, and said softly to Temari beside him. Then he jumped. He disappeared from Temari's side. Shortly after Sei Ito jumped away from her side, Temari finally found Kankuro, who was supporting Gaara in front of her, and then she quickly jumped to Kankuro's side. Temari? I thought you were killed by him. Kankuro looked at Temari, who was half squatting beside him. Temari said, while panting, Are you okay? At least for now, but we still have to delay him. Temari, who stood upright, said in a deep voice, Yes, it will take time for Gaara to recover, and then try to consume his chakra. Kankuro stared at Uchiha Sasuke and said, Go, Kankuro, I will delay him again. Temari turned her head and said to Kankuro anxiously. But Kankuro didn't listen to Temari's words. Instead, he directly held the puppet behind him in his hand, jumped to the branch in front of him and Temari, and said with his back facing Temari, Temari, take Gaara away first. You have reached your limit, and I don't need you to delay. But Temari wanted to speak, but she was immediately interrupted by Kankuro's shout. Go, go! Kankuro, who saw that Temari didn't respond, urged her again. I got it. Temari agreed solemnly, then leaned over and lifted Gaara and used body flicker technique to leave the scene. There's no other way. Let me be your opponent. Kankuro looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said, Well, I don't care who it is. Uchiha Sasuke said confidently, Just as his voice fell, Sei Ito, with the dog mask on his face, suddenly appeared behind him, pierced Uchiha Sasuke's body with the syringe in his hand, and slowly extracted his blood. Fixed body jutsu, Uchiha Sasuke said with an ugly face. Well, I won't disturb your battle. You can continue. Sei Ito, who took the syringe full of blood, turned his hand and put it away. While taking a few hairs from Uchiha Sasuke's head, he smiled and said to Kankuro, whose face was full of astonishment. Then, without waiting for the two of them to speak, he immediately lifted the Jinjutsu fixed body jutsu applied on Uchiha Sasuke, and at the same time used body flicker technique to hide his figure again. Ha ha! After Seito left, Kankuro couldn't help but laugh. In this way, the blood sample of Uchiha Sasuke in his normal state has been obtained. Now, the only thing left is the sample of his mutation after opening the curse seal. Listening to the laughter that gradually faded, Seito thought in his heart, and then suddenly remembered that Shino and his insects should have already arrived nearby. In order not to be tracked, Seito, who jumped forward, immediately entered the Rubik's Cube world, and after breaking all the things on his body, he put on an identical set of clothes and dog mask, and then left the Rubik's Cube world again and followed Temari's footsteps. Temari, let me down. While moving, Gaara, who was supported by Temari, suddenly woke up and turned his head to order Temari. Can you move, Gaara? Hearing Gaara's voice, Temari asked with concern and stopped at the next foothold. At this time, Gaara, who was still normal, suddenly knelt on the ground, covering his forehead with one hand and screaming in pain. Gaara, Temari called out worriedly, and then saw the wound on Gaara's shoulder. She half-turned, reached out from her jacket, and handed Gaara the ointment. Temari, go over there. But Gaara didn't take over Temari's ointment, but suddenly ordered her. Hearing this, the latter looked at Gaara in surprise. Anyway, hurry up. At this time, Gaara, who straightened up and turned around, slammed Temari to the side and said impatiently, Oh, really? It's not good if you get hurt. Just as Temari was about to hit the trunk on the side, Seito's figure appeared behind Temari again, reached out and took her into his arms, and jumped out of Gaara's sight. You really don't care about your body, Seito, who stopped on a branch again, stroked Temari's abdomen and joked. Let me go, Temari said with a slightly red face. Well, I feel comfortable like this, so let's do it. Seito chuckled and vetoed. Seeing this, Temari also gave up resistance, and let Seito hold her in his arms with a slightly red face, looking at Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke in the distance. I don't know what you guys are trying to do, but I'll stop you, Uchiha Sasuke said, and to see your body. As Uchiha Sasuke's words fell, the sand armor on Gaara's face suddenly cracked, and Gaara grabbed his head with both hands and stared at Uchiha Sasuke with a painful face. Gaara, Temari, who saw Gaara's situation, cried out worriedly. Then Temari's expression changed, and she shouted at Gaara, Stop, Gaara! Have you forgotten the battle plan? But now Gaara's mind was full of killing Uchiha Sasuke to prove his life. He didn't hear Temari's shout at all, and still mutated there. You are my prey. After a while, with Gaara's shout, Gaara's entire right arm and right half of his face suddenly turned into a monster. The right eye, like an ancient square whole copper coin, stared murderously at Uchiha Sasuke, standing on a branch not far away. Chapter 470. P.S. The chapter number is wrong again. I actually wrote 9 as 7. Well, if you find that there are fewer chapters, it's all my fault. I apologize. TT, thanks to Ugly Needs Plastic Surgery and Snow Phoenix for their precious monthly votes, and thanks to Quick Count Bookboy for his reward. Oh, you two, you're really close. With his back leaning against the doorpost at the door of the meatball shop, Kakashi, who was holding a forbidden 18 novel in his hand, straightened up and put away the novel in his hand while greeting Ito-sei and Kurenai, who were walking over slowly. Of course, Seito said with a cheeky smile. As for Kurenai, although she blushed a little because of Kakashi's words, she didn't refute or try to cover it up, and directly acquiesced. Then what are you doing here? Kurenai, whose face quickly returned to normal, asked Kakashi. I'm just here to buy offerings. Kakashi replied. Then his eyes slightly looked at the meatball shop and continued. I'm waiting for someone, Sasuke. Huh. It's really strange that you're waiting for someone. Sei Ito and Kurenai also glanced at the meatball shop from the corner of their eyes and said in surprise. Big prey? Kurenai asked in code. Well, yes. Kakashi replied. Kakashi, it's really strange that you're here first. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke came to the meatball shop and said to Kakashi in surprise. Forget it, occasionally. Kakashi's eyes were still looking at the meatball shop and said casually to Uchiha Sasuke. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke also noticed Kakashi's eyes and looked at him strangely. After seeing the things placed on the table at the entrance of the meatball shop, he said unhappily, I don't like to eat nadu and sweets. Is that so? Kakashi answered while looking at Kurenai and Sei Ito. Kurenai and Sei Ito immediately understood Kakashi's meaning and nodded slightly. At the same time, they used body flicker technique and disappeared in front of Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke. You're not from his village, are you? On the riverside road in Konoha, Kurenai was stopped in front of her and Sei Ito, wearing a black coat with red clouds. What are you doing here? The two men wearing white bamboo hats asked in a deep voice. Long time no see, Red, one of the two men in overcoats said in a familiar tone. As for Sei Ito, he was once again ignored. Since you recognize me, that means you were also ninjas of this village before, Kurenai said. Hearing this, the black-clothed man raised his hand and slightly lifted the bamboo hat covering his face, revealing the face under the bamboo hat and the scarlet Sharingan. You are. Sunset Crimson said in shock. At this moment, the man took off the bamboo hat on his head, completely exposing his face to the air. At the same time, his left hand reached out from his coat. He unbuttoned the coat from his high collar to his chest so that people could see him clearly. Uchiha Itachi, Kurenai said with a dry voice. Since you know Uchiha Itachi, I will also introduce myself. After Uchiha Itachi, the other man in a black coat raised his hand and took off his bamboo hat and said, My name is Kisame Kisame. Nice to meet you. There's nothing to talk about. Let's talk with our fists, Sei Ito said. Looks like you're not very popular. Kisame Kisame said as he looked at Ito Sei with his blue shark gill-like face. I know you, Kisame Kisame, originally a mist ninja. Because of killing daimyo and sabotaging the country, you're a fugitive ninja wanted by the water country. Kurenai explained. Then, in order to let Ito Sei, who might not be aware of the situation, know more about the two of them, she continued. You are both S-class felons on the wanted list. Itachi, after doing that, you dare to come back to this village. You're quite brave. Kurenai looked at Itachi and said, Kurenai, please don't worry about me. I don't want to kill you, Itachi said with an indifferent expression. This really doesn't sound like the words of a person who killed his compatriots. You have no purpose. I know you're not this kind of person. What's your purpose? Kurenai asked. At this time, Kisame raised his hand and grabbed the handle of the katana on his back. Suddenly, he smashed it on the ground between him and Kurenai, and while the ground was covered with dust, he said, Woman, your words are a bit too much. Do you want to kill them? Kisame asked Itachi. It seems that they won't let me go easily, but don't go too far. Your moves are too flashy, Itachi said casually. Then it's decided. Kisame lifted the katana wrapped in white cloth, put it on his shoulder, and stared at Sei Ito and Kurenai. Then he threw away the bamboo hat in his right hand, and once again swung his katana at Sei Ito. Seeing the katana coming, Ito Sei moved sideways and dodged the attack of Kisame Kisame in an instant. At the same time, he used the monstrous strength art of steel hands to hit the katana that was still suspended in the air. Boom! The huge force from Ito Sei's hand instantly knocked away the sword beside him. At the same time, Kisame Kisame, who was caught off guard, also staggered. At this time, Ito Sei took a step and instantly appeared in front of Kisame Kisame and punched him in the abdomen. But before he could hit, Itachi, who was on the side, suddenly made a move and stabbed Sei with his kunai. Seeing this, Ito quickly retracted his fist and stepped back. At the same time, he put his palm on Itachi's arm and pushed him fiercely, causing Itachi to stagger. "Itachi, get out of the way." At this time, Kisame, who took advantage of Itachi's block, turned around and smashed his katana towards Sei and shouted loudly. Then, the katana passed through Itachi, who had turned into a fake clone without any hindrance, and smashed towards Ito. "You don't learn from your mistakes." Sei sneered and stepped sideways to avoid Kisame's broadsword. Then he turned his body and kicked the broadsword in front of him with his foot. The force from his foot was stronger than a fist, and instantly kicked Kisame and his katana to the side of the river, and he slid far away. Then Sei turned his body and waved the kunai that suddenly appeared in his hand quickly. A burst of ding, 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 ding sound was heard one after another, and several shurikens were bounced away in front of him and fell to the ground. "Itachi, that guy is too strong. It's too hard to fight without ninjutsu." At this time, Kisame, who was already standing on the water, shouted to Itachi, who was confronting Ito and Kurenai again. "Leave it to me." Itachi stared at Ito and said lightly, "Someone else?" Ito looked at Itachi and said with a smile. Itachi didn't pay attention to Ito's words and directly answered with actions instead of words. Suddenly, 4 shurikens appeared in Itachi's right hand, and he threw them at Ito. Ding, 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 for crisp sound were heard, and the 4 shurikens flying towards Ito were all blocked by Ito. "Ito, be careful." At this time, Kurenai, who had been unable to intervene in the battle, suddenly shouted to remind him. It turned out that another Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared behind Sei with a kunai in his hand, aiming at his neck. Bang! Ito, whose neck was cut by Itachi, suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke, and a wooden stake took Itachi's attack for him. Then several shurikens flew out from Itachi's back and shot towards him at a very fast speed. Then there was another explosion, and Itachi's body also turned into a wooden stake and was hit to the ground by the shurikens. "Kurenai!" At this time, Ito suddenly shouted to Kurenai. Hearing this, Kurenai was slightly surprised, and then she saw a thick water column rushing towards her at high speed. Just as she was about to dodge, another thick water column suddenly rose from the side of the river and collided with another water column, canceling each other out, and both turned into ordinary water again and scattered on the ground. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Don't move. Then 2 Kakashi appeared on the surface of the water to confront Kisame, and the other one appeared behind Uchiha Itachi, who had dodged using substitution jutsu, and put a kunai on his back and said lightly, "I didn't expect you to come," Ito said as he walked towards Kurenai. "No, although I just asked you. I'm still a little worried," Kakashi said. "Hatake, Kakashi." Uchiha Sasuke turned his head and looked at Kakashi, who was standing behind him, and said lightly, "What's the purpose of a fugitive like you coming back?" Kakashi asked Itachi. "This is really surprising. No wonder you use the same ninjutsu as me." On the other side, Kisame, who was standing on the water, looked at Kakashi standing in front of him and said with interest, "I didn't expect that besides Itachi, there would be someone with such eyes. I remember his name is Copy Ninja Kakashi. We're the ones who should be surprised. We were wondering who the person we saw in the meatball shop was. I didn't expect it to be Uchiha Itachi and Kirigakure's monster, Kisame, Kakashi said. "Oh, even I know, it's really an honor," Kisame said with a tone that said he was honored to be known by Kakashi. "So that's how it is, one of the 7 legendary swordsmen of the mist, and that big sword is shark muscle." Kakashi stared at Kisame with indifferent eyes and said, "Humph, I heard that little devil Zabuza had fought with you before." Kisame snorted and said to Kakashi while holding his saber upside down. "Ah," Kakashi responded, and at the same time, a kunai appeared in his right hand behind his back. "You're a man worthy of being cut by me." Kisame raised his large blade and pointed it at Kakashi. Chapter 471. P.S. Thanks to Tsukumi Reich for her precious monthly vote and Nikfini for her tip. Don't mess around, Kisame. Uchiha Itachi turned his head slightly and looked at Kisame, standing on the water surface. When Kurenai was surprised by his words, he continued, if you want to fight with him, it won't be easy to deal with him. And if it takes too long, other ninjas will come here. Also, don't forget our real purpose. You didn't come here to get hurt, did you? Then, can you tell us what your purpose is? Kakashi asked. We just came here to find something, Itachi said casually. Find something? Kakashi repeated softly, and then raised his kunai in front of him and asked seriously, what are you looking for? Unlike Hoshigaki Kisame, I won't take too much time. Itachi didn't answer immediately, but suddenly said something irrelevant. After saying that, his scarlet Sharingan moved and looked at Kakashi, and at the same time, 3 shurikens appeared in his hands. But the real attack was not the 3 shurikens, but the water column from the water released by the water released from the river. Fortunately, Kakashi was not weak. When Itachi launched the attack, he quickly retreated, and at the same time, he made several hand seals with both hands in extremely fast speed, using water release, water barrier to intercept Itachi's attack. Seito, you go install Kisame. After the water defense was over, Kaka, who was staring at Itachi, said while panting slightly. Okay. Ito-sei immediately agreed. Then, he stomped his feet and jumped into the canal, rushing towards Kisame. Then, when he arrived in front of Kisame, Kakashi, who was confronting Kisame, suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Oh, it's really troublesome that my opponent is you, Kisame said casually. Well, same to you. Ito-sei smiled lightly, and then proposed to Kisame, why don't we stay here and wait for Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi to decide the winner? What do you think? Just as Ito and Kisame were talking, another Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, and a kunai pierced his back. Immediately, Kakashi, who was stabbed in the back, turned into a pool of water and fell to the ground. Water clone? Kisame, who saw all this, was surprised. Then, when Kurenai was about to use Jinjutsu to help Kakashi, 3 shurikens flew out of Itachi's hand. Kurenai's face. Seeing this, Kurenai immediately released her ninjutsu hand seal and took out her kunai to block the attack. But before she could do anything, Kakashi, who had been hiding, suddenly appeared in front of Kurenai and jumped high up to the water. Just as Kakashi and Kurenai jumped away, a violent explosion occurred, and the resulting chakra turbulence and attack instantly fell on Kakashi's back. Fortunately, Kakashi and Kurenai dodged in time, so they weren't injured by the explosion, turning a Kage clone into a shuriken. Then he detonated it at close range. How insidious. Ito-sei turned his head slightly and said softly. When Kakashi and Kurenai stood on the surface of the water, Itachi's figure appeared not far behind Kakashi, quietly looking at Kakashi, who was gasping for breath. Don't be careless. That guy became the Umbu captain at the age of 13. Kakashi, who saw the change in Kurenai's expression, turned his head and looked at Itachi behind him. I didn't expect him to be so powerful, Kurenai said with a defensive posture. No, his strength is more than that. Kakashi reminded in a heavy tone. You're not an Uchiha, but you can use the Sharingan to this extent. Your body is not suitable for that Uchiha's body. Itachi looked at Kakashi and said, do you know why the Uchiha are known as the strongest clan? At this time, a river breeze blew, and green leaves fluttered across the river. Sharingan, the true power of the Kekkei Genkai, I will show you. At this time, Itachi, who had his eyes closed, said softly, and then opened his scarlet Sharingan again. He looked at Kakashi and Kurenai behind him. Not good. Kurenai, don't look at his eyes. Kakashi saw this and hurriedly shouted to Kurenai. It seems that the victory and defeat over there is about to be decided. Kisame said in a relaxed tone. If we meet his eyes now, we'll be done for. We'll be able to fight against him. Only people with the Sharingan can do it. At this time, Kakashi looked at Itachi with his left Sharingan and said seriously, Indeed, as long as you have the Sharingan, you can resist this Manjikyu Sharingan, but speaking of this, Itachi suddenly launched the unique Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, Tsukuyami, and continued. This Sharingan special dojutsu Jinjutsu Tsukuyami can't be resisted. Only people with the same Kekkei Genkai can defeat me. Just 2 or 3 seconds after Itachi's voice fell, Kakashi, who was gasping for breath, suddenly knelt on the water. The victory and defeat has been decided. Kisame smiled. Is that Tsukuyami? It didn't even spread the slightest spiritual power fluctuation. Seito didn't pay attention to Kisame's words. Instead, he speculated on the principle of Tsukuyami's function. Is it to focus all the spiritual power needed by Tsukuyami on the eyes, and then use it on the target after the Sharingan's enhancement? What's wrong with you, Kakashi? Kurenai asked with concern. Can't you open your eyes? Not yet. Kakashi, who was kneeling on the river with both hands, said with difficulty. What the hell happened? As soon as he finished speaking, you suddenly fell down. Kurenai asked anxiously. At this time, Kisame's figure moved and instantly appeared beside Itachi. At the same time, Seito also appeared beside Kurenai at the same time. Oh, even after being hit by that ninjutsu, your spirit still hasn't collapsed. Kisame looked at Kakashi, who was already half kneeling at this time, and then turned to Itachi. However, Itachi, if you use that too much, even you will be in danger. The thing you're looking for, is it Sasuke? Kakashi asked weakly. No, it's the relic of Yondaime Hokage. Itachi replied. At this time, another gust of river wind blew. It blew Itachi's hair up, and then it was blocked by Itachi's raised right hand. Are you looking for the Kyuubi in Naruto's body? Kakashi asked weakly. I know, it's not just the two of you who started the operation. The name of the organization. It's Akatsuki. Hearing this, Itachi and Kisame's expressions changed slightly, and then Itachi said, Kisame, take Kakashi with you. Let the others disappear. After that, Kisame immediately dragged his sword and rushed toward Kakashi, Kurenai, and Seito. Seeing this, Seito didn't talk nonsense and directly rushed out from Kurenai's side to meet Kisame. But before the two could touch each other, a green figure suddenly broke into the space between Kisame and Seito. A powerful kick intercepted the Kisame ghost shark. Konoha's great tornado. Who is it? Kisame, who was kicked back to Itachi's side, looked at the figure that suddenly appeared and asked. Konoha's proud Kanglen beast, Mike K. Mike K put one hand behind his back, and the other hand stretched out in front of his body. He slightly leaned sideways, and his white teeth were neatly closed together, showing 10 shining white teeth on the front of his mouth. Ridiculous dress. I think he's a rare beast, Kisame said sarcastically. Don't underestimate that person, Itachi reminded him. Seeing Mike K's arrival, Kakashi could no longer support his body and fell on the water. You can actually force Kakashi to this point. Mike K stepped forward and squatted in front of Kakashi and said, Leave it to me. Seito, who knew that the battle would definitely not happen, returned to Kakashi's side. While using medical ninjutsu to treat Kakashi, he said to Mike K, Oh, I didn't expect you to be a medical ninja. Kisame looked at Seito and said, Don't look at Itachi, K, or you will fall into his Jinjutsu, Kurenai reminded him. I know that kind of thing for a long time, in order to learn from Kakashi. I have thought of a way to deal with the Sharingan, Mike K said, and then said to Kurenai, open your eyes. But, Kurenai said hesitantly, when fighting with the Sharingan, as long as you don't look at each other, it will be fine. That is, look at the opponent's feet, and use this insight to the opponent's movements and make corresponding countermeasures, Mike K explained. Indeed, now that you mention it, that may be the case. Kurenai heard this and said with certainty, but she quickly thought of the difficulty of this technique and said with uncertainty again, but only you can do this. That's right, finding the opponent's movements just by looking at the opponent's feet is a skill, but I don't have time to teach you in this case. In short, learn it now. Mike K got up and looked at Itachi and Kisame. I know, Kurenai said solemnly. Now, before my reinforcements arrive, let me deal with you temporarily, Mike K said. How interesting. How brave. Persimmon Ghost Shark joked. Kisame, forget it. Just as the battle was about to start, Itachi stopped him. We are not here to start a war, although it is a pity. It doesn't make sense to stay here any longer. Let's go back. It's not easy to have a little interest. It seems that there is no other way, Kisame said regretfully. Then, together with Itachi, he used the body flicker technique and disappeared in front of Seito's eyes. Out, Kakashi. Seeing this, Mike K also came to Seito's side and asked, "There's some internal damage in the head, but the problem is not big, but the mental damage is a bit troublesome. But overall, it is good," Seito said. "Let's go back first," Kurenai reminded. Okay, Seito agreed, then put away his medical ninjutsu and prepared to leave the river with Mike K. But before they left, an suddenly appeared in front of Seito, half kneeling on the water, and said, "Seito, Elder Mito summons you." Hearing this, Seito frowned slightly and threw a reassuring look to Kurenai, then said to the "I know, let's go." After that, he used the body flicker technique with the and disappeared from the river. Elder Mito, Seito has arrived. At the top of a large platform, the half kneeling on the ground reported to Hamura Mito Kato, who was standing not far away. "You can go," Hamura Mito Kato said indifferently. Yes, the agreed and immediately used the body flicker technique to leave the platform. This kid is Steelhand's apprentice. As soon as the left, the old man with silver white hair and a forehead protector on his forehead touched his chin and looked at Seito with a playful expression. Yes, Koharu looked at Seito and confirmed. Okay then. The white-haired man rubbed his chin and looked up and down at Seito, then said after thinking for a moment, "I'll leave the matter of finding Steelhand to you, Jiraiya." Koharu looked at the white-haired man and said, "I know," Jiraiya replied, and then said to Seito, "Kid, come with me." Yes. Hearing this, Seito didn't know what to do, so he quickly agreed and followed Jiraiya, leaving the big platform and going down the street below. After that, the two silently came to the gate of Konoha. Seito asked the ninja guarding the gate to help him send a message to Kurenai, and after meeting up with Uzumaki Naruto, they left Konoha together and embarked on the journey to find Steelhand. Along the way, Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya interacted with each other. This situation didn't end until they reached the first town, and Jiraiya was seduced by a beautiful woman with long black hair. Uchiha Ito is going to invade the hotel. Seito, sitting in the room arranged for him, thought to himself. Clang, sure enough. Not long after, Seito, who was silently perceiving the situation outside, heard a knock on the door of the room where Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya lived. Creak, the door was opened. I didn't expect Kyuubi to be in this guy's body. Kisame's voice sounded. Naruto, come with me. Uchiha Ito said after that. Creak, another door opened. He can't be taken away by you. Seito, who walked out of the room, said to Uchiha Ito and Kisame. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Kisame Ghost Shark's hand gripped the hilt of the great saber on his back. He grinned with his mouth full of sharp teeth. Chapter 472. It seems that if I want to take Kyuubi's kid, I have to waste some time. Kisame bypassed Uzumaki Naruto, who was stunned, and walked towards Seito step by step. What? Are you going to fight here? Itosei pretended to put his right hand behind his back and held the kunai that suddenly appeared in his palm. He lowered his body and got into an attacking posture. He looked at Kisame and said with a chuckle, the environment here is very unfavorable for you. Just as the two were about to fight, Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly sounded. Long time no see, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, who suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor, said in a low voice. Uchiha Itachi? Uzumaki Naruto, who heard Uchiha Sasuke's words, murmured in shock. Oh, Sharingan? And he looks like you. Who is he to you? Kisame turned his head slightly, looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who suddenly appeared, and said with interest. He's my brother. Uchiha Itachi said indifferently. I heard that the entire Uchiha clan has been killed by you. Kisame didn't know what his purpose was, but he said this deliberately. Uchiha Itachi, I'm going to kill you. Hearing Kisame's words, Uchiha Sasuke immediately said in a low voice. Uchiha Itachi heard this, turned around silently, and looked at Uchiha Sasuke expressionlessly. Then he and Uchiha Sasuke both closed their eyes at the same time, and when they opened them again, they both opened the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan. As you said, I resent you, hate you, and... At this time, Uchiha Sasuke's hair began to flutter because of the chakra flowing in his body, and then a lightning ball appeared in his hand, and then Uchiha Sasuke continued with a fierce look, I'm alive to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Uchiha Sasuke shouted, pressed his left hand on the corridor wall, leaned forward, and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi at high speed. Then, with a bird-like buzzing sound, he stabbed Itachi's body with his left hand, flashing with lightning. Just as Chidori was about to stab Uchiha Itachi suddenly grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's left wrist and pushed it hard, causing the Chidori to hit the wall on the side, breaking through the room that originally belonged to Uzumaki Naruto and creating a huge circular depression. At this moment, seeing Uchiha Sasuke being restrained, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly put his hands in front of him. Making a hand seal, he began to summon the unique chakra of the Kyuubi. A red chakra circle appeared under Uzumaki Naruto's feet and rose. Chakra fills the entire space. Kisame looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, This is Kyuubi's chakra. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke, who saw Uzumaki Naruto's explosion, was about to take action. He was stopped by Itachi, who held his broken left wrist and knelt on the ground, screaming loudly. It's better for children to be honest. Just as Uzumaki Naruto bit his finger and was about to cast summoning jutsu, Saito suddenly appeared beside him and put his hand on Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder. With one hand, he used Kunai to block Kisame's Sharingan, and then when Kisame was about to pull the Sharingan, Uzumaki Naruto, who gradually stabilized his chakra fluctuation, stepped aside and stood still. Hindrance. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto was out of his control, Kisame shouted and waved his Sharingan again to hit Saito. Bang clang. At this time, a cloud of smoke suddenly rose, and then a sound of metal clashing came from the smoke, and then a red toad with steel arm guards on both arms appeared in the smoke and blocked Kisame's Sharingan. You don't know my business. Then another cloud of smoke rose, and then Jiraiya's voice came from the smoke, saying, Jiraiya is a man. Even if you're invited by a woman, you will not be tempted. I will not be confused by a woman's beauty. Jiraiya, who was carrying the long black straight beauty on his shoulder, appeared from the dissipating smoke and looked at Uchiha Ito and said, but immediately he became disrespectful and said narcissistically, As long as I am here, women will automatically be fascinated by my appearance. But whether it was Uchiha Ito, Kisame, or Uzumaki Naruto, none of them paid attention to his narcissistic declaration, leaving him standing there awkwardly. As for Ito, when he made his declaration, he had already turned his head to look at the long black straight beauty on his shoulder with a look of appreciation. Just a few glances from a woman is enough to make you excited. Is this the time to act cool? You perverted Sannin? Uzumaki Naruto, who often couldn't tell the situation, pointed at Jiraiya and shouted, Didn't I tell you not to call me that in front of others? Jiraiya scratched his head embarrassedly. Shut up. Uzumaki Naruto shouted in displeasure. Then he pointed at Uchiha Ito and Kisame and said, Compared to this, these guys are not easy to deal with, perverted Sannin. After all, you are one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya-sama. Although I know you are very lustful, I didn't expect it to be so easy to lead you away. Kisame looked at Jiraiya and said, "Ah, this is not my true face at all," Jiraiya said embarrassedly. "But it seems that you have solved the genjutsu on that woman," Kisame said. Jiraiya's expression became serious when he heard this. He turned around and put the long black straight beauty on his shoulder aside and said, "In order to lead me away from Naruto, you used hypnotic eyes to cast genjutsu on this woman. This is not a means that a man should use. Your goal is really Naruto." Then Jiraiya got up and looked at Uchiha Ito and said in a deep voice, "No wonder Kakashi knew. It turned out that the intelligent source was you." Uchiha Ito said, "Taking Uzumaki Naruto away is the supreme order of my organization, the Akatsuki." Bang! With a light explosion, Jiraiya lifted the toad's summoning technique and looked at Uchiha Ito with a serious face. "I will not give Naruto to you. Is that so? Then what will happen?" Uchiha Ito asked. "I will take care of you two right here," Jiraiya said with a serious face. "Don't interfere. Kill this guy. It's me." Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke, who got up from the ground, said intermittently, "Now, I have no interest in you." Uchiha Ito turned his head slightly and looked at Uchiha Sasuke behind him. "You son of a bitch." Uchiha Sasuke heard this and rushed towards Uchiha Ito with his fist clenched, but then he was kicked out by Uchiha Ito. He slammed into the wall at the end of the corridor and fell to the ground. Sasuke. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's miserable appearance, Uzumaki Naruto shouted and rushed towards Uchiha Ito, but he was immediately stopped by Uchiha Sasuke. "Naruto, don't interfere. Didn't I say that I lived for this day?" Uchiha Sasuke struggled to stand up from the ground and said in a difficult tone, "For this day." Then he shouted and rushed towards Uchiha Ito again, but the result was the same. He was easily hit by Uchiha Ito again and slammed into the wall at the end of the corridor and fell to the ground. Next, Uchiha Ito abused his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, who had no resistance until it ended with Tsukuyomi. "You better stop before you go too far, bastard." Hearing Uchiha Sasuke scream because of Tsukuyomi, Uzumaki Naruto shouted angrily and ran away from Ito through the unprepared Kisame and ran towards Uchiha Ito. Seeing this, Kisame immediately chased after Uzumaki Naruto, but he was immediately blocked by Ito. The two used kunai and shark-bone greatsword to fight, and there was no clear winner. Then, the next second after the two separated, a layer of red, sticky flesh, like an animal's viscera wall, suddenly appeared on the walls around the corridor, attracting everyone's attention. This is Uzumaki Naruto, who stopped, said in surprise. "Ninjutsu, toad mouth bondage jutsu," Jiraiya said with his hands on the ground. As his voice fell, Uchiha Sasuke's body was restrained and protected by the sticky flesh wall next to him, and Kisame's feet were the same. "It's a pity, Kisame Ito, you're already in my stomach," Jiraiya said confidently. "I summoned the esophagus of Mount Miyaboku's Iwagakure toad. Anyway, you're all wanted people, so just become the food of Iwagakure." "What is these?" Uzumaki Naruto said with a trembling voice. Naruto, to stand there obediently. "Don't worry, this is my ninjutsu," Jiraiya said. Kisame, follow me," Uchiha Ito said after observing the situation. The latter immediately broke free from the shackles of the esophagus and prepared to run towards Uchiha Ito, but he was immediately stopped by Ito. "You're in the way." Kisame shouted, and the bandages wrapped around the great blade, Shark's muscles broke, and a layer of thick and dense scales immediately appeared in front of Ito's eyes. The scales forced Ito, who only had kunai in his hand, away, then quickly ran to Uchiha Ito's side and ran with him. Finally, they broke through the flesh wall of the esophagus with the help of Amaterasu's inextinguishable black fire and broke out of the hotel. What an evil feeling! This flame is similar to the curse of an evil spirit. Ito, who followed Jiraiya to the black fire, frowned, and said in his heart. At this time, Jiraiya unfolded the blank scroll in his hand and quickly wrote with a writing brush. While he was writing, Ito used his photographic memory to record the content of the writing simultaneously, preparing to secretly learn this ninjutsu. Fuinjutsu, fire seal. Then Jiraiya quickly made a hand seal with both hands and slammed it on the ground. Chapter 473. Then, a strange chakra floated out of the strange symbol in the center of the scroll, adhered to the black flame that was still burning, and carried it back to the strange symbol in the center of the scroll, turning into a big seal character. After that, Jiraiya rolled up the scroll and kept it close to his body. "This way, it's okay," Jiraiya said, then lowered his head and said to Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, "Let's go see Sasuke." Uzumaki Naruto immediately remembered Uchiha Sasuke, who was tortured by Uchiha Itachi. Then he shouted and ran towards Uchiha Sasuke, who emerged from the meat wall. After Uzumaki Naruto ran to Uchiha Sasuke, Jiraiya stomped his foot and lifted the ninjutsu, Toad Mouth Bondage Jutsu. "Hey, Seito, come and see Sasuke." At this time, Uzumaki Naruto, who was holding Uchiha Sasuke, turned his head and shouted to Seito, who walked slowly to him. "Yes, yes," Seito responded casually. Then he squatted beside Uchiha Sasuke, reached out and pressed his forehead, and carefully examined it. After a while casting medical ninjutsu to treat Uchiha Sasuke, he said softly, "The injury is nothing, it will be cured soon, but..." Before Seito finished speaking, a kunai suddenly shot from the gap at the end of the corridor, which was burned by Amaterasu's black flame. It crossed in front of Jiraiya and nailed to the wall at the other end. Then, a green-clothed Mackay kicked Jiraiya's face and kicked him to the ground. "It's you, I'm really sorry." Mackay, who found that he kicked the wrong person, looked at Jiraiya, who stood up from the ground and apologized. "Because I was in a hurry, I forgot to bring a mirror." Haha. Although I used the forehead protector as a mirror, I couldn't see clearly at all. Then I saw such a fierce face. And then, under the burning of youth, finally, "I'm really sorry." Mackay explained with a dry smile, but the more he explained, the angrier he became. Jiraiya's face became more and more ugly, and finally, Jiraiya couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Is this an apology? Seriously, what am I saying?" Mike Mackay said in a low voice, depressed. "Forget it, it's not important at all. Anyway, let's send Sasuke back first." Jiraiya turned to Uchiha Sasuke and said, "Yes," Michael replied. "Wait a minute, I'll deal with his injuries first," Seito said after Jiraiya and Mackay's voice fell. "All right, the broken bones in his hands and ribs have been reconnected. As long as you return to the medical department and continue receiving treatment, you will recover quickly." After a while, Ito, who had fixed Sasuke's broken hands and ribs, got up and said, "As for the mental trauma, at present, we can only perform simple pacification and then let his body adjust itself. As expected of Steel Hand's disciple, you took care of it so quickly." Jiraiya looked at Ito with admiration. Ito, you're Steel Hand-sama's disciple." Mike Mackay, who heard of Ito's origin for the first time, was very surprised. "Well, sort of." Ito shrugged. "Well, you can send Sasuke back now." Jiraiya said, "Yes." Michael Mackay replied, then walked to Uchiha Sasuke and squatted down with his back facing Uchiha Sasuke. He carried him on his back, then turned to Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya-sama, I'll take my leave first." "Okay." Jiraiya nodded in response. Then Michael Mackay carried Uchiha Sasuke to the breach and used body flicker technique to rush to Konoha village. After him, Jiraiya, Ito, and Uzumaki Naruto once again embarked on the journey to find Steel Hand. A few days later, Ito and his party finally arrived at the place where they found Steel Hand in the original movie, Shortbook Street. On the way, Jiraiya also taught Uzumaki Naruto, who was eager to become stronger, Rasengan created by Yondaime-sama. Of course, he taught Rasengan with his back facing Ito. After all, This kind of master-disciple inheritance was the same as the ancient sects in China. It was taboo for others to watch. However, it didn't matter if Jiraiya didn't let him watch. Anyway, Sei Ito also knew the entire practice process of Rasengan. So when Jiraiya wasn't around and he was alone, Sei Ito would practice Rasengan according to the training process in the anime. It's just because of the difference in the nature of Nikki and Chakra. The power of Rasengan formed by Nikki is too small, even less than half of the power of Sei Ito's Rasengan formed by Yang Chakra. Fortunately, Sei Ito didn't need to rely on this ninjutsu to make a living, so after learning it, he told Karen, Valletta, and Uchiha Yoshiko in the Rubik's Cube world. He told them to practice it when they were bored. What the hell is going on? At this time, Uzumaki Naruto stood on a roof and looked at the collapsed house not far away. He said with a puzzled expression, "Help!" Just a second after Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, a high-pitched cry for help suddenly sounded, and then a dozen men and women dressed as civilians quickly ran across the street under the roof where Sei Ito and the others were standing. "Brother over there, please wait." Jiraiya shouted to the man running at the back, and then quickly asked after the other person stopped, "What the hell is going on? You guys run quickly. There's a monster up there." The man who stopped kindly reminded them. "What is the monster you're talking about?" Jiraiya asked. "A very, very big snake. It destroyed the city in an instant." The man replied in horror, then ignored Uzumaki Naruto's question about the snake and ran away. "Hurry up, Naruto. I'm afraid that snake is the one you have seen." Jiraiya stopped Naruto, then took Sei Ito and Uzumaki Naruto and ran quickly to the place where the man said the monster was. After a while, they stopped in front of a strange, collapsed wall. "I'm a step late." Jiraiya looked at the collapsed wall and said, then turned around and walked away. "Let's go. The steel hand is no longer here." After that, Jiraiya took Sei Ito and Uzumaki Naruto to wander around the town. But until the evening, they didn't find any trace of the steel hand in the town. "What? There is no trace of it." Walking on the busy street in the night, Uzumaki Naruto complained with an unhappy face. Here, running around with me. But you didn't find any clues." At this time, Sei Ito and the other two just walked in front of an izakaya. Jiraiya looked at the sign of the izakaya and said, "Let's eat here first. Isn't this a tavern?" Uzumaki Naruto heard this, turned his head and glanced at the sign, then shouted angrily, "What's the problem?" Jiraiya squinted at Uzumaki Naruto and said, "Didn't I say several times I'm still a child?" Uzumaki Naruto said, "Idiot, no one asked you to drink." Jiraiya scolded softly, then walked into the izakaya and said slowly, "Kid, just eat some dishes. Let's go." Sei Ito looked up at the sign of the izakaya, smiled slightly, and patted Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder and said, Walking into the izakaya, Jiraiya quickly found the blonde beauty steel hand sitting in a small enclosure with drunken eyes. After looking at each other for a moment, Jiraiya pointed at Steel Hand and shouted, "Steel Hand! Jiraiya, why are you here?" Steel Hand said with the same surprise, "I finally found you. I'm exhausted." Jiraiya chuckled and walked towards Steel Hand. "Long time no see, Steel Hand Shizen." Sei Ito, who followed Jiraiya to Steel Hand's table, smiled and greeted the two. Jiraiya, who heard Sei Ito's name, looked at him with surprise, but didn't say anything and sat down directly opposite Steel Hand. "Long time no see, Sei Ito," Shizen replied. "I didn't expect you to appear with this guy." Steel Hand looked at Sei Ito and curled her lips. "Well, I can't help it. Because of my relationship with you, I was appointed by the higher-ups." Sei Ito looked helpless and sat next to Uzumaki Naruto and said to Steel Hand. After that, Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, and Sei Ito each ordered the food they wanted to eat, and then they were silent with Steel Hand and Shizen opposite them. Today is really a day of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. After a while, Steel Hand, who drank a small plate of sake, whispered to herself, "It's Orochimaru." Jiraiya first filled the wine plate for Steel Hand, then picked up the wine plate and took a sip and said lightly, Then he asked with a slightly heavier tone, "What happened?" Hearing this, Steelhand turned his head slightly. His eyes were filled with warning as he glanced at Silent Sound, who wanted to speak but stopped. Then, he closed his eyes and said casually, "Nothing. I'm just saying hello." Then, Steelhand took out a deck of unpackaged playing cards from the gray shirt he was wearing and cut the cards one by one. "What can I do for you?" Steelhand put the cut cards on the empty table and asked Jiraiya. "Then I'll be straightforward." Jiraiya picked up the cards and skillfully cut them. "Steelhand, the village issued a request for you to be the 5th Hokage." As soon as this statement came out, Steelhand, Shizune, and Uzumaki Naruto were instantly stunned. Then, Steelhand, who was the first to recover, picked up the cards and began to divide the cards for him and Jiraiya. The 3rd Hokage. After a while, Jiraiya picked up the cards in front of him and said softly, "It's Orochimaru, right?" Steelhand also picked up the cards in front of him and said, "I heard about it, directly from him." "Orochimaru? Is he the one who killed Sandaime?" Uzumaki Naruto, who heard the cause of Sandaime's death, asked emotionally. "Who is Orochimaru?" "Like us, he's one of the Sannin." Jiraiya replied. "Why? Aren't the Sannin the ninja of Konoha? Why'd he do that?" Uzumaki Naruto asked loudly. Chapter 474. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany for the tip. Who is this kid? Steelhand glanced at the emotional Uzumaki Naruto and asked. "Haha, he's Uzumaki Naruto," Jiraiya said softly. Steelhand was slightly stunned and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. "Wait, I haven't finished yet." Seeing Steelhand and Jiraiya ignoring his question, Uzumaki Naruto, who was chatting with himself, angrily slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "That guy named Orochimaru, the one who killed the 3rd Hokage. Who is he? Aren't we all the legendary Sannin? Why did you know his intentions, but you didn't do anything?" Uzumaki Naruto questioned Jiraiya, then pointed his finger at Steelhand and said loudly, "Also, why did you let this guy be the 5th Hokage?" "Naruto, be quiet," Jiraiya whispered. But Uzumaki Naruto was about to argue, but then he was stopped by Jiraiya's serious eyes and words. "Enough, shut up. I'll say it again. Now the village has issued a request for you to be the 5th Hokage." Jiraiya took 3 cards from his hand and put them on the table, then grabbed 3 more cards from the deck and put them in his hand. "So, your answer is, at this time," everyone's eyes fell on Steelhand's face, who was staring at the cards in his hand. "Are you willing to accept?" Jiraiya asked, but Steelhand didn't answer Jiraiya's words, but closed his eyes as if he was thinking about the cards in his hand, silent. "What do you think, Steelhand?" Jiraiya asked again. "I don't know what you're talking about." The others didn't get anxious, but Uzumaki Naruto was already anxious, holding his head with both hands and whispering, "Impossible, I refuse." At this time, Steelhand put the 5 cards in his hand on the table. "What nostalgic line. Just like what you said when you didn't agree to be with me." Jiraiya said frivolously. "What the hell are you talking about?" Uzumaki Naruto shouted anxiously. "Why did you bring this guy back to the village to be the Hokage?" And he refused. "Ah, don't be at a loss. The only one who could be the 5th Hokage is this Steelhand." Jiraiya stopped Uzumaki Naruto and said, "She made a great contribution to Konoha in the tragic war. Her combat medical skills are unsurpassed so far, and she's the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. Coupled with her ability, there is no other person more suitable to be the 5th Hokage. And this is also a decision made by the highest organization in Konoha. You insignificant genin are not qualified to interrupt here." Jiraiya. "This kid is so much worse than your former disciple." Steelhand grabbed the 5 cards again and looked at Jiraiya. His speech, mind, and appearance are all terrible. "What did you say?" Uzumaki Naruto said angrily. "Compared with the 4th Hokage, no one can compare." Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, "He's the most suitable person to be a ninja in the past. He is talented in ninjutsu, and his mind is very clear." He has a high reputation and is also a handsome young man like me. But even the fourth Hokage died soon. He gambled his life for the village. Steelhand said softly, "Life is not the same as money. Only a fool would lose his life so easily. My grandfather and the second Hokage were the same. They wanted to end the war and get peace at all costs. In the end, they died for the village." "You've changed, Steelhand," Jiraiya said, "although I don't know what you think. I can't compliment you. Although you can't see it on the surface, after all, you're a man in his 50s. The passage of time will change people. Sarutobi Sensei is the same. An old man is still trying to be brave. It would be strange if he didn't die." Steelhand said angry words without caring about other people's feelings. "Hokage is bullshit. Only a fool will be Hokage." These words instantly stimulated Uzumaki Naruto, who dreamed of being Hokage. He jumped up from his seat and rushed to Steelhand almost without thinking. Just when he jumped over the table, he was immediately caught by Jiraiya's hand, and his limbs were still there. "How dare you insult my grandfather and the fourth Hokage in front of me? It doesn't matter if you're a woman. I'll teach her a lesson without mercy." Uzumaki Naruto stared at Steelhand angrily and shouted, "You're really brave. How dare you talk to me like that? Let's go out and fight, kid." Steelhand stood up from his seat, stepped on the table, and stared at Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Then everyone paid the bill, left the izakaya from the back door, and came to the empty alley behind the izakaya. Then Ito and Shizen retreated to the right of Steelhand, and Jiraiya retreated to the left of Uzumaki Naruto, looking at the confrontation between Uzumaki Naruto and Steelhand. "One of the Sannin once predicted that he would defeat me. I won't be serious with a genin." Steelhand, with his hands on his waist, said casually, and then pointed a finger at Uzumaki Naruto. "Do you also want to predict the time?" Jiraiya asked. "It's not a minute, but a finger." Steelhand retracted his right hand with his index finger on his chest, looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and chuckled. "Steelhand-sama can deal with people like you with one finger. Come at me, kid. Don't joke around." Uzumaki Naruto yelled angrily, and at the same time, he took out 2 kunai from his ninja tool bag. He threw 1 kunai at Steelhand. While holding the other kunai, he rushed in front of Steelhand and stabbed Steelhand, who was closing his eyes to dodge the kunai. Steelhand's body immediately leaned forward, and his index finger was inserted into the circle at the back of the kunai's handle. He took the kunai from Uzumaki Naruto's hand, and then spun it on the edge of Uzumaki Naruto's forehead protector, throwing the kunai and Uzumaki Naruto's forehead protector. Then he bent his index finger and flicked it on Uzumaki Naruto's forehead. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto rolled on the ground as if he was hit by a heavy blow. Then when he stood up again, the kunai was inserted in front of his feet, and then the forehead protector fell on the ground in front of him. "Kid, before I knock you out, let me ask you a question. Why do you respect the title of Hokage so much?" Steelhand asked Uzumaki Naruto. "Because I'm different from you. I will definitely get the title of Hokage." Uzumaki Naruto said confidently, "Hokage, becoming Hokage is my dream." Listening to Uzumaki Naruto's declaration, Steelhand's expression immediately changed, and she fell into memories with a weak face. But then she was awakened by the violent chakra fluctuation of Rasengan. It's just that Steelhand recovered a little late, and Uzumaki Naruto had already run in front of her with the unfinished Rasengan in his hand. But Steelhand was Steelhand. She stepped back and pointed to the ground with the extraordinary strength fist. Then, a long crack appeared on the ground. Uzumaki Naruto, who couldn't defend himself, pressed the Rasengan to the ground. "Jiraiya, did you teach him that Rasengan?" Steelhand straightened up and asked Jiraiya on the side. "I'm his sensei." Jiraiya touched his chin and said narcissistically, "Only you and Yondaime know how to use that move. You taught him this move that's impossible to master. Are you still his sensei?" Steelhand scolded loudly. "And you let him be so arrogant. No wonder he, a kid who likes to daydream, would joke about becoming Hokage." "I'm not joking, you idiot. Big idiot." Uzumaki Naruto said angrily. "I only need 3 days to learn this move." "Humph, what a boastful brat. When the man says something, it's hard to take it back, Steel Arm said disdainfully. I always keep my word. Uzumaki Naruto said, this is my ninja way. Then let's make a bet. If you can master this ninjutsu within a week, I'll admit that you can become Hokage and give you this jewelry. Steel Hand pointed to the necklace on his chest with one hand and said, Steel Hand-sama, isn't that your most cherished? Shizun was surprised and hurriedly said, I don't want that rotten jewelry. Uzumaki Naruto put his hands behind his head and said indifferently, Don't say that, Naruto. It's made of a unique ore in the world. The money you get from selling it is enough to buy 3 mountains. It was once owned by the first Hokage. Jiraiya explained to Uzumaki Naruto. Well, that's it. I'll do as you say. Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed. He was very happy to agree. Okay, that's it. But if you can't master this ninjutsu within a week, you lose, and all the money in here will be mine. Steel Hand raised the wallet he took out from Uzumaki Naruto's pocket and said. After that, Steel Hand turned around, and everyone left the alley and stayed in a nearby hotel. It's rare to see you so weak. Saito suddenly appeared at the top of the memorial arch with the words Short Book Street written on it. He said to Steel Hand, who was sitting on the side and holding the necklace with both hands. This isn't the Steel Hand I knew before. Steel Hand didn't speak, still immersed in his own thoughts. Well, forget it. Seeing this, Saito didn't say anything, but directly put his palm on the pillar next to him. Then, a delicate branch grew out of his palm, like a vine coiling around the pillar of the memorial arch, and quickly grew to Steel Hand, and then green leaves grew around Steel Hand. Mokutan, it seems that you learn a lot in Konoha. Steel Hand, who was summoned back to reality by Saito's Mokutan, said softly, I didn't learn this in Konoha, but you taught me. Saito looked at the night street in the distance and chuckled. I don't remember teaching you this. Steel Hand whispered, Did you forget when we were in the hot spring hotel? Saito reminded, But I only taught you the first seal. Steel Hand looked up at Saito. I'm not stupid. Saito shrugged his shoulders and smiled. And this is not a ninjutsu. It's just a simple application of Mokutan. Steel Hand carefully observed the new branches beside him and found that it was indeed as Saito said. It was just a basic application of Mokutan. This is for you, Saito said while continuing to use Mokutan, and then a tender sapling broke out of the stone pillar in front of Steel Hand and slowly grew up. Well, I'll go back first, and you should go back early. Don't let Shizun worry. After saying that, Saito used body flicker technique and instantly disappeared from the memorial arch and rushed back to the hotel where he lived. Am I so bad? Looking at the new sapling in front of him, Steel Hand muttered to himself. On the other side, Shizun. Saito called Shizun, who had just walked out of Uzumaki Naruto's room. Saito. Hearing Saito's call, Shizun turned to look at Saito and responded in a low voice. Can you tell me what happened? Saito walked to Shizun and asked softly. Then looking at Shizun with a hesitant look, he continued, Don't worry about Steel Hand. If she knows, I will explain, and I won't tell Jiraiya. Okay. Shizun pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then agreed with a determined look. Let's go to my room and talk. Seeing this, Saito said. Then the two entered Saito's room, and after Saito poured tea for Shizun, Shizun slowly talked about Steel Hand and Orochimaru, and in order to make things more clear, Shizun also talked about the two people mentioned as bargaining chips. So that's it. Saito whispered to himself after listening to Shizun's story. I'm worried that Steel Hand-sama will choose to cooperate with Orochimaru for those two people. Shizun said with a heavy expression. Don't worry. As Saito spoke, his hands naturally held Shizun's hands and comforted her. If Steel Hand really chooses to trade with Orochimaru at that time, I will do my best to stop it. Shizun, who found that her hands were held, blushed and pulled her hands out of Saito's hands with a little force while whispering. Then she quickly stood up from her seat and said in a panic, I'll take my leave first. After that, without waiting for Saito to speak, she quickly ran out of Saito's room with a red face and returned to her own room. Looking at the door closed again, Seito, who gently touched his fingers and recalled the texture of Shizun's skin, couldn't help but chuckle. For the next week, time passed quickly as Steel Hand left early and returned late every day in a daze. This morning, Seito, who had been in a meditative state all night, immediately stood up from the bed the moment Steel Hand left the room, turned on Seito, and hid to the maximum, and used his spiritual force to form a layer of protective membrane on the surface of his body, then jumped out of the window and followed behind Steel Hand, rushing to the meeting place with Orochimaru. Chapter 475. The meeting place was the place where Seito and Jiraiya went to a week ago and was destroyed by Steel Fist. At this time, Steel Fist was leaning against the wall with one foot on the ground and her head slightly lowered as if she was immersed in her memories. After a while, with a slight sound of footsteps, Steel Fist straightened up from the wall and walked to the center of the street with her back facing Orochimaru, who was slowly walking towards her. "What is your answer?" When he was more than 3 meters away from Steel Fist, Orochimaru stopped and asked in his unique hoarse voice, "I will treat your hands in exchange for not doing anything to Konoha." After a moment of silence, Steel Fist said in a sonorous tone, "Okay." Orochimaru agreed. At this time, Steel Fist raised her head slightly and looked into the distance with empty eyes, and her face unconsciously showed happiness and joy. But then it turned into a sad look, and tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of Steel Fist's eyes, slid down her cheeks to her chin, and finally dripped to the ground, leaving a little wet mark on the yellow ground. A gust of wind suddenly blew, carrying the scattered leaves. It floated past Steel Arms, waking her up from her thoughts. "Come on." After the breeze passed, Orochimaru said with an evil smile on his face. Then, Steel Fist turned around and walked towards each other step by step with Orochimaru on the opposite side. The distance between the two was not far, and both sides were closing together, so in less than 10 seconds, the two stood face to face and looked at each other. Then both sides stretched out their hands at the same time and gradually met together. But just when Steel Fist and Orochimaru's hands were about to touch each other, a kunai suddenly flew from the side, interrupting the transaction between the two, and when Steel Fist and Orochimaru retreated together, the kunai was nailed to the ground obliquely. After that, the two stood up again and looked in the direction of the kunai, and then Kabuto with long gray hair tied into a ponytail, wearing a Sound Ninja headband and round-rimmed black-rimmed glasses on his face, appeared in front of the two. Then Kabuto turned back a few times. He fell behind Orochimaru and stood still. "What do you mean by this? You actually came here to betray me, Steel Hand." Orochimaru's pupils shrank as he stared at Steel Hand and asked in a deep voice, "Why did you suddenly change your mind, Princess Steel Hand?" Orochimaru asked again, "And you wanted to kill me? Come to think of it, I trust you from the bottom of my heart, Kabuto, your absolute loyalty to me and your eyesight to see through the Steel Hand attack." Then, Orochimaru said to Kabuto behind him, "You flatter me, because I'm also from the medical class. The chakra just now was filled with murderous intent." Kabuto said modestly, "Steel Hand, I really want to resurrect those two, and I also agree to your condition of not destroying Konoha," Orochimaru said to Steel Hand. Hearing this, a weak expression appeared on Steel Hand's face again. Then he said in a flat tone, "Orochimaru, I know you lied when you promised not to destroy Konoha. I knew that I wanted to see them very much. Even if it was only once, I want to touch them. Even if it was only once. I still wanted to see their smiling faces. Indeed, I could meet Roke Tree and Kazuo soon, but at this moment, I felt it. I felt what a useless fool I was." Speaking of this, the tears in Steel Hand's eyes could no longer be controlled, and they kept flowing out of her eyes, sliding down her cheeks, and dripping to the ground. But I just remembered their expressions. I actually lost my judgment. I like them very much. I really love them, so I want to hug them again," Steel Hand said, loudly with her hands around her shoulders. "But I can't do it. But when I saw that child, I remembered the dream of both of them, just when I was about to forget it. Steel Hand said in a low voice. Two people did not hesitate to gamble their lives to realize their dream, and realizing their dream became my dream. Tangible things will wither sooner or later, this is what you said, but only this memory will not wither. It seems that the negotiation has broken, and there is no other way. In this case, I can only use my strength to ask you. In another gust of wind, Orochimaru said regretfully. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Steel Hand, who had made up her mind and wiped her tears, rushed towards Orochimaru and Kabuto and raised her left leg high in front of them and slammed it on the ground. Boom! Hearing a loud noise, with Steel Hand's foot as the center, an irregular deep pit with a diameter of about 5 meters appeared on the ground, and large pieces of broken soil and the surrounding collapsed walls were piled up. Orochimaru! Steel Hand shouted at Orochimaru, who was standing on the side of the intact roof. By the way, I haven't fought with you yet. Orochimaru said calmly. That's right. Steel Hand walked towards Orochimaru while taking off her green coat with a big word written on it, then rushed towards Orochimaru again and shouted, I'm going to kill all of you here. Boom! As Steel Hand's fist bombarded the wall, another loud noise sounded, and then the wall collapsed uncontrollably as if it was hit by a heavy object. Then Steel Hand took a deep breath and continued to rush towards Orochimaru at high speed and attacked him with taijutsu. Orochimaru dodged back and then ran away with Kabuto beside him. Behind the two of them, Steel Hand, who decided to kill Orochimaru, also quickly chased after them. In this way, they chased and smashed all the way, and when Steel Hand, Orochimaru, and Kabuto left the short book street and came to the nearby rocky plain, Steel Hand was already panting. It could be seen that the chakra consumption along the way was not light. Orochimaru, who also sensed Steel Hand's situation, immediately informed Kabuto about it. Kabuto immediately took out a shuriken pill from the ninja tool bag on his waist and put it in his mouth. After the shuriken pill took effect, he immediately formed all the chakra scalpel hand seals at a super high speed in 1 second and launched the chakra scalpel hand seals with his taijutsu to fight Steel Hand. Although Kabuto's taijutsu was not as good as Steel Hand, but after he took the opportunity to cut off Steel Hand's biceps and thighs, this gap was instantly evened out, and he even successfully cut off Steel Hand's chest muscles in the following battle, making it difficult for her to breathe. However, it may be that he wanted to show off in front of Steel Hand, who is also a medical ninja. Kabuto became talkative, and then Steel Hand seized the opportunity to hit his neck with a medical ninjutsu, Whirlwind Rush, disrupting the nerve signal transmission of his whole body. After that, one side couldn't control his body, and the other side had several serious injuries on their body. At the same time, both of them were silent, adjusting and healing their bodies in order to win first. Yakushi Kabuto deserved to be called Yakushi Kabuto. In the whole world of Naruto, he was only second to Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. It didn't take long for him to use his extraordinary talent to regain control of his body, whose nerve signals had become chaotic. Just when he rushed towards Steel Hand again, a smoke bomb suddenly appeared and exploded. Then Jiraiya, Shizune, and Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of Steel Hand one after another, blocking Yakushi Kabuto. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was wondering why Kabuto was here, Steel Hand fiercely pushed Jiraiya in front of him and launched an attack on Kabuto. But just when Steel Hand forced Kabuto into a desperate situation, Kabuto suddenly made an amazing move. That is, he cut the artery on his wrist with a kunai, and then a stream of blood immediately flew out of the cracked wound and stained Steel Hand's body. After seeing the blood, Steel Hand's expression immediately changed, and with a look of horror, he subconsciously stepped back a few steps and stood there trembling. Facing two Sannin at the same time, it's really tricky. At least one of them needs to be killed first. At this time, Kabuto put away the kunai in his hand and punched Steel Hand's face. Bang! A soft sound was heard in an instant, and then a palm blocked Kabuto's fist. It's wrong to hit a woman. Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared in front of Steel Hand, grabbed Kabuto's fist with his left hand and looked at Kabuto with a smile on his face. "Seito!" Shizen exclaimed in surprise. "It's you," Kabuto said with a slight frown. "It's me," Itose said. Suddenly, he punched Medicine Master Pocket's abdomen, which he was holding, and sent him flying. Then he pretended to make a few hand seals with his hands, and then a Ito shadow clone appeared beside him, hugging Steel Hand behind him, and returned to Shizen's side. "Steel Hand-sama." Shizen took Steel Hand from Seito's arms and called with a concerned face. Then she took out a handkerchief from her arms and wiped the blood on Steel Hand's face. "It's time." Itose's shadow clone looked at Steel Hand, who was sitting on the ground in front of him. Then he walked to the front of Steel Hand. Under Shizen's confused gaze, Itose's shadow clone quickly made a few hand seals and then pointed at Steel Hand's forehead. In an instant, a powerful spiritual power entered Steel Hand's mind through Ito's shadow clone's finger on Steel Hand's forehead, passing through Steel Hand's chaotic and defenseless self-spiritual barrier, and built a spiritual illusion inside. "Okay." After a while, Ito's shadow clone whispered, and then immediately burst into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of Shizen, who wanted to ask something. At this time, in Steel Hand's mind, Ito used the image recorded in the animation, the image of Steel Hand in reality, and Shizen's description and half-blurred processing to appear in front of the young Steel Hand, who was shrouded in an illusion. Chapter 476. Rope Tree Break. Steel Hand looked at the two people who suddenly appeared in front of her and murmured with tears in her eyes. "Sister, why are you crying?" Rope Tree asked Steel Hand with a puzzled look. "Steel Hand, are you okay?" Broken walked to Steel Hand's side and looked at her with concern. "It's so good to see you again." Steel Hand, who heard the two's question, hugged Broken in front of her and Rope Tree beside her and cried. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Rope Tree asked worriedly. "Steel Hand," Broken asked doubtfully. "Woo-woo." Steel Hand did not answer and just cried in a low voice. After a while, Steel Hand felt that her arms were empty, and then she appeared in a dark environment. Rope Tree Break. Steel Hand held her hands tightly in front of her chest and cried with tears streaming down her face. "Sister, sister." As Steel Hand's voice fell, Rope Tree's figure appeared again, but at this time, he was not in his previous intact image. Instead, he was covered in wounds from head to toe, and his clothes were stained with blood. He staggered towards Steel Hand and called out with a face full of blood and pain. "Rope Tree." Steel Hand, who suddenly heard her brother's voice that had just disappeared, immediately raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice. Then, she was stunned by Rope Tree covered in blood. She trembled and did not dare to take a step forward. "Sister, save me." Rope Tree cried out with difficulty, then staggered and fell to the ground. He stretched out his bloody palm and called out to Steel Hand. However, Steel Arms, who had already fallen into a state of hemophobia, just stared with his eyes wide open. He crossed his arms and trembled as he looked at Rope Tree, who was getting weaker and weaker as he climbed. He ignored Rope Tree, even when Rope Tree finally lay on the ground, motionless, and breathed his last. At this time, time seemed to accelerate. Rope Tree's body quickly decayed, then turned into a handful of white bones and was swallowed into the darkness. Then the dark void trembled, and Steel Hand was seriously injured. Broken, who was lying on the ground, appeared not far from Steel Hand. "Steel Hand, save me." Broken turned her head and looked at Steel Hand, who was kneeling on the ground with her arms crossed. She pleaded weakly, "I don't want to die yet. I still have a dream to fulfill." Break. Hearing these familiar words, Steel Hand's body trembled uncontrollably. He muttered to himself, but even so, Steel Hand still did not take a step forward. She watched as her broken eyes dimmed and finally died. They turned into white bones and were swallowed by the darkness. At this time, the surrounding scene changed, and the darkness of nothingness instantly transformed into the early years of Konoha. At the same time, Temori, who was originally kneeling, became sitting on the swing, and not far from her was Konoha's Ninja Academy. At this time, Shinji, who was walking out of the school, said loudly to the students beside him, "I want to be Hokage. Protect this village." Hearing this, Steel Hand, who was sitting on the side, trembled and subconsciously looked at Rope Tree, who was talking. Just when Steel Hand was looking at Rope Tree, more than a dozen kunai suddenly flew out from all directions and hit the unprepared students. Ah! The students screamed as they died one after another. Sister, Rope Tree, who was still breathing, somehow found Steel Arms staring at him. He stretched out his bloodstained palm and called out to Steel Arms. "Rope Tree," Steel Arms murmured, and at the same time, her slightly trembling body slowly stood up from the swing. But before she could take a step, Rope Tree's breath of life disappeared again. "Rope Tree," Steel Hand called out. Then the surrounding scene changed again, from the early years of Konoha to a forest, and Steel Hand, who was standing in a daze, was wearing a ninja costume and was not far in front of her. Duan, who was also wearing a ninja costume, was lying on the ground covered with blood, breathing hard. In addition, there were two other men in Konoha's ninja costume half kneeling beside Duan, looking at him anxiously. This scene was the scene of Duan's death. "Steel Hand-sama, come and see Duan." One of the two ninjas beside Duan shouted loudly to Steel Hand, who was standing in a daze. Hearing this, a look of fear immediately appeared on Steel Hand's face. She covered her cheeks with both hands and took a trembling step in the direction of Duan. But the speed of this step was too slow, and before Steel Hand could take a few steps, Duan was completely dead. "Steel Hand-sama, you disappoint us too much," the ninja shouted angrily. Then the scene changed again. In this way, in the continuous changing illusions, Rope Tree and Duan kept appearing in front of Steel Hand, forcing her to save them. In particular, repeated illusions were often interspersed to make Steel Hand's work hard to change them. So, after a long time, Steel Hand, who had experienced many illusions, finally took the first step to overcome her fear of blood in a new illusion, and her hands trembled as she treated Duan, who was seriously injured. Although Duan's fate was still death, he did succeed in awakening Steel Hand, even if it was not fully awakened. After that, the illusion continued to change, and it was still a variety of injured Rope Tree and Duan, but occasionally other injured Konoha ninja would appear to let Steel Hand get used to the feeling of blood and gradually get rid of the last shadow of her fear of blood. In another fantasy scene, just as Steel Hand was treating Duan, a vague figure suddenly appeared behind Steel Hand, holding a kunai to her throat. "Are you the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Steel Handheim, who is about to become the 5th Hokage? Sure enough, you are a beautiful woman." The vague figure put his head close to Steel Hand's ear, stretched out his tongue, and licked her earlobe, and said with an evil smile, "Oh, are you treating your little lover? But what's wrong with your trembling hands? Are you afraid?" The blurry figure pushed the kunai towards Steel Arm's throat. When her body instinctively leaned back to avoid the kunai, the figure reached out to Steel Arm's chest and inserted it into Steel Arm's lapel from the collar, holding the great soft jade in front of Steel Arm's chest. Bastard! Being attacked by this sudden attack, Steel Hand's hands immediately trembled violently, and at the same time, blood flowed out uncontrollably from her broken body. "Stop!" Steel Arms shouted as he desperately pressed the wound on his broken body with both hands. "Hey!" The vague figure laughed and pulled his hand out from Steel Hand's collar and made a few hand seals with one hand, and then a rope made of rainwater suddenly appeared, tying Steel Hand's limbs and pulling her back from Duan's side. "Break!" Looking at the wound that was bleeding more and more, Steel Hands shouted anxiously. Just as Steel Hand was shouting, the vague figure stepped to Steel Hand's side and waved his kunai to cut open Steel Hand's ninja clothes, revealing the white and tender skin inside. Well, as expected of the famous Steel Hand princess, your skin is really smooth. The vague figure stretched out his hand and covered Steel Hand's exposed skin, gently stroking and sighing. "I'm going to kill you." Humiliated, Steel Hand's limbs struggled desperately, try to break free from the restraint of the water rope, so that she could punch the vague figure in front of her to death. "I'm so scared," the vague figure said jokingly while cutting Steel Hand's intact lower body clothes with a kunai. Steel Hand's intact lower body clothes were instantly cut in half by the kunai, revealing the mountains and hills with golden fluff. Steel Hand. At this time, Duan's eyes gradually dimmed and said weakly, "I don't want to die. I still have a dream. I want to be Hokage. Break." Hearing this, Steel Hand shouted with tears streaming down his face. "Oh, your little lover actually wants to be Hokage? What a fool! Hokage is something that only idiots would pursue." The vague figure gently rubbed Steel Hand's lower body with his fingers and said sarcastically, "What did you say?" Hearing the words of the vague figure, Steel Hand's expression immediately became angry, and the chakra all over her body immediately broke out, and suddenly broke the water rope on her limbs and punched the vague figure in front of her. Boom! After receiving this blow, the blurry figure was instantly sent flying into the distance. After breaking 4 or 5 giant trees, it crashed heavily into a mountain rock and died a miserable death. Don't die, Break, don't die. After dealing with the vague figure, Steel Hand immediately ran back to Duan and quickly launched medical ninjutsu to continue to treat Duan's wound. If there were other people around at this time, they would find that Steel Hand's hands had no trace of trembling at this time. "Steel Hand, Hokage," Duan muttered to himself, and then breathed his last. "Break, break." Seeing Duan's death, although he didn't know how many times he had cried in the illusion, Steel Hand still couldn't control his emotions and cried out. It wasn't until a moment later that Steel Hand stood up from the ground. Ignoring her tattered clothes and exposed body, she raised her hand to wipe her tears and said with anger and determination, "No matter who made this illusion, I will definitely punch him when I get out." After that, Steel Hand made a seal with both of his hands and shouted, "Release." As soon as Steel Hand's words fell, the surrounding scene immediately shattered like broken glass, drifting and rolling to the ground. Steel Hand's spirit shook, and he returned to reality. "Steel Hand-sama?" Shizun, who had been paying attention to Steel Hand's situation, immediately called out after seeing the change in Steel Hand's expression. At this time, Jiraiya, who had summoned Gamabunta, was fighting with Orochimaru, who had summoned Manda. It's just that toads were naturally suppressed by snakes, and Jiraiya himself was not completely cured by Steel Hand's medicine, so his strength was not fully exerted, so he was somewhat at a disadvantage. "Shizun, did anyone do anything to me just now?" Steel Hand, who had recovered, stood up from the ground, looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru who were fighting, and asked Shizun beside him in a deep voice. Chapter 477. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Mafeng, Nikfani, and Shu En for their tips. What did he do? Oh, by the way, Saito seemed to have used some jutsu on you just now. Shizun was stunned at first, and then suddenly replied, "Saito, huh?" Steel Hand gritted his teeth and looked at Saito, who was standing not far away, watching the show with his arms crossed. Then he reached out and pushed Shizun away, stepped forward, bit his finger, and pressed it on his palm, and said in his heart, "I'll deal with you later." After Steel Hand finished thinking, he quickly printed with both hands and then slammed it on the ground. At this time, there was a loud explosion, and a large cloud of smoke instantly spread out, and then a huge blue and white slug emerged from the smoke. Then Steel Hand kicked his feet and jumped on the slug's head, driving it to the side of the battlefield where Orochimaru and Jiraiya were fighting, confronting Orochimaru. Then Steel Hand, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru talked for a while, and then they fought again, but this time it was Jiraiya and Steel Hand who teamed up to fight Orochimaru. Among them, Jiraiya and his summoned Beast Gamabunta and Steel Hand summoned Beast Slug dealt with Orochimaru's summoned Beast Manda, while Steel Hand himself dealt with Orochimaru's body with superb taijutsu. As for Kabuto Yakushi beside Orochimaru, he was injured by Ito Sei's martial arts technique that did not belong to Naruto's world when the steel arms fell into the illusion. He was unable to fight again. If it wasn't for the future, Ito-sei could have dealt with Kabuto here. 10 minutes later, Orochimaru and Kabuto, who were beaten by Steel Hand, withdrew from the battlefield one after another. The Battle of Sannin officially ended. Seeing the end of the battle, Steel Hand exhaled slightly, then turned his gaze to Sei Ito on the side. While staring at him fiercely, he clenched his hands into fists and walked toward Sei Ito step by step. Steel Hand, what's wrong? Jiraiya on the side looked at Steel Hand inexplicably and asked, Boy, you're good at Jinjutsu. Steel Hand ignored Jiraiya's question and said to Sei Ito in a sonorous tone, Well, it's okay. At this time, Sei Ito, who fully understood Steel Hand's meaning, said with a dry smile, Okay, I don't think ordinary people are as good as you. Steel Hand said, and rushed in front of Sei Ito. Steel Hand and punched him. Although Steel Hand would hold back her strength when she was angry, the result after being punched would not be good. Therefore, Ito-sei quickly dodged to the side to avoid Steel Hand's attack. At the same time, he quickly stretched out his hands. His right hand grabbed Steel Hand's wrist, and his left hand formed a sword and pointed at Steel Hand's armpit. Then, when he bent her arm, his right arm pushed her, put Steel Hand's neck in his arms. Don't be angry. I'm just trying to help you, Sei Ito said to Steel Hand, who was in his arms. The last scene was also to help me. Steel Hand was angry. While her other hand grabbed Sei Ito's right arm that was strangling her neck, she raised her foot and kicked back. Seeing this, Sei Ito moved his left leg and inserted it between Steel Hand's legs at the moment he dodged her kick. Then his left palm pressed on Steel Hand's *** and pushed hard. Combined with the pulling force of his right arm, he pulled Steel Hand's upper body completely into his arms. Steel Hand fell and directly raised her leg to kick Sei Ito's head. Hey, this is a deadly Steel Hand, Sei Ito hurriedly said while dodging his head. I won't stop until I punch you. Seeing that her kick missed, Steel Hand immediately smashed her leg on the ground. At the moment when she smashed a huge crack in the ground, she used her waist in vain and threw Sei Ito, who was standing behind her, out. Then, Steel Hand kicked her feet and rushed towards Sei Ito in the air at high speed. Hey! Sei Ito in the air sighed softly, and his hands quickly completed the chakra scalpel seals in less than a second. Then his body turned and quickly fell to the ground, and as he slid backward, he used his hands full of chakra to meet Steel Hand. Chakra scalpel. Steel Hand, who had eaten Yakushi's pocket before, dodged Sei Ito's attack. She said with a frown, Do you still want to fight? You know, your current situation is unfavorable, Sei Ito said to Steel Hand, who was standing opposite him. Humph! Hearing this, Steel Hand snorted coldly and didn't chase after Ito-sei. Then he turned around and walked toward Jiraiya, Shizune, and Uzumaki Naruto, who were confused. Seeing this, Sei Ito also removed the chakra scalpel on his hands and followed Steel Hand, walking toward Shizune and the others. Let's go. Steel Hand took the green coat from Shizune and put it on. What did you do to Steel Hand-sama? On the way back, Shizune, who was holding the little pink pig in her arms, asked Sei Ito quietly. You want to know? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Shizune with a smile. Then, without waiting for Shizune to speak, he looked at Steel Hand in front of him and said, If you want to know, wait for me in my room. Hearing that she was going to Sei Ito's room, Shizune, who instantly recalled what happened in Sei Ito's room last time, blushed imperceptibly. Then, she ignored Sei Ito and silently followed Steel Hand into the town. After a while, everyone stepped into the street of Short Book Street again. It seems that you lost the bet, kid. Sitting in the izakaya again, Steel Hand said to Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting next to Jiraiya, According to the bet, your money bag is mine. My frog money bag, Uzumaki Naruto shouted. After dinner, they returned to their rooms to rest. Then early the next morning, the 5 people packed up their bags and embarked on the journey back to Konoha. It was quiet along the way, so the 5 people returned to Konoha smoothly a few days later and completed the month-long search for Steel Hand. Shizune, do you want to eat something together? Ito, who watched Steel Hand and Jiraiya enter the consulting room, asked Shizune beside him. No, I'm going to wait here for Steel Hand Sama. Shizune, who was holding Teru, said, Okay then, this is my address. You can come to my house to find me if you have nothing to do. Ito reached out and took out a note from his trouser pocket and handed it to Shizune. Shizune took the note and replied, Then I'll go first. Ito waved his hand at Shizune, turned around, left the building where the consultants were, and walked towards Kurenai's house. Dang, dang, dang. Ito raised his hand and knocked on Kurenai's door. But after waiting for a long time, no one came to open the door. Knowing that Ito was assigned to do a task and hadn't returned, he immediately turned around and walked towards his residence. After a while, Ito returned to his residence, then ignored the dust in the room that was visible to the naked eye and directly entered the magic cube world. He appeared in the alloy incubation room used to make clones. At this time, in the incubation tank in the incubation room, in addition to the 3 Gantz clones that already existed, there were 2 children who looked only 7 or 8 years old, but their faces were very similar to the current Uchiha Sasuke. It will take another month and a half to finish the incubation. Ito looked down at the incubation schedule under the incubation tank and whispered to himself, I hope to catch up with the time when Orochimaru changes his body and then get some good things from him. I just don't know if Orochimaru will be honest when he sees this Sasuke, or is he going to take it by force? Ito thought to himself, he should be honest. After all, he saw the scene of me defeating Kabuto in the Battle of the Sannin, and now he can't use any ninjutsu at all, so he's not my opponent at all. With his character and needs for his body, I think he won't be wrong. After thinking about it, Ito's body flashed. He disappeared from the alloy incubation room and appeared in the original residence of the Uchiha clan, now in the Konoha village. Then with a thought, he summoned Uchiha Yoshiko, who was also staying in the Konoha village at this time. Senpai. Seeing Ito, Yoshiko bowed her head and called, You're here again. Ito reached out and held Yoshiko's hand, smiling helplessly. Then he took Yoshiko for a stroll in the village and asked her, How are the women and children of the Hyuga clan? They're very obedient at the moment. It seems that they have accepted their fate. Yoshiko replied, Is that so? If that's the case, let's loosen some restrictions on them. Let them adapt to the current life as soon as possible. After all, they will also be members of this village in the future. Ito nodded and said, Of course, we still have to pay attention to the male ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Okay. Uchiha Miko nodded. Then Ito's thought moved and instantly appeared with Yoshiko at the place provided for the orphans. Very leisurely, Zabuza. Looking at Zabuza, who was sitting in the wooden corridor at the door like an old man next door, Ito teased. So what if I'm not leisurely? My chakra is sealed. I'm like a cripple. Zabuza looked at Haku, who was playing with the children not far away, and said without looking back, Then how about I unlock your seal? Ito stretched out his hand and pointed to the ground, and a pillar of earth instantly rose from the ground. It hardened and finally turned into a short stool fixed there. Then Ito walked to the stool and sat on it, at the same time pulling Yoshiko into his arms and let her sit on his lap, and said to Zabuza, You're so kind. Zabuza looked at Ito and Yoshiko in his arms and said with disdain, Of course, the condition is still the same. Ito smiled. This time, Zabuza didn't immediately refuse, but looked at Haku, who was not far away, and fell silent. This kind of life is good, isn't it? Ito also looked at Haku and said, And didn't you notice that the hostility in your body has dissipated a lot? This is very good for your future cultivation. I want to know what I'm going to do after becoming your subordinate. After a moment of silence, Zabuza said, Don't worry, I won't make you do anything. Ito smiled lightly. Usually it's the same as it is now, but you'll have to train the children. As for when something happens, it'll be the same as when I'm doing missions with you in a ninja village, but I can tell you with certainty that there will be very few times when something happens. Remember what you said. After bowing his head and pondering for a moment, Zabuza looked at Ito and said in a deep voice after saying that. He knelt on one knee on the ground to show his loyalty. Seeing this, Ito didn't talk nonsense. He gently let go of Yoshiko in his arms, got up, and came in front of Zabuza and slammed his palm on his shoulder. Immediately, a majestic force invaded Zabuza's body, breaking the blocked acupoints along his meridians and reconnecting Zabuza's chakra. With the reconnection of chakra in Zabuza's body, a powerful momentum instantly erupted from his body, attracting the attention of Haku and the children. Senpai, Haku, and the children, who discovered Ito's arrival, immediately came to Ito's side and greeted respectfully. Haku, come here. Ito removed his hand from Zabuza's body and called Haku. Hearing this, Haku didn't hesitate and walked slowly to Zabuza's side. Then Ito did the same thing and unlocked all the seals in Haku's body. Now, return it to its rightful owner. After a while, Ito returned the sword that suddenly appeared in his hand to Zabuza, who had retracted his momentum, and said, "Thank you, Senpai." Zabuza took the sword with both hands and thanked him. "Well, get up. I don't do kneeling here," Ito said to Zabuza, and then with a thought, he summoned Takagura to his side and pointed to Haku and Zabuza beside him. "From now on, the two of them are really on my side." Congratulations. Takagura Yusuke heard this and congratulated Haku and Zabuza. In the future, Takagura Yusuke, you will be responsible for the logistics and life management of the children. As for the daily training, Zabuza will take over and Haku will assist from the side. Ito stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the head of the children standing beside him, and said to Takagura Yusuke, Zabuza, and Haku, "Yes, Senpai." The three of them agreed together. "Well, let's go." After giving instructions, Ito waved his hand and then disappeared in front of them with Uchiha Yoshiko and appeared in another big house in the village to see Karen, Valletta, and Karen. After chatting with them for a while, he left alone to see Maui and Baki Lulu, and then to tease Erica Simmons, who was getting more and more used to it, and finally to stay with Sakuragi-sei, who was practicing hard, and then to Sakuragi-sei's happy and excited eyes, he returned to his residence in Naruto World and began to clean the dust in the room. Dang, dang, dang. Shortly after Ito finished cleaning the room, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Coming," Ito shouted as he stood up from the chair and walked towards the entrance. Then Ito came to the entrance, stepped on the surface of the shoes on the ground, and reached out to open the door. "It's you, Shizen." Ito leaned forward slightly and smiled at the person standing at the door. Chapter 478. What's the matter? Ito straightened up and looked at Shizen at the door and asked. "Master Steel Hand wants to see you," Shizen replied. "So late? Wants to see me?" Ito was puzzled. "He came to see you before, but there was no one in your house at that time," Shizen explained. "All right, I got it." Ito nodded, put on his shoes, walked out of the door, closed the door, and said to Shizen, "Let's go." "Come with me," Shizen said, and Chakra burst out from her feet, jumped to the side of the roof, and walked towards Steel Hand's current residence. Behind Shizen, Ito followed closely. After a while, the two came to Steel Hand's residence, and then walked into the room with Shizen. I said, "What's so urgent that you want to see me so late?" Ito, who entered the room, asked Steel Hand, who was sitting on the seat and looking down at the information. "Shizen, go to my room and take out the scroll on the table and get it to him." Steel Hand looked up at Ito, who was sitting down by himself, and turned to Shizen, who was standing on the side, and said, "Yes." After a short while, she came out with a scroll and handed it to Ito-sei. Okay, Shizen said, then turned around and entered the inner room. After a while, she came out with a scroll and handed it to Ito-sei. "What is this?" Ito took the scroll and asked Steel Hand while opening the seal outside. Wah, there was a sound of paper shaking, and the scroll was unfolded by Ito. "Mokutan." Seito, who saw the content written on the scroll, raised his head in surprise and looked at Steel Hand. Since you have used Mokutan's energy to that extent, then it's time to teach you Mokutan ninjutsu. Steel Hand put down the information in her hand and looked at Seito and said, "Thank you." Seito heard this, rolled up the scroll again, and thanked her with a smile. "However, although I gave you the scroll, I hope that you can practice the Mokutan ninjutsu without anyone around." Steel Hand continued, "Keep it as a trump card." Seito, who put the scroll in the Rubik's Cube world, said, "Yes," Steel Hand confirmed. Then she looked at Seito and continued, "In addition, from tomorrow onward, you will also accept tasks from the village. From now on." Itose looked at Steel Hands in surprise, waiting for her to continue. "You should be clear about the situation in the village. After Orochimaru's attack, Konoha's real strength is no longer worthy of the name of a big country. So from now on, all ninjas above the level of Chunin are mobilized to accept the tasks of the village, creating the illusion of Konoha's stable strength to deter other countries and recuperate." Steel Hand explained in a deep voice, "It seems that this Mokutan ninjutsu is not in vain." Seito patted his chest and laughed at himself. However, Seito was just pretending, so he immediately put away the self-mockery on his face. He nodded and said, "I know. Okay, you can go back." Steel Hand, who finished the matter, said to Seito, "Then I'll go." Seito nodded. Then he stood up from his seat with his hands on his knees, and then left Steel Hand's residence with Shizen's farewell. "I'll go first, Shizen." Seito smiled at Shizen beside him at the door. "Be careful on the road," Shizen said. After that, Seito turned around, waved his hand with his back facing Shizen, and walked slowly to his residence. These Mokutan ninjutsu are different from the records in the Scroll of Seals. It seems to be a low-level version of Mokutan ninjutsu. I guess this is the Mokutan ninjutsu used by Yamato in the original movie. At this time, Seito, who had returned to his residence, opened the Mokutan ninjutsu scroll again, and while looking at it, he thought, but it's also true. With the amount of chakra of Hashirama, Yamato's body can't cast Mokutan ninjutsu of that level. After that, Seito rolled up the scroll and took it back to the Rubik's Cube world, turned around, walked to the bed, and sat down to rest. The next night, he slept peacefully until dawn. Dang, dang, dang. In the morning, when Seito was eating breakfast, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Seeing this, Seito put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, got up, walked to the door, and opened it. "Seito, Hokage-sama summons you." A Konoha ninja who didn't know said to Seito. "I know," Seito replied. "Okay, I'll take my leave first." The ninja heard this, turned around, and walked away. "Troublesome." Seito, who closed the door, muttered, and then walked back to the table, casually ate 2 mouthfuls of breakfast, simply cleaned up, and walked to the Hokage's office building. This is a B-level escort mission. In the mission explanation hall of the Hokage's office building, Tetsuyu clasped his hands on the table and looked at Seito standing in the center and said, "B-level mission? That is to say, we will encounter enemy ninjas. Isn't that a mission that requires the cooperation of a team to complete?" Seito looked at Tetsuyu in surprise. "Indeed, but with your strength, a B-level mission shouldn't be difficult for you," Tetsuyu said calmly. "Well, let's talk about the specific mission content." Seito was stunned and said helplessly. Then Shizen explained the specific situation of the mission to Seito. Although Shizen said a lot, it's summed up in one sentence: escorting a big businessman named Akai Kodo to the country of Ursa to complete a secret transaction. After that, Seito saw the target of his trip, a bald middle-aged man with a slightly fat body, Akai Kodo. Only one person? Seeing Seito, Akai Kodo looked a little dissatisfied and said to Tetsu, "Hokage-sama, I offered a B-level mission reward. Why did you only send one person to escort me?" "Don't worry, Mr. Akai. He is very strong, and he can definitely send you to your destination safely." Tetsuyu said, and even if you don't believe in his strength, you have to believe in Konoha's credibility. Well, for the sake of Konoha's credibility. Akai looked up and down at Sei Ito, nodded reluctantly, and then slightly bowed to Tetsu. Goodbye. Then he took Sei Ito out of the mission explanation hall, walked out of the Hokage office building, joined the team that had already been prepared, and walked out of Konoha Village. The country of Ursa, just go to Hashigakure and see what the so-called star is. By the way, there's also the miraculous peacock technique. Let's see if I can use telekinesis or transformation. Sei Ito, sitting on the top of the truck arranged by Akai Kodo, touched his chin and pondered. Then he sat cross-legged and meditated. Hey, what are you doing? Sei Ito just sat cross-legged for a while. The big businessman, named Akai Kodo, shouted at Sei Ito. I paid you to be a guard, not to let you rest. Pay attention to the surroundings. Really, if I knew that Konoha would send this kind of guy, I might as well hire Wild Ninja directly. It's cheap. Then Akai Kodo whispered again. Hearing Akai Kodo's words, Sei Ito turned his head slightly, squinted his eyes, and looked at Akai Kodo over there. And then when he wanted to reprimand him, he suddenly pressed his murderous aura towards Akai Kodo. Plop! Akai Tomodo, who felt the murderous aura, sat down on the board of the car. His face was pale, and he was sweating. At the same time, a light yellow liquid with a strong smell flowed out from his crotch. If you yell at me again, I will kill you immediately, and then go back and report that the mission failed. Sei Ito retracted his gaze, closed his eyes, and meditated again, and said indifferently to Akai Kodo, whose eyes were full of fear. Yes, yes. Akai Kodo trembled subconsciously when he heard this. He said with a trembling voice. Then, he ran back to the carriage. Since then, Akai Kodo really became well-behaved. He no longer cared about what Ito, Sei, usually did. He also served him with good food and drink. In this way, after 4 days of trekking, the team finally left the land of fire and entered the land of bear. Shortly after they entered the land of bear, a team of 3 rain ninjas appeared in Sei Ito's perception. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't talk nonsense, and directly made a shadow clone jutsu to stay in the team, and then his real body jumped into the woods and rushed towards the 3 rain ninjas. Sei Ito's speed was very fast, so it didn't take long for him to reach the hiding place of the 3 rain ninjas. Since they were all Chunin level, Sei Ito didn't bother to use a sneak attack and directly attack them. Water release. Rain Dew Sunban. One of the rain ninjas, after seeing Sei Ito's figure, immediately jumped back, threw the ninja umbrella in his hand into the air, and shouted loudly with both hands. While he was doing the hand seals, the other 2 rain ninjas threw kunai and shurikens to intercept Sei Ito's movement and buy time for their companions behind them to cast ninjutsu. Seeing the incoming ninja tools, Ito Sei's body immediately rotated. While dodging the shuriken and kunai's attacks, he reached out and grabbed the kunai in his hand, using it to block the shuriken that he couldn't avoid when he turned around. Then he reached out and grabbed the shuriken that was offset by its speed and threw it back as he turned around. At this time, the rain ninja who was preparing ninjutsu finally cast it, and then countless thin Senbon flew towards Sei Ito's body one after another. Sei Ito's body flashed, and suddenly turned into a tree stump and disappeared in front of the 3 rain ninjas, and then instantly appeared behind one of them, and cut his throat with a kunai. Ha! Ha! The rain ninja whose throat was cut covered the wound with both hands and fell to the ground with an unwilling face, making a painful sound. After killing a rain shinobi, Ito Sei stepped on the ground and instantly appeared in front of another rain shinobi. The rain shinobi's face was filled with horror as he pierced his heart and killed him. Chapter 479. After dealing with the 2 rain shinobi, Sei Ito turned to look at the last rain shinobi and said softly, "You're the only one left." Then, without any movement from Sei Ito, his body quickly disappeared from his feet, and a tree suddenly appeared behind the rain shinobi, tying him to the tree. Then, Ito slowly leaned out of the trunk with his upper body, grabbing the range shinobi's neck with both hands and twisting it. With a soft sound, the range shinobi's eyes popped out, and his head tilted to the side as he died. Mission completed. Itsunari, who had removed the illusion, whispered to himself. Then, Ito put his hands in front of him and immediately pressed them on the ground, using alchemy to bury the bodies of the 3 dead range shinobi. After doing all this, Ito didn't stay any longer and directly jumped on the branch and rushed back to the team. Ito, who returned to the top of the carriage, immediately lifted the shadow clone jutsu and sat cross-legged to meditate again. Along the way, except for encountering a group of bandits, which were taken care of by Akai Sarai, nothing special happened. He smoothly arrived at the transaction site and met with the other party. After the transaction was completed, Ito-chung asked Akai for the completion of the task confirmation letter and immediately left Akai's team and went to the direction of Hashigakure. After half a day, Ito came to the Grand Canyon where Hashigakure was located. The natural barrier of the poisonous gas canyon is here. Ito looked down at the canyon filled with yellow fog below. Then he put his hands in front of him and slammed them on the ground. Then a flash of lightning came out of Ito's palms and spread to the edge of the cliff in front of him. Then a square pillar suddenly emerged from the rock on the edge of the cliff and quickly extended to the opposite side. Boom! A moment later, the growing stone pillar hit the opposite side of the mountain, making a dull sound. Then, Ito straightened up, stepped on the stone pillar, and walked to the opposite side of the valley. After a while, when his feet stepped on the ground again, he walked to Hashigakure without hesitation. This aura is really uncomfortable. After a while, after arriving at Hashigakure, Ito felt the strange aura around him and frowned. Then, Ito jumped down from the mountain outside of Hashigakure and ran to the building in the center of the valley. Fortunately, there's no one here now. It's convenient for me to seize that star. Ito, who came to the room where the star was stored, carefully looked around the room and thought to himself. Then, Ito used alchemy to break the wall beside him and quickly broke into the room where the star was hidden. He endured the strange aura emitted by the star and took it into the magic cube world. What kind of broken thing is this? It looks like a space Zerg's rotten egg. Ito, who had put away the star, frowned and thought, and this uncomfortable aura. It shouldn't be an alien creature, right? Magic Cube, detect what that star is. Ito ordered Magic Cube with his mind. The object is a product of a certain planet in the universe. Its main component is a certain substance, and long-term contact with this substance will cause qualitative mutation in the human body, which is life-threatening. After 2 or 3 seconds, Magic Cube presented the detection result in Ito's mind. Is that so? Then seal it. Ito ordered. It seems that the miraculous peacock technique is the product of constant contact with that special substance. If the people in Naruto's world don't have chakra, they will die if they come into constant contact with it. Ito, who had dealt with the star, thought. Then, Ito slipped out of the hole he opened and sneaked toward the building where Hoshikage lived in the center of the building. There weren't many people in Hoshi village, and their strength was generally low. So, even during the day, Ito's sneak operation was very smooth. He entered the building where Hoshikage lived with little effort and came to the outside of Hoshikage's room. Then a young man who looked less than 30 years old with a Hoshi headband appeared in front of Ito's eyes. Seeing this, Ito stretched out his hand and put on the wooden wall behind him, closed his eyes, and mobilized the power in his body, and shouted, Mo-Katan, 4 pillars prison technique. Instantly, a prison made entirely of wooden pillars appeared in the room, and the young man was restrained in the prison. Who is it? Seeing that he was imprisoned, the young man's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, then raised his hands in front of him, and quickly made ninjutsu hand signs, and shouted, Peacock technique, bird-beast transformation technique. As soon as the words fell, a special transparent chakra with a light pink with a little purple instantly appeared behind the young man, and then suddenly rushed upward, turned into a beast, and rushed toward the surrounding wooden pillars. Outside, Seito, who was still clinging to the wall, turned his mind, and the wooden pillars in the room suddenly became thick and gradually formed a wide wooden wall. Boom! At this moment, the peacock mystic technique finally collided with the wooden pillar. The collision between the two produced a violent explosion. However, although the sound was loud, the wooden pillar was still as stable as before. It slowly merged with the wooden pillar next to it, forming a complete wall. Would release, would clone technique. Then Seito's mind turned again, and would clone was born from the wood that turned into a wall, stepped out of the wooden wall, and stepped into the wooden prison that had become dark. Who are you? Hearing the footsteps, the young man suddenly turned his head and looked at the wood clone and asked, "It doesn't matter who I am. Now I have something to ask you. If you answer well, you live. If you don't answer well, you die." Seito looked at the young man and said, and then continued to ask without waiting for the other party to speak, "Where is the secret scroll of peacock technique?" "Sure enough, it's for our Hashigakure's peacock technique," the young man said, and then firmly refused. "I won't tell you where the secret scroll of peacock technique is." "You won't tell me? Then forget it. Anyway, your Hashigakure is not big, and there are only 2 places that can hide the scroll, and the most likely place is here. As long as I kill you and search here carefully, I won't worry about not being able to find it," Seito said with a smile. The young man's expression changed immediately, and he was about to launch the secret scroll of peacock technique to attack Seito. "It seems that I guessed right. The secret scroll of peacock technique is really in this building," Seito said, and he instantly came in front of the young man, raised his hand and scattered his hand seals, then leaned sideways and leaned against the young man's chest. With a crisp sound, the young man's sternum immediately caved in, and at the same time, he was hit by Seito's shoulder force and slammed into the wooden wall behind him. The weakness of the secret scroll of peacock technique is really close combat, Seito said as he walked in front of the young man who was bleeding from his mouth. After that, Seito stepped into the wooden wall behind the young man and disappeared. At this time, Seito removed his hands from the wall and slowly walked into the room where the young man was and spread out his spiritual force to search. Well, it's actually in the secret compartment under the young man's butt. After a while, Seito found the secret scroll of peacock technique and muttered in amazement, then turned and walked to the wooden cell, reached out and touched the surface of the wooden wall, and launched the secret scroll of peacock technique to break a hole in the wall, and stepped in. Then he went straight to the futon where the young man was originally sitting, kicked it away, leaned over, and launched the secret scroll of peacock technique again, and then a scroll as thick as a picture scroll appeared in front of Seito. Seeing this, Seito smiled slightly, reached out, and took the secret scroll of peacock technique into his hand, put it in the magic cube world, and then turned and walked out of the wooden cell. After that, Seito casually glanced around, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and then a cluster of small flames suddenly appeared on his finger, and he threw it into the wooden cell. Boom! A dazzling flame, accompanied by a loud bang, was instantly produced in the wooden cell. It flew out of the broken hole and swept towards the surrounding wooden objects. Fire alchemy is really a good thing to kill people. Seito slowly walked out of the sea of fire, then snapped his fingers again at the room that was already burning, and then left Hashigakure and walked toward Konoha. Because he was not in a hurry, Seito took a day and a half to return to Konoha. At this time, Steel Hand had already completed the succession ceremony and officially became the 5th Hokage. This is the confirmation letter for the completion of the mission. In the Hokage office, Seito handed the confirmation letter to Steel Hand and said, "Very good, you go and rest first. There will be a new mission assigned to you in 2 days." Steel Hand opened the confirmation letter and said casually after glancing at it briefly, "Oh, Say Ito responded indifferently, then turned his head and glanced around and asked Steel Hand, "Where is Shizen?" "She went out to perform a mission." Steel Hand replied, "Went out to perform a mission? That means Sasuke will defect in a few days. It seems that I have to prepare." Say Ito thought, then put away his thoughts and said to Steel Hand, "Then I'll go first." After saying that, he left the Hokage office building and walked toward his residence. Say Ito knew that even if he went to find Kurenai or Mitarashi Anko now, they would not necessarily be at home. Most of them would be performing a mission. After returning to his residence, Say Ito suddenly mobilized the energy in his body and cast a shadow clone jutsu at home, then used Flying Thunder God jutsu and disappeared from the room instantly. At the same time, in a room with obvious feminine characteristics, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared in the room. "Hey, not back yet." Sei Ito, who casually glanced at the situation in the room, reached out and grabbed a porcelain bottle on the table beside him and opened the secret passage. Chapter 480. P.S. Thanks to Youngblood 2001 for the monthly votes, Xiao Mafeng, Nickfany, and Crisis Moment for their tips. It seems like she cherishes it a lot. Then I'll leave her a few more bottles when I leave. Sei Ito looked down at the bottle of Chinese medicine ointment, put the cork back on, put it back to its original place, and chuckled inwardly. Then Sei Ito walked to the bedside, sat on the bed, crossed his legs, put his hands behind his back, and waited quietly. After a while, with a soft creak sound, the closed door was opened from the outside. At this time, Sei Ito moved, quickly jumped up from the bed, and hung upside down on the ceiling of the room to hide. The next moment after Ito Sei hid, Temari walked into the room with a tired face. She had her blonde hair tied into 4 fluffy short tails behind her head. She wore a ninja headband around her neck. She was wearing a purple kimono with a lavender spaghetti strap top and a black double-slit skirt. She was holding a huge black iron fan. She walked into the room with a tired face. While putting the fan away, she turned on the light in the room. At this time, the tired and lazy expression of Temari slightly changed, and almost without thinking, she turned around and looked up at the ceiling. "Yo!" Seeing that he was discovered, Sei Ito raised his hand to greet Temari with a smile. "It's you," Temari said with a guarded expression. "How did you get into my room?" Duh. Sei Ito turned over and landed on the ground, looked at Temari in front of him and laughed. "If I can't even get in, how can I steal flowers and beauties?" "Your purpose." Temari's heart jumped slightly when she heard the hidden meaning in Sei Ito's words. She asked again in a deep voice, "Of course, to see you." Sei Ito walked toward Temari while chuckling. "You know, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and I miss you a lot. Don't you know that your current actions are equivalent to provoking a conflict between the two countries?" Hearing the ambiguity in Sei Ito's words, Temari immediately thought of what happened in the forest during the Chunin exam. Her face turned slightly red, and she asked seriously again, "Don't worry, no one knows that I'm in Sand Village except for you. So as long as you don't say anything, nothing will happen." At this time, Sei Ito, who had already walked in front of Temari, reached out and gently touched Temari's cheek. As he gently stroked it, he smiled and said softly, "Relax, you know I won't hurt you." Humph. When Temu heard this, she snorted softly and obediently withdrew her defensive posture. She placed the black iron fan in her hand back to the wall. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Temari put away the black iron fan and looked up at Ito Sei in front of him. "I told you, I'm only here to see you." Sei Ito stretched out his hands. He gently hugged her in his arms and whispered in her ear. She felt the warm breath coming from her ear. She raised her head slightly, and a touch of red appeared on her cheeks again. "I don't believe you will come to see me for no reason," Temari, who didn't resist Sei Ito's hug, said with disdain. "Well, although I do have some things to ask you, seeing you is the most important thing." Sei Ito moved back slightly and looked down at Temari in his arms. "Let me remind you first. Although I said at that time that you can deal with it afterward, I will definitely not steal the village's information. Temari looked at Seito's eyes and said seriously, "Well, I know, so I never thought of asking you to do that kind of thing." Seito lowered his head and kissed Temari's forehead. He said softly, "Tell me the purpose of your visit this time." Temari closed her eyes slightly when Seito kissed her forehead. After Seito left, she opened her eyes and asked, "This is the case. Something may happen in Konoha in a few days. At that time, Steel Hand may apply for support and assistance from Sand Ninja. As the Chunin exam, Konoha has a friendship with Uzumaki Naruto and other new genin. You will be assigned. When the time comes, I hope you can send me a message when you leave and when you enter the Fire Country." Said to Temari as he sat down on the bed with Temari in his arms. "What are you doing?" Temari said with a frown. "Just like the last time in the forest, I want to get something," Ito explained while gently stroking Temari's thighs. "Kekiai Genkai?" Temari asked doubtfully. "Yes, Kekiai Genkai." Ito nodded and admitted. "If that's the case, I can promise you." Temari looked at Ito seriously and agreed in a low voice. "Anra, all I want is Kekiai Genkai. I'm not interested in starting a war. What's more, if there is a war, your safety can't be guaranteed. It's not worth it for me." Ito kissed Temari's cheek and chuckled. Although Temari didn't know whether Ito was telling the truth or not, the implied meaning in his words still made her feel very comfortable. Then Ito took back his palm from stroking Temari's thigh and reached into his arms. After pretending to fumble for a while, he took out a small black ball inquiry device and handed it to Temari. "This is a communicator. Use your voice to control it when you need to use it." Temari raised her hand and took the small black ball inquiry device. She fiddled with it curiously for a while, but after finding that the surface of the small black ball was seamless and there was no artificial trace, she was very surprised and took it in front of her eyes and observed it under the light. "You don't need to study it. No one in this world can understand this thing except me." Seito raised his hand and pointed at the metal surface of the forehead protector tied around Temari's neck. While quietly using alchemy to engrave the special mark of Flying Thunder God Jutsu inside the forehead protector, he said to Temari with a smile, "Sure enough, your things are as strange as you." Temari didn't look at the small black ball after hearing this, and said to Seito while putting it into the ninja bag. Seito just chuckled and ignored Temari's evaluation. Then he took back his finger from the forehead protector and reached into his arms again. He took out a small sealed scroll and handed it to Temari. "I just saw that you used a lot of whitening cream. I think you are reluctant to use it. Fortunately, I thought about this problem when I came here and specially prepared a lot for you. It's enough for you to use for a long time." "Thank you." Temari took the scroll with bright eyes and thanked him. "If you really want to thank me, just kiss me," Seito said with a smile. "In your dreams." Temari directly rejected. "Hey, since you don't want to kiss, then I will kiss," Seito said and kissed Temari's lips. She didn't react in time. He stuck out his tongue and tangled with her, although Temari's movements were still stiff. But she was trying her best to cooperate with Seito. Then the lips separated again, and the two chatted for a while in the room. Seito let go of Temari and stood up from the bed. While suddenly reaching out and kneading Temari's breasts, he launched Flying Thunder God Jutsu and disappeared from Temari's room and returned to Konoha's residence. Boom! With the return of Seito, the shadow clone immediately burst into a cloud of smoke and disappeared from the room. "Now I just have to wait for the time," Seito, who was lying on the bed at this time, said in his heart, then turned over his body and closed his eyes to rest. 2 days later, Seito once again took the mission scroll from Steel Hand and left Konoha. A few days later, Seito, who was slowly returning to Konoha after completing the mission, suddenly stopped and took out the small black ball from his arms. He saw the text composed of green electronic symbols. Set off. Set off. That is to say, Uchiha Sasuke's defection has happened, and now Uzumaki Naruto's group of 5 is on the way to chase him. After reading the message, Seito put the small black ball back into his arms and thought, "In the end, I didn't catch up. It seems that I can only snatch Sasuke and use him to trade with Orochimaru." But this is also good. I can get Kimimaro on the way. Ito continued to think. Finished thinking. Ito turned his hand and put the dog mask on his face, stepped on the ground, and rushed toward the route from Konoha to the Land of Rice. However, because the previous mission location was in the Land of Water, which was relatively far from that route, Ito immediately activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and appeared beside Temari after receiving the message from Temari for the second time. "Who is it?" While Temari shouted. She quickly took the kunai in her hand and threw it to Ito, who suddenly appeared. "It's me." Ito, who caught the kunai in his hand, said to Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, who were confronting him. "Temari, who is he?" Gaara looked at Ito and asked. "Not an enemy." Temari didn't know how to answer Gaara's question and could only say so. "Okay, I'll go first." Ito threw the kunai to Temari and said. Then, without waiting for Gaara and the other two to speak, he immediately launched the body flicker technique and rushed toward the route from Konoha to the Land of Rice. "Let's go." Gaara glanced at Ito, who disappeared, and looked at Temari, who put away the kunai, and said, "Okay." Kankuro and Temari replied, and then the three jumped up again and walked toward the location of the Shikamaru squad. The border from the Land of Wind to the Land of Rice was much faster. With Ito's speed, it only took half a day to reach the border, and then return to the location of Konoha. In this way, in the early morning of the next day, Ito finally saw Nara Shikamaru, who was fighting with Toyo. There is no coffin, no Uzumaki Naruto, that is to say, Kimimaro has been here. It seems that their route is a bit different from my route. Ito, who suddenly appeared in the battlefield where Toyo and Nara Shikamaru were fighting, looked at the two of them and thought, "Who are you?" Toyo from Kur State 1 High School looked at Ito, who suddenly appeared, and asked. Nara Shikamaru, who was hiding, also quickly raised his ears to listen. "It seems that I have to hurry again." Ito sighed slightly and suddenly covered Toyo with his killing intent, and then when the latter was affected by the killing intent, he immediately launched the body flicker technique and came to the branch where Toyo was standing. He leaned over and kicked Toyo's calf. At the moment when her body was kicked, the leg that was kicked out stood up, and at the same time, the other leg quickly followed up and hit Toyo's chest with the elbow that Ito smashed on Toyo's back. Boom! The two penetrating forces instantly collided with each other in Toyo's body, causing her to tremble and involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Ito's arm that was smashed on Toyo's back fell, and he slapped Toyo's neck. Plop! Toyo, who was unable to support herself because of Ito's retreat, fell on the branch in an instant, making a dull sound. Soon after, Doyu, who had regained his strength, began to struggle like a newborn animal on a tree branch, as if he couldn't control his own limbs. This is the effect of the medical ninjutsu Flicker Dash. Then Ito walked in front of Toyo and knocked her out. Then Ito lifted Toyo from the branch, turned his head and looked at Nara Shikamaru, who was hiding in the leaves, and chased after Uzumaki Naruto. On the way, Ito also took Toyo, whose chakra flow was sealed by her, into the Rubik's Cube world. After a short while, Ito finally met Kimimaro and Uzumaki Naruto, who was exuding Kyuubi's chakra and had a large number of shadow clones on a plane. Then, ignoring the confrontation between the two, he jumped over Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones and came to the coffin containing Uchiha Sasuke. What a violent world fluctuation. Ito, who was looking at the coffin from a special perspective, frowned. This kind of thing can't be taken into the Rubik's Cube world. "Who are you?" Just when Ito frowned because of the world's power around the coffin, Kimimaro, who was looking at him, said with a blank expression, "Forget it. Let's get a sample of Kimimaro's normal state first." Ito heard this, then looked up at Kimimaro and said, "How to say it? My purpose is the same as yours, to send him to Orochimaru. But in addition, I also want to get a sample of your blood. Bastard, I won't let you take Sasuke away." Hearing Ito's words, Uzumaki Naruto immediately shouted. How about it? As long as you are willing to hand over the blood sample, I will escort the coffin to Orochimaru. Seito ignored Uzumaki Naruto's shout and said to Kimimaro, Okay. Kimimaro said with a blank expression, then rolled up his sleeves and stretched his white arm toward Seito. Damn it! Seeing that he was ignored, Uzumaki Naruto cursed angrily. At the same time, a dozen shadow clones quickly threw the kunai in their hands to Ito-sei and Kimimaro in the field, and the dozen shadow clones rushed towards the two of them after throwing the kunai. It seems that we have to clean up the trash before the deal. Kimimaro looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, Chapter 481. It seems so. Seito smiled lightly. Then his body moved slightly to the side, avoiding the attack of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone that rushed in front of him. At the same time, he hit the shadow clone's abdomen with his knee, turning it into smoke. After that, Seito and Kimimaro moved together and destroyed all of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones that came in front of them. After these dozens of shadow clones disappeared, Uzumaki Naruto shouted again, and all the shadow clones rushed towards Seito and Kimimaro. It's useless to rely on shadow clones alone, Kimimaro said lightly, and then together with Seito, he destroyed all of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones that rushed in front of them. In this way, it took Ito-sei and Kimimaro 10 minutes to completely clean up more than 1,000 shadow clones of Uzumaki Naruto, leaving the real Uzumaki Naruto with an angry face. Then, Kimimaro walked step by step towards Uzumaki Naruto, who was about to turn into a beast. Just at this moment, the top of the coffin sealed by the 4 talisman papers ferociously emitted a large amount of black gas. Soon after, a sizzling sound like a burning fuse resounded. Then, with a loud bang, the wooden coffin abruptly exploded from the inside. Irregular broken wood shavings immediately flew out in all directions. It seems that he doesn't need your guard. Kimimaro, who had stopped when the coffin changed, looked at Seito and said indifferently, It doesn't matter. I will force him to let me guard him. Seito shrugged indifferently and looked at the gray-black hair, wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt with a red and white fan pattern on the back. Uchiha Sasuke said with white shorts. Kimimaro turned slightly when he heard this and looked at Ito-sei without saying anything. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke, who gradually adapted to the changes in his body, returned to his original appearance, lowered his head, looked at his hands, and laughed. Sasuke. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto, who also saw Uchiha Sasuke returning to his original appearance, smirked and shouted, What are you doing with such a guy? Hey, come here quickly. Uzumaki Naruto beckoned to Uchiha Sasuke, then said with a trembling voice, Hey, come back, Sasuke. Everyone is worried about you, so... But Uchiha Sasuke completely ignored Uzumaki Naruto's words. He just laughed with an evil smile on his face. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Uzumaki Naruto shouted angrily, Sasuke! Uchiha Sasuke still ignored Uzumaki Naruto. He leaned slightly and jumped into the distance. Seito, who was prepared for this, raised his hand to block Kimimaro's kick and kicked him in front of him. Sasuke also raised his arm to block and separated from Seito. Looking at this sudden change, Sasuke was puzzled. But as long as Sasuke didn't leave his sight, he didn't care. He didn't care who was friend or foe. It seems that before cleaning up the trash, I have to get rid of you first. Kimimaro looked at Seito with a blank expression and said, Yes, if I don't get rid of you, I can't get Sasuke Uchiha. Seito took a stance and chuckled at Kimimaro. At this time, Sasuke, who got up from the ground again, glanced at Seito, who was wearing a dog mask, and then rushed toward the land of rice without looking back. Behind him, Uzumaki Naruto, who was still puzzled by the development of things, quickly chased after him. Aren't you going to stop that kid? Seito looked at Kimimaro and asked. Uchiha Sasuke can deal with that kind of trash, Kimimaro said indifferently. No matter what, he's still a descendant of the Uchiha clan. His talent isn't bad. Sei Ito agreed, then hooked his finger and said, "But that's nonsense. Let's fight first." Then the two confronted each other for a moment, then ran toward each other, and then converged in the center between the two, using taijutsu to fight at high speed. Taijutsu in Naruto's world has always been the pursuit of high-speed and efficient killing techniques. The less superfluous the taijutsu is, the more powerful it is. Therefore, to deal with this kind of simple and direct physical technique, the martial arts of the Heavenly Sword world and most of the Chinese martial arts of the real world were not suitable for use. Instead, the violent and direct Muay Thai, as well as the flexible free combat or mixed martial arts of the Heavenly Sword world were more effective. But that doesn't mean that martial arts and martial arts can't be used. Many of the techniques and single moves can be used in battle. For example, dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique in Heavenly Earth, striking bull through mountain in Guashu, breaking, cannon, drilling, Tai Chi's four tails technique, internal Qi in Nigong, and so on. Moreover, Sei Ito himself also learned Steel Hand Taijutsu and Monster Fist in Naruto's world, so even if Kimimaro used his Kekiai Jinkai Limit Dance, except for making some scratches on Sei Ito's face or arms, it had no effect. On the contrary, Sei Ito's striking bull through mountain penetrated his bones and injured his internal organs. Wow, Kimimaro, who separated from Sei Ito again, opened his mouth and spat out blood. He looked at Sei Ito and said, "It's a very strange technique. It can actually bypass my bones and directly affect my body." Sei Ito glanced at the place where Kimimaro's blood splashed and said, "So you'd better give me the blood sample. Let me go, and let me take Uchiha Sasuke to see Orochimaru. Although your technique is very strange, as long as you don't touch my body, it's fine." Kimimaro ignored Sei Ito's words and just looked at him and said lightly. Then Sei Ito saw that between Kimimaro's collarbones, just below his throat, a curse seal formed by three black lines like thin eyebrows suddenly lit up, and then a black line spread around Kimimaro's body with the curse seal as the center. "I have 5 kinds of dances. Now, let's see my Tang Song dance," Kimimaro said, and immediately dozens of sharp white bones slowly grew out of his chest and back, protecting his body. Seeing this, Ito-sei frowned and thought to himself, "This is the trick used to defend against Xiao Li's lotus after he opened the first gate. According to the animation plot, it can indeed defend against my hitting the bull through the mountain. Even a needle forging skill can block a lot of it, but how long can your internal organs last?" Sei Ito looked at Kimimaro and said, 1 minute, 5 minutes, or 10 minutes. It doesn't matter how long it lasts. Anyway, I'm going to die. As long as I can help Orochimaru Sama get Uchiha Sasuke, my existence is valuable. Kimimaro walked slowly towards Sei Ito and said, "You've been brainwashed by Orochimaru. Originally, I plan to let you live after the battle, but now it seems that I just need to get your body." Sei Ito shook his head slightly. "You can do whatever you want with my body, provided that you can survive from my hands," Kimimaro said, and suddenly rushed in front of Sei Ito and used taijutsu to fight Sei Ito again. It's just that this time, Sei Ito not only had to avoid the bones on Kimimaro's body, but also the bones on Kimimaro's chest and back. His fighting strength was not a little stronger than before. Similarly, because of these bones, Sei Ito's body added several more wounds. Although they were all small injuries, they were the most injuries Sei Ito has suffered since entering Naruto's world. Dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique. At this time, Ito-sei, who took advantage of the exchange of attacks, seized the opportunity and punched Kimimaro's chest with needle forging technique. Although Sei Ito's fist was still blocked and scratched by the bones on Kimimaro's chest, the needle forging technique was more penetrating and transmissive than the mountain striking bull technique. It successfully hit Kimimaro's body and sent him flying. Kimimaro, who rolled on the ground 4 or 5 times before stopping, turned over and half-knelt on the ground, staring at Sei Ito not far away, without blinking. Then the seal on Kimimaro's chest lit up again, and the black lines that originally only covered most of his body instantly covered his whole body, forming a pattern similar to a circuit board on his body. At the same time, more bones appeared on Kimamaro's body again, not only on his chest and back, but also on his forearms. Then Kimamaro raised his hand and put it on his shoulder, completely pulling out a complete arm bone and turning it into a bone sword in his hand. My Kekkei Jinkai can control the growth and division of bone bud cells at will, so I can make my bones harder than steel. Since I will be hurt by your strange technique in hand-to-hand combat, then I will use the tune dance to deal with you. Kimamaro first explained the effect of his Kekkei Jinkai to Sei Ito, and then announced. Wow, just after he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood came out of Kimamaro's mouth uncontrollably. Is it time? Kimamaro looked at the blood on the ground and thought. Steel? Sei Ito chuckled when he heard this, stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, and a steel sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The tip of the sword pointed obliquely to the ground and said, This sword in my hand is called Heavenly, made of meteorite, and it specializes in breaking weapons, even if it's refined steel. Kimamaro heard this, silently glanced at the weapon in Sei Ito's hand, and walked towards Sei Ito silently. Obviously, he was ready to verify the authenticity of each other's words through a fight. But just as the two gradually approached, a green figure suddenly appeared on the edge of the battlefield, interrupting the action of Kimamaro and Sei Ito, who were about to fight. Excuse me, have you seen a guy with golden hair? Wearing a green tights, Lee, who had thick eyebrows and watermelon-like hair, asked the expressionless Kimamaro and Sei Ito, whose face mask was damaged in many places. Chapter 482. Hearing Lee's question, Kimamaro glanced at him blankly, and then his eyes fell on Sei Ito again. Sei Ito shrugged and didn't answer Lee's question. Circle. At this time, Sei Ito, who had repositioned his stance, shouted in his mind. Then an invisible circle suddenly expanded around Sei Ito, and when Sei Ito held the sword with a straight arm, the tip of the sword fell on the edge of the circle and immediately stopped expanding, maintaining that size. On the opposite side, although he couldn't see the existence of circle, Kimamaro, who noticed the change in the environment around Sei Ito, still looked at Sei Ito seriously, and then quickly rushed to Sei Ito with his bone sword and fought with him. Although Kimamaro opened the curse seal to the peak of the first state, and the chakra flow in his body was extremely fast, and at the same time, it drove his body movements to become particularly fast. But for Ito Sei, who has the existence of Yuko, who can predict his attack route half a second in advance, it was still not enough. Therefore, although Kimamaru's attack frequency was extremely high, he couldn't cause even the slightest damage to Sei Ito. Instead, the bone sword in Kimamaru's hand was chipped in a collision with Heavenly's sword, and this was the result of Kimamaru's efforts to avoid it. So strong. These two people are so strong. Lee, who was ignored, looked at Kimamaru and Sei Ito in the battle with surging emotions. By the way, I still have to chase Naruto. After a while, Lee, who returned to his senses, glanced around, and after seeing that there was no trace of Uzumaki Naruto, he continued to chase in the direction of the land of rice. Crack! Just after Lee left, a crisp sound came from the battle circle where Kimamaru and Sei Ito were fighting. Then Kimamaru, who had a bloody wound on his cheek, quickly retreated. It seems like your bone blade is not as hard as my heavenly sword. Sei Ito raised the heavenly sword in front of him, then flicked the sword with the back of his left hand, and said to Kimamaro with a smile, To be honest, your physical skills are very strong. You are one of the strongest people I have ever seen in this world. If it wasn't for my special means, I would have been defeated by you. Sei Ito pointed the tip of the sword to the ground again, looked at the expressionless Kimamaro, and said seriously, So if possible, I really don't want to kill you. It's useless to say more. Anyone who obstructs Orochimaru-sama's actions has no choice but to die. Kimamaro said lightly. At this time, The black lines on Kimamaro's body, which originally looked like a circuit board, slowly connected. Kimamaro's originally white skin turned brown. At the same time, Kimamaro's body leaned forward, and a tail like an octopus tentacle instantly grew out of his tailbone. Something like a broken bone blade grew out of Kimamaro's spine and tail. Then Kimamaro raised his hand under the cervical vertebra, then slowly pulled out the slender spine that had turned black and white from his back and held it in his hand. At the same time, the 3 white bones on his left forearm quickly grew again, together with the sharp bones protruding from his palm. They twisted and turned into a thick spiral spear in Kimamaro's left hand. A trace of chakra mist spread out from the broken end of the spear. What a violent chakra! But with this kind of body, even if I get his body later, I won't be able to obtain the original Kekkei Genkai of the Bamboo Clan. Seito looked at Kimamaro and thought, then slightly glanced at the blood that Kimamaro spat on the ground when he was in good shape, and thought, I don't know if I can extract Kimamaro's genes from that blood. If possible, it's not bad to clone Kimamaro first. Seeing that Seito was slightly distracted, Kimamaro didn't remind him, but directly swung the spine in his right hand and turned it into a whip and hit Seito. Although Seito was indeed distracted just now, the circle around his body hasn't been removed, so when Kimamaro's bone whip arrived, Seito instinctively blocked the path of the whip with Heavenly Sword, and with a slight pause, Kimamaro's spine whip was cut in two. However, although the whip was broken, the inertia of the whip still made the broken whip hit Seito's chest. Seeing this, Seito turned his foot and rotated along the force of the whip, instantly dissipating most of the whip's power, so that the broken whip that could cause serious damage to him only left a deep scar on his body. It flew and fell on the ground behind Seito. Just as Seito dodged the whip, Kimamaro rushed towards him at the same time, then stabbed Seito's chest with the thick spiral spear in his left hand. At this time, Seito's pupils shrank fiercely, and when the spear pierced his flesh and penetrated his internal organs, he quickly jumped back. With one hand, he used medical ninjutsu to treat the wound on his chest, which was constantly bleeding, and fell back. It seems that after being comfortable for so long, he even forgot the iron rule of not being distracted during a battle. This is a lesson. Seito stared at Kimamaro and said in his heart. At this time, Kimamaro didn't talk nonsense, and directly broke out the highest speed brought by the second state, rushing toward Seito, who was healing himself. Humph! Seito snorted coldly, ignoring the injury on his chest, and fought with Kimamaro again. This time, although Kimamaro had a thick spiral spear in his left hand, and his speed was much faster than before, but with the help of Heavenly Sword and Sphere, Seito didn't achieve much. Except for creating some deep scars on Seito's body, he didn't cause any fatal damage to him. On the contrary, because of the close combat with Seito, the spiral spear in his left hand was cut off, and if Kimamaro didn't dodge quickly, even his left hand would have been cut off. Ouch! Kimamaro, who confronted Seito again, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, panting on the ground. It seems that your life is coming to an end. At this time, Seito, who had many injuries all over his body, and the mask on his face had long disappeared, looked at Kimamaro, who was half kneeling on the ground, and smiled. But your will is really strong, and you can endure the internal injuries until now. Even if I die, I won't let you hinder Orochimaru-sama's ambition. Kimamaro leaned on the ground with one hand and looked at Seito and said, although I don't want to say it, I can tell you with certainty that if you die, Orochimaru won't remember you in his heart. Seito frowned slightly, moved his feet, and said to Kimamaro, No, Kimamaro said with certainty. My death means that I will be integrated with Orochimaru-sama, and from then on, ouch, my clan, I will live in Orochimaru-sama's body. Sure enough, you were brainwashed by Orochimaru. Seito sighed slightly when he heard this. I wasn't brainwashed by Orochimaru-sama. It's just that in this world, only Orochimaru-sama knows me the best. Kimimaro said to Sei Ito, "So anyone who insults Orochimaru-sama deserves to die. And now you also die. Dance of the Morning Ferns." With Kimimaro's shout, rows of huge bones with several sharp blades on the surface instantly emerged from the ground, growing to more than 10 meters high in an instant, standing on the ground, reflecting the light of the sun. At the same time as Kimimaro shouted, Sei Ito's expression changed immediately. He turned his hand and threw the special kunai as far away as possible, and then used the flying thunder god jutsu at the moment when the bone forest rose from under his feet. He appeared at the place where the special kunai was nailed, then pulled out the special kunai and threw it far away again, using the flying thunder god jutsu to break through the bone forest. After doing this 3 times, Sei Ito finally successfully escaped from the bone forest formed by the dance of the morning ferns and stopped in a safe area. If I had the sky dance jutsu and psychokinesis, I wouldn't have to do this, I could just fly. It seems that I have to find a suitable world for me as soon as possible, and one with psychokinesis. Sei Ito, who put away the special kunai, sighed slightly and thought. Looking at this situation, the blood is definitely destroyed. As for the corpse, let's try it first. Thinking of this, Sei Ito used some of the world's power from the magic cube world to repair the wounds on his body while slowly walking to the bone forest. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the surface of the bone forest, about to start the decomposition process. But the moment Sei Ito's palm touched the surface of the bone, Kimimaro, with brown skin, suddenly rushed out of the bone and reached out to grab Sei Ito. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate and quickly jumped back, avoiding Kimimaro's grab. After the latter's attack failed, he directly opened his 5 fingers and aimed at Sei Ito. Then, 5 white finger bones slowly emerged from the top of Kimimaro's fingers, and then fell to the ground weakly. Dead. Looking at the finger bones on the ground, Sei Ito looked at Kimimaro, who was half of his body outside the giant bone, and frowned. In this way, Sei Ito waited for a while, and after seeing that Kimimaro didn't respond, he slowly walked to Kimimaro, stretched out his hand on the surface of the giant bone again, and started the decomposition process. Then a burst of blue and white light flashed, and the surface of the giant bone suddenly broke open with Sei Ito's palm as the center, and slowly spread to the surroundings. Although it's a product of the Kekkei Genkai, except for chakra, its material composition is still bone. Now that Kimimaro is dead, the bones can no longer be maintained by chakra. Sei Ito, who withdrew his hand, analyzed mentally, then turned to look at the bone where Kimimaro's body was and walked over. Then Sei Ito stretched out his hand again on the surface of the bone and started the decomposition process. Although the bone was still decomposed and broken in the end, it wasn't as fast as the previous bone. Sure enough, the existence of chakra hinders the effectiveness of alchemy to a certain extent. Sei Ito said with certainty, but after all, chakra is something that alchemy can't analyze. Chapter 483. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Mofeng and Nickfany for their tips. Thinking of this, Sei Ito stopped testing alchemy and quickly activated decomposition alchemy. He removed Kimimaro's body and the bones connected together and put them into the magic cube world. Just when Sei Ito took out a dog mask and put it on his face, preparing to chase Uchiha Sasuke, 3 figures suddenly rushed out of the forest on the side and stopped at the edge of the plain. They're not slow. Sei Ito turned his head and glanced at Gaara, Temari, and Shikamu, who were standing on the edge of the plain. He jumped on a branch beside him and chased after Uchiha Sasuke. They haven't moved for so long. It seems that the battle has already started. I just don't know how things will develop with Lee's participation. Sei Ito, who was moving at high speed, looked at the magic cube prompt in his mind and thought, with Naruto's character, he will probably ask Lee to stand by and watch. Well, before Lee drinks that bottle of wine. While thinking, Sei Ito quickly arrived at the final battle site of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. the Valley of the End. At this time, although Uzumaki Naruto's body was bursting with Kyuubi's chakra, he hasn't entered the Ichibi state yet. Uchiha Sasuke only activated his Sharingan and Curse Seal to fight with him. As for Lee, who had green skin and watermelon hair, he had already fallen asleep on the grass because of the wine. It seems that the situation is better than I thought. At least, Lee is drunk and asleep. Now I just need to get rid of Uzumaki Naruto. Then I can get rid of Uchiha Sasuke. Sei Ito, who was half squatting on top of Hashirama's statue next to the Valley of the End's waterfall, thought. Thinking of this, Sei Ito closed his eyes slightly, and at the same time, he quickly mobilized the power in his body, manipulating the rich water molecules around him into a dozen water whips as thick as hemp ropes, and quickly bound Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who were fighting below. Water release, water whip. What is this? At this time, Uzumaki Naruto, whose limbs, waist, and neck were entangled by several water whips, struggled and shouted angrily. It's the water escape technique. There's actually someone here. Uchiha Sasuke, whose body and limbs were also bound by the water whip, changed his expression and quickly looked around with the powerful insight of Sharingan to find the enemy. At this moment, Sei Ito opened his eyes and stood up from the top of the statue. Stepping into the water in front of him, he instantly disappeared from the water and appeared in the center of the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. This is the ninjutsu that Ito-sei learned from the Book of Seals, the one that he planned to use to reverse the 5 elements release jutsu of the second Hokage. It's you. Seeing Sei Ito suddenly appear here, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto both glared at him. Bastard, I won't let you take Sasuke away. Uzumaki Naruto shouted, and then the Kyuubi chakra on Uzumaki Naruto rose at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into a chakra gauze wrapped around Uzumaki Naruto's body, and a slender chakra tail like a fox's tail gently swayed behind him. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Sei Ito and asked. At the same time, he also began to struggle with his chakra, but he was more rational than Uzumaki Naruto. He didn't directly activate the curse seal to the second level. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I will take you to Orochimaru. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was gradually imprisoned by the Kyuubi chakra, and said lightly, I don't need you to lead me. If you let me go, I will naturally go to Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke said while struggling, No, I must take you. Sei Ito said firmly, and then the energy in his body moved, and a huge water curtain suddenly rose from the water under Uchiha Sasuke's feet, forming a cylinder. Uchiha Sasuke was trapped inside it. Water release. Water, earth flooding sky. Now, let's get rid of you first. Sei Ito looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was about to break free from the water whip, and said lightly. Then Sei Ito moved his body, using Nidame's water release ninjutsu. Water cut, he instantly slid in front of Uzumaki Naruto. While he broke free from the water whip, he pointed his finger at Uzumaki Naruto's dantian, and a sharp chakra immediately pierced Uzumaki Naruto's dantian through his finger, destroying his chakra flow. Cough! Uzumaki Naruto, whose dantian was damaged, immediately opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, Sei Ito didn't stop moving. Using the 8 trigrams dragon steps, he circled around Uzumaki Naruto, and at the same time, he pointed at Uzumaki Naruto's 12 major meridians. While destroying his meridians, he cut off Uzumaki Naruto's chakra flow. Plop! After a while, Saito stopped and stood aside, quietly watching Uzumaki Naruto, who was vomiting blood, fall to the water surface. Damn it! Uzumaki Naruto, who was lying on the water surface, struggled to get up from the water surface, but he couldn't transfer any chakra flow. Coupled with the physical weakness caused by the damage to his meridians, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stand up from the water surface. At this time, Saito fiercely kicked Uzumaki Naruto, who could no longer float on the water surface because of the gradual disappearance of his chakra, to the side of the shore. After heavily hitting a big tree, he fell to the ground with blood spurting out his mouth. I really want to kill you. Seito looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was still struggling to get up on the shore, and said indifferently, then looked up at the sky and thought, what will happen after killing the child of the world? Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Seito standing on the water surface and gritted his teeth. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, who had fully entered the second state, held a lightning ball in his left hand and instantly appeared behind Ito-sei. He pierced the lightning ball from the back of Ito-sei's body and came out from his chest. Die! Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were black, but his pupils were still scarlet. He whispered with an evil smile on his face. Too addicted to power. You can't recognize yourself anymore. As soon as Uchiha Sasuke's voice fell, another Seito slowly appeared behind him, pointing at the back of Uchiha Sasuke's neck and said indifferently. At the same time, Seito, who was pierced in the chest by Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori, turned into a mass of water and fell into the water under their feet. Water clone. Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed, and the two palms that grew out of his back like a demon's palm slammed together. Boom! The two palms clapped together, making a dull sound. Boom! But at the moment when the palms clapped together, Seito suddenly rushed out of the water under Uchiha's feet, pushed Uchiha Sasuke's chin, and sent him flying. Then his feet moved. Once again using water cut, he glided to the side of Uchiha Sasuke, who was still in midair, where he used his huge palm to block in front of him. Seito's Dragon Qigong needle forging technique slammed on the surface of the palm. Immediately, the dragon-shaped needle forging technique's powerful energy instantly passed through his palm and bombarded Uchiha Sasuke's body, sending him flying like a cannonball, until he hit the rock wall behind the waterfall. The impact created a huge crater in the rock wall, which was as big as a person's height, before finally stopping. At this time, Seito's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Sasuke, who was in pain and opened his 5 fingers. Seito fiercely pressed on Uchiha Sasuke's abdomen. Fuinjutsu 5 Elements Seal, Modified. The reason why it was called modified was because Seito combined the 5 elements of yin and yang of Taoism. He improved the simple 5 elements sealing technique. As the 5-element seal was applied, Uchiha Sasuke immediately screamed loudly. After a while, with the completion of the 5-element seal, Uchiha Sasuke's chakra was immediately affected, and the curse seal triggered by chakra also began to fade at the same time, until finally, it was completely restored to its original state. Plop! Without the blessing of the curse seal, Uchiha Sasuke, who was suffering from the seal of the 5 elements, immediately fell from the wall to the water, gasping in pain. Now, it seems that you really need me to send you to Orochimaru. Seito looked down at Uchiha Sasuke, who was half kneeling on the water, and said lightly, "Why?" Uchiha Sasuke looked up at Seito in front of him. He asked angrily why. Because only in this way can I get what I want from Orochimaru. Seito explained softly. Why can't others do it? Uchiha Sasuke continued to ask. Because Orochimaru only wants you, and I won't let Yoshiko take risks. Seito knew what Uchiha Sasuke was asking, so he simply answered, "We should go." At this time, Seito turned his head and looked at the direction of the shore and the forest, and said to Uchiha Sasuke. Then, regardless of Uchiha Sasuke's resistance, he lifted his collar and launched Flash Water Jutsu, and instantly disappeared. And the next moment after the two of them disappeared, Gaara and Temari of Sand and Narashikamaru of Konoha rushed out of the forest one after another and fell near Uzumaki Naruto. I forgot that this battle is being monitored by Zetsu. Seito, who got out of the scope of Zetsu's detection, carried Uchiha Sasuke to Orochimaru's secret base and said in his heart, "But forget it. Anyway, I'm not afraid of Zetsu knowing who I am with a mask, and even if he knows, it doesn't matter. When Hashirama cells are cracked, I'll ask Professor Asmo to develop a potion to kill him. Yes, I can develop a potion to kill Hashirama cells. At that time, not only can it be used to deal with Zetsu, but also to deal with Uchiha Bito, Uchiha Madara, and Danzo who have integrated Hashirama's cells. I just don't know how effective the potion will be in this world with chakra. Seito's eyes lit up. However, this kind of thing isn't urgent. After all, Seito and Akatsuki will face each other at least 3 years later in this world. That is to say, he needs to enter this world next time, so he has time to think about it. In this way, Seito and Uchiha Sasuke were silent. The two finally arrived near Orochimaru's base. However, at this time, Seito suddenly stopped. What? Uchiha Sasuke was puzzled by Seito's behavior when he could enter Orochimaru's base immediately. But he suddenly stopped and looked at him with a frown. Orochimaru is a cunning person. Taking you in like this may not achieve the goal, so I'll have to wrong you first. Seito smiled faintly, and after that, he hit Uchiha Sasuke's neck and knocked him out. Then, with a thought, Seito and Uchiha Sasuke entered Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the biological incubation room. Then, with a wave of Seito's hand, a brand new and independent glass tube suddenly appeared in the incubation room. Then, Seito put Uchiha Sasuke into the glass tube, and then with a wave of his hand, a light green liquid suddenly appeared above the glass tube and flowed into the glass tube, submerging the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke. This diluted liquid is enough for Uchiha Sasuke to survive in a confined space for 24 hours. After a while, when the glass tube was completely filled with the light green liquid, Seito immediately stopped pouring and then sealed the glass tube with alchemy. Then, Seito took out a blank scroll from his arms and sealed the glass tube containing Uchiha Sasuke into the scroll. After doing all this, Seito rolled up the scroll on the ground again and then flashed out of Rubik's Cube world, and after inserting a special kunai into the trunk of the tree next to him, he continued to walk towards Orochimaru's base not far away. Orochimaru, I'm here to carry out the transaction with you. Standing at the gate of Orochimaru's base, Seito turned his head and looked at the hidden surveillance camera, took off the mask on his face, and said to the monitor. Shortly after his voice fell, Kabuto, dressed in the same outfit as the last time they met on the short book street, appeared at the gate of the base. Come with me. Kabuto raised his hand and gently pushed the black-rimmed round glasses on his face, with a fake smile on his face, and invited Seito to come with him. Let's go. Seito nodded and said indifferently, and then followed behind Kabuto, who was leading the way, and walked towards the depths of Orochimaru's base. Through observation, Seito found that the path led by Kabuto was not completely different from the path leading to Orochimaru's base in the anime. Except for a downward spiral staircase at the beginning, there was no need to go through a three-way intersection, but directly halfway down the road, there was a hidden intersection in the wall, and after 5 minutes of walking, they went straight to Orochimaru's base, in a dim room with only 2 or 3 candles. Chapter 484. P.S. Thanks to Shirley for her precious monthly votes. I didn't expect you to really come. At this time, Orochimaru, who has changed his physical body, was sitting on a stone high-back chair with one hand on his cheek and the other on the armrest of the chair. He looked at Ito-sei with his unique hoarse voice and said with a playful look on his face, "Well, I'm interested in what you have." Seito spread his hands and said helplessly to Orochimaru, "Then, take out what you said." Orochimaru said, "That won't do. Who knows if I'll take it out, and then you'll attack me. So, let's talk about the price first, and then exchange the money and the goods." Seito shook his head slightly. "How can I know its value if I don't see it?" Orochimaru said calmly, "You're right. All right then, I'll give you a hint." Seito pretended to think for a moment, then nodded and said, "On the way here, I saw the 4 ninjas who carried out the plan to collapse Konoha with you last time, and a Kekiite Jinkai boy who can manipulate bones at will." Hearing Seito's words, Orochimaru's right pupil shrank, and murderous aura suddenly burst out of his body, madly pressing on Sei Ito, who was standing in the room. It seems that you have thought of it. Sei Ito's aura changed, resisting Orochimaru's murderous aura with the same murderous aura, then looked at Orochimaru with a smile on his face. How dare you? Orochimaru put down his hand that had been supporting his cheek and sat up straight. Staring at Sei Ito, his tone was full of murderous intent. Sei Ito didn't care about the killing intent in Orochimaru's words and stated with a smile on his face, "There's no other way. The goods I wanted to provide to you will take some time to complete due to time constraints. But I thought that by that time, you would have already obtained Uchiha Sasuke, and the value of my goods would definitely be greatly reduced. In that case, I might as well trade with you directly with the original goods. I believe that with Orochimaru's importance to him, you will definitely pay me a satisfactory price. What do you want?" After staring at Sei Ito for a moment, Orochimaru asked in a deep voice. "Of course, it's what I said before," Sei Ito said with a smile. "I also want the Edo Tensei and Rashomon Jutsu in your hands." Yes. This time, Orochimaru didn't think about it, but answered directly. "It seems that Orochimaru's heart is full of killing intent towards me. If it wasn't for the fact that this new body is not suitable for fighting, I guess he would have already killed me." Sei Ito looked at Orochimaru's calm face and thought to himself, then nodded and said, "When can you prepare the things you want?" "Kabuto," Orochimaru said to Kabuto. "If you want to make a copy of all of them, it will take about 6 hours." Kabuto raised his left hand and pushed the glasses on his face with his middle finger and said quickly without thinking, "Well, we will meet in 6.5 hours. Let's meet outside the base," Sei Ito said. "Yes." Orochimaru agreed. "Then I will take my leave," Sei Ito said to Orochimaru with a smile, and then used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. In an instant, he disappeared in front of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Seeing the way Sei Ito disappeared, Orochimaru's golden pupils suddenly shrank and murderously said, "I really underestimated you. Orochimaru-sama, do you want to prepare those things according to what the other party said?" After Orochimaru calmed down a little, Kabuto asked, "Go and prepare." Orochimaru closed his eyes and ordered, "Yes." Kabuto responded respectfully, then turned and left the dim room to prepare the transaction items for Orochimaru. On the other side, Sei Ito, who appeared beside the special kunai, glanced at Orochimaru's base not far away, and once again summoned a special kunai and threw it into the forest. Then, without looking at it, he stepped into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared beside Kimimara's body. "Let's give it a try." Sei Ito looked down at Kimimara's body on the ground and sighed slightly. Then with a thought, he appeared in the plant biological laboratory with the body. "Yeah." Sei Ito, who had just appeared in the laboratory, immediately heard a burst of cheers. "What's the matter?" Sei Ito walked behind a researcher, patted him on the shoulder, and asked aloud, "Sama." The researcher who was patted turned around and shouted to Sei Ito with a happy face, "Success! The genetic serum number 1 was successfully produced." "Oh?" Sei Ito's eyes lit up when he heard this. He asked, "Really?" "Yes, Sama. After Uchiha Nijimaru's injection test on the number 1 experimental body number 03, it was determined that the genetic serum number 1 can be effectively activated. It made the eyes of the number 1 experimental body evolve." The researcher said repeatedly, "Is that so? In that case, I announce that you can take a 3-day holiday. This month's salary will be doubled, and the year-end bonus will be doubled," Sei Ito announced with a smile. "Yeah." The researcher cheered again when he heard this, then quickly shouted to the others in the room, "Guys, Sei Ito-sama just announced that we could take a 3-day holiday. This month's salary will be doubled, and the year-end bonus will be doubled." "That's great." Hearing the researcher's words, the others hurriedly shouted happily, "Sama, why did you come this time?" Professor Asmo was more mature, so he walked to Sei Ito's side and asked, "It's like this." Sei Ito led Professor Asmo to Kimimara's body and said, "This is a newly obtained experimental sample, but he died for some reason, and his current appearance is not his original appearance. So I will provide you with another sample with the same mutation characteristics. See if you can eliminate that mutation and extract the original genetic data. I will try my best, Professor Asmo said with a frown. Okay, Ito agreed. Then with a thought, the sleeping Toyo appeared in the laboratory. Then Ito turned his hand and took out a syringe, inserted it into Toyo's body, and extracted his blood. Here, Ito raised his hand and handed the syringe containing Do Yui's blood to Professor Asmo, who was standing on the side. Then he turned around and squatted down beside Do Yui's head. He waved his hand and cut off a piece of flesh with the curse seal, sealed it, and handed it to Professor Asmo. I won't give this living specimen to you. If she mutates, your situation will be too dangerous, Ito said to Professor Asmo while treating Toyo's wound with the rejuvenation charm. Okay, Professor Asmo, who has seen the ability of the Uchiha clan and Red Lotus, nodded with understanding. I won't disturb your celebration. I will leave first. After Toyo's wound was almost healed, Ito turned his head and said to Professor Asmo, then left the biological laboratory with the sleeping Toyo. In the courtyard outside the house in the central area, Ito waved his hand and threw a ball of ice water on Toyo's face, waking her up from her coma. Bastard! Toyo, who woke up, didn't even get up, but she instinctively cursed. Then, Toyo coughed twice and sat up on the ground. Who are you? After briefly checking his physical condition, Doyu raised his head and asked Ito, My name is Ito. Ito smiled and introduced himself. Where is this place? Toyo, who stood up from the ground, looked around and asked again. My home. Ito simply replied with a smile. What's your purpose? Doyu looked at Ito, and asked. I want to recruit you as my subordinate. Ito replied with a smile. Are you an idiot? Toyo cursed. Then, she looked at Ito strangely and continued. Don't tell me you think you can make me your subordinate by capturing me. Of course, everyone who enters this place, except for those who are killed, will become my subordinate. The only difference is when, Ito didn't care about Toyo's poisonous tongue and said with a smile. Seems like you've only captured a bunch of weaklings, Toyo said with disdain. Ito chuckled and ignored Toyo's disdain. Then, he summoned Karen to his side. I was watching a TV show. Why did you call me over? Karen, who had recovered her vision, didn't notice who was around and complained to Ito. Then, she turned her gaze and discovered that there was another person besides her and Ito. She raised her glasses and asked curiously, Who is this weirdly dressed guy? And after hearing Karen's words, blue veins appeared on Toyo's forehead. A new captive. I'm going to hand her over to you, Ito explained with a smile. Oh, Karen raised her brows and let out a sound of interest. By the way, don't break her. Ito couldn't help but remind Karen, who often went crazy. Got it, Karen said casually with a wave of her hand. Okay then, I'll leave her to you. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. Ito shook his head helplessly. Then his figure flashed, and he left the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the forest outside. Afterward, Ito casually found a spot, made a wooden stake with mokutan, and sat cross-legged on it. Then, with a thought, Karen's figure appeared before him. Ito. Karen turned her head and looked around. After seeing that there was only her and Ito, she immediately called out happily. Upon seeing Karen, Ito smiled, reached out, and pulled her to him. He hugged Karen and sat in his arms, chatting with her to improve their relationship while killing time. After more than 6 hours, Ito lowered his head and kissed Karen deeply. Then he sent Karen, whose face was flushed from the kiss, back to the Rubik's Cube world. Chapter 485. It's finally time. Ito stood up from the stake and said to himself with a chuckle. Then he destroyed the stake and slowly walked towards Orochimaru's base. At the same time, Orochimaru and Kabuto walked out of the dark room together and slowly walked out of the base. After a while, Sei Ito, Orochimaru, and Kabuto arrived outside the base and stopped a place that both sides felt was good. "Where's Sasuke?" Seeing Sei Ito alone, Orochimaru said with a gloomy face. "Here." Sei Ito reached into his arms and took out the scroll that sealed Uchiha Sasuke and said to Orochimaru. Seeing the scroll in Sei Ito's hand, Orochimaru's expression changed slightly, and he could no longer control his murderous aura and said gloomily, "Are you playing with me?" "Of course not." Sei Ito understood that Orochimaru misunderstood, because in Naruto's world, sealed scrolls can only store dead things. Since Sei Ito took out the scroll, Orochimaru thought that Uchiha Sasuke was a corpse. So in order to make the transaction go smoothly, Sei Ito quickly explained, "Rest assured, I used a special method to seal Uchiha Sasuke, so he's still alive." "Is that so?" Hearing this, Orochimaru's mood stabilized a little, and his murderous aura gradually converged. "Yes, after the transaction is completed, you can check it in person," Sei Ito affirmed. "Okay, Kabuto, give it to him." Orochimaru stared at Sei Ito for a moment and ordered Kabuto behind him. "Yes," Kabuto respectfully replied. Then he stepped forward and came in front of Orochimaru, took out a large scroll from his arms, and threw it to Sei Ito. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled slightly, and the surface of his palm was immediately covered with a layer of Reiki to prevent Kabuto from doing anything to the scroll. Then he reached out and took the scroll, and at the same time threw the scroll in his hand to Kabuto. "Now you can open it for inspection," Sei Ito said with a smile as he unfolded the scroll in his hand in front of him. Kabuto didn't talk nonsense, and together with Sei Ito, he unsealed the scroll in each other's hands. After releasing the contents inside, a large pile of large and small scrolls and glass tubes containing Uchiha Sasuke appeared one after another in front of Sei Ito and Kabuto. Crack, crack, just as Sei Ito picked out a scroll from the pile and opened it, Kabuto also broke the sealed glass tube containing Uchiha Sasuke with kunai, and then the sound of glass breaking and liquid flowing out was heard at the same time, and then the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke was taken out of the glass tube by Kabuto and placed on the ground to examine carefully. While Yakushi was checking Uchiha Sasuke's condition, Ito-sei also quickly selected a few scrolls from the pile of scrolls to check. After confirming that all of them were real, he immediately used sealing jutsu to reseal all the scrolls in front of him. He took out a cloth from his arms and tied it, and then pretended to carry it behind his waist. He waited for Kabuto's report. "Orochimaru-sama, this is the real Uchiha Sasuke, and his body has not been tampered with. Because after the Fuinjutsu is applied, as long as chakra is not mobilized, it won't be visible, not to mention the Fuinjutsu that was modified by Ito-sei. Therefore, even Kabuto didn't find the problem with Uchiha Sasuke and reported the known situation to Orochimaru. It seems that you have confirmed it. Then our transaction is complete." Sei Ito looked at Orochimaru and said with a smile, "Yes." Orochimaru replied, "In that case, I will take my leave. I look forward to seeing you later." Sei Ito said meaningfully, and then used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to disappear in front of Orochimaru and Kabuto, and appeared next to a special kunai. Then put away the special kunai, and used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu again to appear inside the forest. Next time, do I want Jutsu? Or do I want his weird ninjutsu? Sei Ito leaned over and put away the special kunai on the ground, and thought to himself. Then he turned his hand and made a small black ball to check the situation of Temari. She is moving. In other words, she is moving towards Konoha. In this case, she should have met with Kakashi, so it's not good to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu again. Sei Ito, who put away the small black ball, thought to himself, "Forget it, anyway, there's a lot of time. Let's just run." After a day and a night, Sei Ito, who changed back into a Konoha ninja, returned to Konoha Village, went to the Hokage office building, and handed over the mission completion confirmation to Steel Hand. After the matter was over, Sei Ito went straight back to his residence, took one of the scrolls that he unsealed and sorted during the rest on the way, and opened it to read. Finally, I got a usable Edo Tensei. After a while, Sei Ito, who rolled up the scroll in his hand, thought to himself. Then he turned his hand again and took out a new scroll to read. Time passed quickly while Sei Ito was reading the scroll. Orochimaru is worthy of being the world's top scientific researcher. His theory of human transformation technology is simply incredible, and it's not inferior to the chimera of the alchemy world. Sei Ito, who put away the scroll, sighed. If it wasn't for this guy's strange mind and hard to control, I really want to capture him and use him as a scientific researcher. Then he got up and walked out of the house toward Kurenai's residence. After I get Yakumo's Kekkei Genkai, I will leave here after completing the plot of the Konoha village. Then the next time I enter, I will stop those guys from the Akatsuki, collect the level 1 soul fragment, and participate in the 4th Shinobi World War to get the remaining Kekkei Genkai. On the way, Sei Ito thought to himself. After a while, Sei Ito arrived outside Kurenai's house. Dang, 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 dang. Sei Ito knocked on the door, and after a while, Kurenai's figure appeared at the door. At this time, Ito-sei quickly took a step forward and reached out to hug Kurenai, who was caught off guard. He held her against the wall and lowered his head to kiss her passionately. Kurenai closed her eyes naturally, hugged Sei Ito's neck, and responded enthusiastically. I missed you so much. Ito-sei, who had separated from Kurenai again, looked at her and said with a smile, You're not serious. Kurenai rolled her eyes at Ito-sei and said. Then she pushed Ito-sei away and walked to the door. She reached out and closed the door. After Kurenai closed the door, Sei Ito, who was walking with her, asked, There is no mission for the next 2 days, right? No, why? Kurenai asked curiously. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I want to spend more time with you, Sei Ito said with a smile. Kurenai looked at Sei Ito speechlessly and said, I have to go to the hospital to have my teeth checked tomorrow, and I have to practice with my students in the afternoon. It's okay. I will go with you, Sei Ito said. Up to you, Kurenai agreed. Then, the two chatted casually, telling each other the trivial things that happened during this period of time to improve their relationship. They chatted until late at night. Then, Sei Ito smiled and carried Kurenai in his arms. While Kurenai's face was blushing and her eyes were in a daze, he carried her into the bedroom and put her on the bed. Then, Sei Ito leaned over and kissed Kurenai. At the same time, their hands were not idle. They helped each other take off their clothes, and when the kiss ended, they were naked and naked. After that, Ito-sei kissed Kurenai again. He used his tongue to tease Kurenai while caressing Kurenai's body with his hands, caressing her body. When he felt that it was about time, Ito-sei pressed down on Kurenai's body and began to search for the well, going deep into the warm and soft lacquer. Following Sei Ito's movements, Kurenai let out a satisfied moan from her throat. Then, Sei Ito began to move slowly on Kurenai's body, sometimes deep, sometimes shallow, sometimes sudden, sometimes slow, sometimes stop, and sometimes rush. Following Sei Ito's movements, Kurenai's moans also changed. Sometimes it was gentle, sometimes it was hurried, sometimes it was loud, sometimes it was soft and soothing. At this time, Kurenai, who was blushing, suddenly pushed Sei Ito down and sat on his body, moving naturally. After a while, their positions changed again, and this continued for a long time. Just like this, after a long time, Kurenai's low moans suddenly sounded in the room. Huff! Their legs were entangled together, their arms were wrapped around each other, and they fell on the bed, panting heavily. I didn't expect you to be so crazy. Sei Ito gently stroked Kurenai's back and chuckled. At this time, Kurenai was still enjoying the aftertaste, and she did not have any extra energy to bicker with Sei Ito after the battle just now. She ignored him and moved her head, making herself more comfortable in Sei Ito's arms to rest. After a while, Sei Ito slowly fell asleep under Sei Ito's caress, and soon after, Sei Ito also fell asleep. Just like that, they slept peacefully for the night. Their physiques are far better than ordinary people, and their work and rest schedules are more regular. Moreover, with Sei Ito's nourishment, no matter how much Kurinai's stamina was exhausted, she could quickly recover. Therefore, both of them woke up early in the morning. "Let me carry you to wash up." Seito smiled at Kurinai, who was in his arms. Then, without waiting for Kurinai's reply, he carried her off the bed and walked into the bathroom. What followed was naturally another round of intimacy, with flowers fluttering in the water, endlessly charming and gentle. By the time the two of them finished bathing, it was already more than an hour after they woke up. After that, the two had a simple breakfast and walked together to Konoha Hospital. Chapter 486. P.S. Thank you to Xiao Mofeng and Nickfany for their tips. Thank you to Fipdoger for your precious monthly votes. In Konoha Hospital, Sei Ito and Kurinai saw Kiba Inazuka, who was injured in the mission of chasing Uchiha Sasuke. As Kiba's instructor, Kurinai naturally asked Sei Ito to treat him. Sei Ito had no objection to this and treated most of Kiba's injuries. The rest can be discharged from the hospital after a simple rest for 2 days, and he can resume his daily practice. Seeing the power of Ito Chung, Kiba immediately asked him to treat Hyuganiji and Akimichi Choji, who were also seriously injured in the mission. Ito Kari didn't refuse this kind of thing. Under the leadership of Kiba, he and Kurinai entered the ward of Hyuganiji and Akimichi Choji to treat them. All right, all that's left is to recuperate. After treating Akimichi Choji, Ito Sei smiled. "Thank you, Seito-san." Choji on the hospital bed thanked him. "It's nothing." Seito smiled and joked, "But you look very handsome after losing weight." Hee. Choji, who was praised for the first time, scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled. "Okay, take good care of yourself. It's best not to eat spicy things in the next few days." Seito got up from the small stool and said, "Yes." Akimichi Choji answered honestly. "Let's go, Kurinai." Seito turned his head and said to Kurinai, who was standing beside him. Kurinai nodded. She turned her head and said a few words to Kiba Inazuka, and then left Choji's ward with Seito. Walking out of Konoha Hospital, they went to the training ground where they agreed to meet Hyuga Hinata and Shino. After a while, the two came to the training ground and saw Hyuga Hinata and Aburame Shino, who had already started training. "Teacher Hong, Mr. Seito." Seeing the two coming, Hinata quickly stopped what she was doing and politely greeted Seito. "You're working hard." Seito stretched out his hand and placed it on Hinata's head, gently rubbing it while praising her. That. Hinata blushed and lowered her head, too shy to speak. "Let's continue." Kurinai rolled her eyes at Seito and said to the two students in front of her, "Yes." The two hurriedly replied. Then, Hyuga Hinata returned to the middle of the field and assumed the posture of gentle fist. Shino and Kurinai used Kanai to practice the revolving heaven technique of gentle fist. In the practice, the day passed quickly. After that, Kurinai called out to Hinata, who had become breathless, and announced the end of today's practice. Then, Hyuga Hinata and Shino politely greeted Kurinai and Seito, and the four of them left the training ground one after another. They went to their respective residences. Seito, who opened the door, instantly found a folded note on the ground of the entrance. He leaned over and picked it up and opened it. He checked it. "I'm very grateful for your care for the goods. I hope to meet with you again as soon as possible to discuss the future of the goods. Orochimaru has a lot of spies in Konoha. Someone came to deliver a letter so soon." After reading the contents of the note, Seito moved his palm slightly, and a cluster of flames immediately appeared at the corner of the note, burning it quickly. In the blink of an eye, the note was burned into a pile of black ash and fell to the ground. Say Ito didn't care about the message on the note. He took off his shoes, walked into the room, sat on the chair, and continued to look at the ninjutsu and technique scrolls obtained from Orochimaru. On this day, Sei Ito was once again sent out by Steel Finger to perform a mission. However, just as he was about to enter the forest near the mission location, a sharp, murderous aura instantly emerged from the forest, pressing toward Sei Ito. Orochimaru, Sei Ito, who stopped because of the murderous aura, looked in the direction of the murderous aura and said lightly, "Sei Ito." As soon as his voice fell, Orochimaru's unique hoarse voice sounded in the forest, and then Orochimaru, who returned to his original appearance, slowly emerged from the trunk of a big tree. Looking at Sei Ito, he smiled evilly. "It seems that you can't wait." Sei Ito looked at Orochimaru, who was always wearing a beige robe, black trousers, and his waist was tied with a large purple rope. "Yes, so please hand over the unsealing jutsu of the five-element seal." Orochimaru replied, "That's not like you. Orochimaru, shouldn't you work out the unsealing jutsu yourself?" Sei Ito slightly raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. "I have to say that your improvement of the five-element seal is very excellent. Just adding the yin and yang attributes made the five-element seal produce more than 10 changes out of thin air, making it difficult for people to break it except for the jutsu user. This kind of talent is really outstanding." Orochimaru stated in a slightly praising tone, "Sure enough, you are worthy of being a ninjutsu master in Naruto's world. In just a few days, you have clearly understood the changes of the five-element seal." Sei Ito heard this in his heart, then smiled slightly and said to Orochimaru, "I am really honored to be praised by you, but since you have understood the specific changes of the five-element seal, why did you come to me?" "Because I want to repay you." While Orochimaru was still talking, another Orochimaru suddenly emerged from the branch behind Sei Ito and said while washing his face with his long tongue, "You really can't wait." Sei Ito still looked at Orochimaru, standing opposite him, and said, "Yes, so go to hell." Orochimaru said, and his murderous aura doubled again, rushing towards Sei Ito in front of him. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and several blue and black snakes fiercely rushed out of his sleeve and bit Sei Ito, who was close at hand. At this time, with a soft sound, Sei Ito, who was caught by the shadow snake hand, instantly turned into a wooden stake and then broke and scattered under the rolling of several blue and black snakes. Substitution jutsu is good, Orochimaru praised, but he didn't stop. There. Orochimaru waved his arm, and the several green and black snakes quickly rushed to a place in the forest. Boom! Although the snake's head was small and thin, its attack power was not weak. With just one blow, it broke a towering ancient tree, revealing Sei Ito's figure hiding behind a tree. At this time, the other Orochimaru, who had not moved, suddenly raised his arms, and two thick giant snakes instantly rushed out of his sleeves and attacked Sei Ito, who was exposed behind the tree. Earth release, earth return. In an instant, a huge thick rock wall fiercely rose from the ground, blocking Orochimaru's snake-ravaged jutsu. Boom! The wall and the two giant snakes collided, making a loud noise, and a lot of smoke and dust appeared. At this time, Sei Ito, who was hiding behind the wall, turned his hand and took out a special kunai and inserted it into the ground, then launched Earth's substitution jutsu and disappeared from behind the wall. In the next second after Sei Ito disappeared, the two giant snakes circled around from both sides of the wall and hit Sei Ito, who was behind the wall. Wind release, great breakthrough. From the feeling of the giant snakes, Orochimaru knew that Sei Ito was not killed, so he immediately stimulated the chakra in his body and launched the wind release jutsu, and then a huge wind with Orochimaru as the center spread fiercely in all directions. All the trees and leaves around him were blown away. Whoosh! At this time, a sound suddenly sounded, and a black shadow crossed the air. In an instant, it shot towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru jumped back and immediately dodged the attack of the Black Shadow and let it nail him on the tree branch. But after seeing what the Black Shadow was, Orochimaru's pupils shrank instantly, and he raised his hand and released a shadow, snake hand, hitting the special kunai on the tree branch. Ah, cautious guy. Ito, who was hiding in the dense foliage, curled his lips and said, I almost forgot that you can use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. At this time, Orochimaru took back his shadow clone and said with an evil smile, What if I leak your information to Konoha? Through Danzo. Ito heard this, but he didn't answer Orochimaru's question. Yes, I heard that you have a good relationship with Kurenai. Then Orochimaru said something seemingly unrelated. Yes. Hearing this, Ito finally didn't remain silent, but used the echo jutsu and said, But as long as she has any problem, I will kill Uchiha Sasuke. You should know that I have this ability. Orochimaru's pupils shrank slightly, and his murderous aura changed dramatically, but soon returned to normal. Very good, Orochimaru said lightly. Then, just like when he had appeared, his body slowly melted into the branches under his feet and disappeared. Humph! Seeing this, Ito snorted and fiercely spread his spiritual power and explored the surrounding area with a radius of 30 meters. He was originally hiding under the ground. Orochimaru, who was waiting for Ito to relax and give him a blow, also sensed Ito's spiritual power with his unique soul perception. So he didn't stay any longer and directly went away from Ito's spiritual power detection range. After discovering that Orochimaru had completely left, Ito jumped out of his hiding place with a sigh of relief, walked to the special kunai, put it away, and then jumped on the branch again and went to the mission location. Orochimaru is really good. He really can pick up and let go. On the way, Ito sighed his heart. Then Ito put away his emotions and concentrated on the road. Originally, Ito was not far from the mission location, so it didn't take long for him to reach the mission location, and then found the mission issuer and asked about the details of the mission and started the mission. The mission was not too difficult, but it was said that several guys who seemed to be enemy ninjas built a village nearby and gathered a group of local hooligans to do evil in this place. Through the investigation, it was found that these so-called enemy ninjas were just a few rebellious ninjas, and the strongest one among them was only Chunin. For dealing with these small characters, it didn't even take Ito a day to complete the mission, and then he found the mission issuer, got the mission completion confirmation, and embarked on the road back to Konoha. However, due to Steel Hand's bad habit of ordering people around, Ito didn't have the intention to rush back immediately. So when he returned to Konoha, it was already a few days after the mission was completed. Why did it take so long this time? Steel Hand, who took the mission completion confirmation, asked. I met Orochimaru on the way, so it took a long time. Ito explained. Orochimaru. Steel Hand was shocked when he heard this, and looked at Ito with a serious face and asked in a deep voice, What happened? I don't know, but his hand seemed to have recovered. Ito said vaguely. Recovered? Steel Hand frowned and said to himself, Probably, at least when I saw him, his hands were not bandaged, and he could move freely. Ito said, I see, you can go down first. Steel Hand said absent-mindedly. Okay. Ito agreed, then turned and left the Hokage office, walked out of the Hokage office building, and walked toward his residence. Ito had nothing to do for the rest of the day, and time passed slowly as he browsed through the scrolls. In this way, Ito rested in Konoha for 2 more days, and then he was again assigned by Steel Hand to carry out missions out of the village. This happened 2 or 3 times. During this period, major events such as the prison break incident, the Akamaru mutation incident, and a hidden explosive tag incident occurred in Konoha Village. You said that you're going to give up the position of Team 8's instructor? Ito, who finally had time to get together, frowned and said to Kurenai. At the same time, he secretly thought It seems that Yakumo Kurama's incident will happen in these 2 days. Yes, Kurenai said in a low mood. Why? Seito asked. Because I don't deserve to be an instructor, Kurenai replied. What nonsense are you talking about? When it comes to the degree of responsibility to the students, you are several times better than Kakashi. When it comes to the degree of care, Mackay is several times worse than you. If you don't deserve to be an instructor, then who does? Seito frowned and said. In short, I have decided, Kurenai said with a firm attitude. What happened, Kurenai? Seito got up from his seat and walked to Kurenai's side, looked at her body, and said softly, Sorry, I can't say this. Kurenai shook her head slightly and said with an apologetic look, Mission confidentiality rules? Seito said, Yes. Kurenai nodded and admitted, Well, I won't force you, but I think you should seriously consider the decision to give up Team 8. Seito hugged Kurenai and said softly. After that, Ito-sei comforted Kurenai for a while, and then left her home, leaving Kurenai alone. The next day, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, with a loud crack sound, a thunderbolt hit the top of the Hokage's office building, breaking the top of the building and creating a raging fire. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.